A sharp slap to the head rudely jolted the boy awake. They were relentlessly mocking Junwoo Kim, all because he shared a name with a legendary hero from 40 years ago. Despite his apparent weakness, what they didn't know was that Junwoo Kim was no longer the same person they remembered. He'd woken up one day, unable to recognize his own face. Opening the window, he realized this wasn't the world he knew either. There weren't so many towering buildings before, and Junwoo Kim couldn't grasp what was happening. Suddenly, he felt an intense surge of energy and ran into the street, needing to confirm if that was indeed a portal. What he saw, however, was absolutely not what he expected. People weren't running away from the portal's emergence, but instead were gathering to watch it. Irritated, he pushed through the crowd and noticed reporters. He shouted, warning everyone that it was dangerous, but no one around him seemed to care. Then, a girl arrived. Behaving like a movie star, waved to her fans and approached the portal, but she didn't enter it. Instead, she allowed the creatures to come out, then began to fight. The girl was incredibly powerful, controlling the entire situation. This scene provoked an uncontrollable rage in Junwoo Kim. The people had turned it into a mere show. Frustrated with everyone, they were acting as if they were watching a celebrity. Junwoo Kim knocked over the cameras, yelling that this was all just stupidity. The boy's reaction took everyone by surprise. He was the only one not excited about the spectacle. He warned that the monster could go berserk and adapt to this dimension, and that if that happened, everyone there would be in grave danger. The girl replied that everything they were doing was precisely what had been taught in subjugation classes. Junwoo was speechless at her response. She then mocked him, saying that real life is different from the classroom. At that moment, Junwoo's eyes turned crimson red, and he asked if the brat thought it was right to create a battlefield in front of people. His intense gaze intimidated the girl, and the guards warned him to back away. As he was being pulled away by the bodyguards, Junwoo questioned how someone as weak as her could possibly be considered a hunter. The girl didn't respond to the offense, only commenting that his life must be difficult. A while later, Junwoo went to the square to think about everything. He was back, alive again, 42 years after his demise. He vividly recalled being gravely wounded during that battle. My companions frantically cried for me to open my eyes. All I cared about then was the outcome of our grueling fight. Their eyes were brimming with tears. I feared we had lost. But the truth was, we had succeeded. We had won. So why are you all crying so much? I asked. They said, that monster was on a completely different level. If we'd failed, everyone in the city would have perished. The horrifying truth was, they were crying because I was dying. I hadn't even grasped how severe my injuries truly were. That's when they revealed my own amputated leg. They were far too worried for me to even celebrate our victory. All I could say was, I was happy they were all safe and alive, and I truly was. In that instant, I knew for certain I had died. Kim Junwoo, South Korea's first hunter, had fought valiantly against Gigantiana, the most terrifying monster to ever exist. What a grim end for such a hero. But then, as darkness enveloped him, he remembered. A chilling voice whisper, I will return in 42 years, much stronger. Next time, humanity will not survive, it warned. That ominous voice echoed fiercely in his memory. It would return, 42 years from now. He recalled that grim, horrifying prediction. If things continued this way, all would be lost. He knew the hunters, as he'd explained, were now outmatched even by the weakest of monsters. He had to prepare for the inevitable calamity. But then, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He believed there was still a chance. He desperately clung to the hope that his group was still alive. If he could reach them, he knew he could make a difference. But how? He couldn't just ask strangers about his missing companions. Then, he remembered the young girl, and her mention of a hunter's academy nearby. Perhaps, just perhaps, he still had a chance. This could only mean, the institute had been founded within the last 3 decades, and only one person could possibly be responsible. He remembered, asking his friend if he truly intended to establish a school. His companion had confirmed it. He'd been planning for the future, for years, envisioning an academy to nurture the next generation of heroes. Should the war ever end, he even entrusted Junwoo with naming it. Junwoo, surprised by the offer, hesitated. Are you sure? He asked, trying to keep his expression calm. The man then suggested, Korea Hunters College. He'd been told the name was just too simple, too unremarkable. Now, standing before the school, he wondered if his companion had truly picked such a plain name. The school itself was absolutely immense. He was questioned, asked what exactly he was doing there. Was he a student? They hadn't seen him around before. He denied it, stating he was simply looking for someone. The old man spoke up, telling him if it was Yunchai he was after, he should just leave. That wasn't the case. The protagonist replied. He asked the guard if he knew someone named Bai Wushik. The guard looked utterly confused. He then asked if the protagonist was referring to his Times boss. That's right, the protagonist replied. I'd like to meet him, the old man explained. That visitors weren't permitted to see the director. Are you perhaps a special admission student? He asked. The protagonist was now utterly confused. He claimed ignorance, insisting he was just a regular student. But the guard, with a look of pity, told him to follow. They entered the building. Minutes later, something truly startled him. Inside the room, a massive portrait of his former self hung on the wall. The boy questioned its very presence. A guard told him to stop yelling in the school. He apologized, then blushed, wondering why his friend had placed such a large portrait of him. At the entrance, as they walked, they discovered several pictures scattered across the wall. One quote attributed to Hunter Jung-woo caught their attention. Adventurers are made of 99% willpower and 1% talent. Jung-woo wondered if he'd actually said that. He had no recollection. Moments later, they arrived at the director's office. The guard knocked. He apologized, explaining that a boy wished to speak with the director. They were both invited in. Before the protagonist met the director, the guard offered a warning against any foolish behavior. Inside, the guard announced the arrival of the transferred special student. The director was utterly confused, having no recollection of admitting any special student that year. The guard told them they could talk and left to resume his patrol. A serious expression settled on the protagonist's face. As he looked at Wu Shik, the director approached, remarking on the strangeness of the situation. His face was serious. He hadn't heard of any special student passing the admissions process. Just who was this boy standing before him. If he failed to explain himself, grave consequences would follow. But the boy remained utterly unfazed, inquiring solely about his friend's well-being. The man was utterly bewildered. He didn't know this boy whatsoever. He continued, remarking how his friend looked almost unrecognizable, like an old man. He then asked if Wusik even knew him, finally revealing his name, John Woo. The man, still completely bewildered, declared he'd never seen anyone so utterly insane in his entire life, and furiously reached for his phone. He called security, vehemently demanding they remove the boy. No random person should ever be allowed in his office. A moment later, the protagonist shockingly asked about Sun Young. He then demanded to know how the MC even knew that name. The protagonist explained that Wan Shi had relentlessly pursued her, only to be met with constant rejection. It was utterly impossible to forget. The protagonist then asked if his friend had ever managed to win her over. At this, the director furiously rushed towards him. He grabbed Junwoo by the collar, shouting furiously, "Who the hell are you? Why are you saying these things?" Junwoo just started laughing. "I never imagined you'd actually grab me." An irritated expression then crossed his face. Quite daring for a school director, wouldn't you say? Seeing this, the man instantly released the protagonist, his face now etched with pure shock. The protagonist casually brushed off his shirt. "I've told you before," he stated to his friend, "even when facing the fiercest monsters, or the most powerful figures, you must always maintain control. Never let your target escape." The director, now visibly shaken, asked, "Is he your leader?" Years ago, at the Subjugation Management Headquarters, a frantic shout rang out. "What are you all doing?" A blade was pressed against a woman's neck. "Bring me medicine, bring me food." The MC asked what exactly was happening nearby. The man explained that the young man with the blade had been expelled from his base, due to illness. Now, utterly desperate, he was frantically searching for medicine. He asked if it was true. The man replied they suspected it was, because the young man's brother had a severe disease. Our hero carefully considered his options, then started walking toward the hostage-taker. His companion watched on, utterly perplexed. Desperate to understand their leader's intentions, suddenly, a piercing shout ripped through the air. Our hero was sternly warned to back off. "Halt your advance, or the girl would be instantly eliminated." But the young man, utterly undeterred, continued his relentless advance. The young man's voice hardened, warning that if the protagonist dared to come any closer, the girl would be in serious, life-threatening danger. The protagonist, however, simply scoffed and responded, completely unconcerned that the man could do whatever he pleased. This utterly unexpected reply bewildered both the young man and the girl, prompting the girl to question if her ears had deceived her. He coolly insisted he was speaking the absolute truth. No one would care in the slightest if she were eliminated. After all, monsters were plentiful in this city. The young man opened his mouth, about to speak, but the MC sharply cut him off. "Do you lack the courage? If you truly want the medicine to save your brother," he continued, "you'll have to eliminate everyone present to get it." The man was utterly taken aback. "To save one life," he explained, Another had to be taken. That was simply the brutal way of their world. Monster or man. It made absolutely no difference. If something had to be done, he declared, it had to be done right. If he couldn't even manage that much, he should simply give up and be eliminated alongside his brother. The man was utterly stunned, reeling from these harsh words. A moment later, he violently threw the woman aside and charged toward our hero. He lunged forward, blade flashing menacingly, but the protagonist, with uncanny ease, sidestepped the attack. In the very next instant, he seized the attacker's arm, and with practiced precision, executed a flawless judo throw. The throw landed with a sickening thud, and a curse ripped from the side character's lips. In a flash, he was slammed brutally to the ground. He struggled furiously to rise, anger twisting his face as he vowed to eliminate our hero. He cursed Junwoo again, slashing out wildly with his blade. A confident smile touched Junwoo's lips. "That's the spirit," he calmly remarked. His system window promptly announced the equipping of an item. Junwoo parried the incoming attack effortlessly. He leveled a finger directly at the man. The system confirmed. Explosive flick. In a flash, the devastating blow landed, sending the man hurtling back to crash violently against the wall. The powerful blow instantly knocked the man unconscious. Junwoo then turned to his companion. "They should search for the man's younger sister," he suggested. "She might be close by, and I still have medicine for her." His companion, however, argued that their leader should reconsider. This girl was carrying a highly contagious disease, but Junwoo simply didn't care if that was true. He reasoned that the man would have already left, so he urged his companion to hurry along. The young man immediately obeyed his command. The protagonist then instructed his friends to bring the newcomer back to their base and ensure he got some food. Mushik started to speak, but the hero cut him off, declaring, "That's all there is to it." From that very moment forward, they were a team. But back in the present day, the protagonist's friend questioned if he was truly the same person. He looked like a mere child. The protagonist admitted he had absolutely no idea what happened, only that he'd woken up in this completely unfamiliar body. The director's gaze lingered on Junwoo, making him acutely aware of his ridiculously youthful appearance. He confided in the man, explaining that his friend seemed skeptical. "Of course he is," the director replied. "Nobody would believe someone eliminated returned looking like a child." The MC then suggested, it would be best to explain what happened during their very first hunt. Upon hearing this, Woo-sik suddenly punched him. Meanwhile, a guard sprinted toward the director's office, summoned by Woo-sik to remove the boy from the premises. The school's special admissions program attracted truly remarkable talent, and he assumed the boy was one of these select few. He arrived at the director's office, stating he was there to apologize. As he stepped inside, a voice called out, urging his friend to stay focused. The hero drilled Woo-sik on his apology, making him repeat it. A guard, taking in the strange scene, turned to leave. "Keep going," the hero called after him. "Don't stop." A few minutes later, irritation flickered across the MC's face. Woo-sik shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The protagonist complained that his face was really hurting, and the director apologized for striking his friend, explaining that the outburst was triggered by a mention of his very first mission. "The world has truly changed," the MC observed, a sentiment echoed by the director, who added that it might all seem rather strange to his friend. "It's obvious," the protagonist replied, pointing to how even monster subjugation had become a grim affair. Just the day before, he'd seen hunters dragging a monster from a dungeon. Woo-sik interrupted, asking if he meant the dungeon near the hospital. He already knew exactly what his friend was thinking. He said the young man questioned their recent actions. The world had finally found peace, the man explained, recalling their leader's sacrifice during the last mission. Powerful monsters were now a rarity. Was that why they were unleashing these beasts onto the streets? The hero wondered. "There's a limit to this recklessness," he yelled, but the director calmly stated there were other reasons. A lack of real danger made securing corporate sponsorships difficult. This forced them into their current predicament. Meanwhile, the hunters themselves were becoming full-blown celebrities, their methods a stark departure from the old ways of subjugation. Their boy insisted it wasn't too late to reverse this trend. His friend, the director of the Hunters Academy, could implement the necessary changes. But the director had already tried. He was told, he explained, that the involvement of high-ranking officials made it impossible for him to change the education system alone. The MC suggested that reuniting with their old companions might give them the leverage they desperately needed. But the director countered that those very same companions were the high-ranking officials he'd mentioned. With clear reluctance, he admitted some of his team wouldn't welcome the protagonist's return. The MC then asked if his friend shared this sentiment. The director, surprised, quickly corrected him, insisting that wasn't the case at all. He sighed, noting everything had been a mess since his return. Woo-sik tried to reassure him, The world was finally free from constant attacks, and their leader could finally begin a new life. But he countered grimly, certain that the final boss would return. The director, a little bewildered, asked their hero to repeat what he'd just said. The protagonist reiterated his claim. The final monster would return. Ushik, equally confused, pressed him, Gigantiano, you're saying he'll be back? Exactly, the protagonist replied. Whether we want to believe it or not, that's the reality. Just before he vanished, I heard a voice. It said, the final boss would return in 42 years. Ushik insisted. It couldn't be true, asking if his friend had misheard. The MC questioned whether his friend truly doubted him. He'd seen someone return after 42 years. Yet his friend struggled to believe. The most powerful creature could also return? The director shifted uncomfortably. Their hero then announced he was leaving. There was no longer any point in staying. The man then asked his friend what his next move would be. He declared it was obvious. He'd handle everything by himself, just as he always had before. Ushik argued their leader wouldn't be capable of anything now, in his current state. The protagonist retorted, I've done it once, and I'd do it again. But before he left, he paused. There was one more crucial thing. He absolutely needed his sword. It would be incredibly complicated to do this alone without it. Ushik explained that the item was currently in storage. Due to its immense value, it couldn't simply be retrieved. The MC pressed, asking if there was any way to get it back. The director then mentioned Seokdu was in charge there. The protagonist was pleased. Seokdu, his old companion, held that very position. It seemed like a perfect arrangement. Seokdu had always been so obedient and loyal, after all. Ushik then, surprisingly, explained that Seokdu would be among the most furious about the protagonist's return. The protagonist lamented that nothing seemed to be working out. But the man offered a glimmer of hope, a tiny lifeline. There was still one option left. Just one, he said. Because Seokdu's granddaughter attended the school, he'd heard the chairman adored the girl and could refuse her nothing at all. He questioned whether Seokdu truly had a granddaughter, and if getting close to her was the key to solving all his problems. The man confirmed it would definitely be the easier path, agreeing. He then asked for her name. The director revealed it was none other than Go Yun-chae, adding that he'd likely encountered her in the collapsed dungeon, near the hospital. Junwoo could only scoff at the sheer absurdity of it. He questioned if this girl was truly Seokdu's granddaughter. The man confirmed, asking cautiously if there was a problem. The MC explained his anger after witnessing the street subjugation incident, admitting he'd actually fought with her. The director was utterly surprised. Ushik, looking concerned, asked if his friend had hurt anyone. For real? Of course not, the MC insisted, exasperated. A few angry words spilled out before he abruptly turned and walked away. Later, the full weight of his words settled upon him, the memory of her decisive victory flashing in his mind. Frustration boiled over. I don't know what to do, he shouted, then suddenly turned back, extending his hands desperately towards Ushik. Ushik, utterly confused, watched his friend. What exactly was Junwoo planning? Do you need something? He hesitantly asked. Junwoo's reply utterly surprised him. An academy enrollment form? Really? Ushik asked, incredulous. He urged his friend to hand it over, immediately. He explained his weapon was in someone else's possession. To retrieve it, he needed to approach Seokdu's granddaughter. Ushik scoffed, dismissing the whole plan. The problem wasn't the granddaughter. He explained, it was the protagonist's age. Confused, the protagonist pressed him for an explanation. Ushik asked, incredulous, if he truly intended to enroll at his age. The question struck the protagonist like a blow. The director unleashed a torrent of words upon the hero, each one further stoking the flames of his irritation. I'm not here to make friends, he snapped. I just want my weapon back. Ushik sighed. He hasn't changed a bit, he murmured, obviously referring to their leader. The protagonist retorted, that's why he was the first one out. The director handed the admission card to Ushik. He cautioned the MC not to be too hard on the children. The MC assured him he wasn't that kind of person. Ushik, still concerned, told him not to hurt them, reminding him of their youth. The protagonist replied that he would decide in the moment. The man insisted he wasn't joking. The other children were simply too weak. The MC snapped back, already understanding. The following day, inside the academy, a student searched for their classroom. It was the protagonist, a knot of nervousness tightening in his stomach. Now that he was about to join a class, he tried to keep a low profile as he searched for Go Eun-chae, but it wasn't long before someone challenged him. What are you doing? A girl asked, annoyed. If you're not going in, move. You're blocking the door, he apologized, explaining he was already heading inside. But then, inexplicably, The girl stepped closer. He felt a flicker of awkwardness as she leaned in and asked if by any chance, happened to be the dog from yesterday? Confusion washed over him. She entered the room, remarking on the unexpected nature of the transfer student. It didn't matter to her, she claimed. But the protagonist questioned her use of the word dog. She offered no reply, leaving the protagonist even more bewildered by her abrupt departure. He found today's kids far more complicated. Stepping into the classroom, the gaze of countless eyes pressed down on him. Every student in the room was openly staring. The boys began to murmur, whispering amongst themselves. They were speculating, wondering, if this newcomer was the same dog they'd seen yesterday. Even some of the girls were whispering similar theories about our protagonist. He realized they were all staring, utterly confused by him. What in the world was going on, he wondered. This was his very first day at school, after all. He considered just ignoring the whole bizarre situation, telling himself he'd expected this academy to be different, especially since no one else possessed his unique item. As he searched for a seat, a strange surprise awaited him. On his desk sat an elaborate bouquet of flowers, accompanied by a congratulatory message from Wu Shik. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Did everyone receive these fancy gifts upon arrival? Taking his seat, he muttered about the sheer wasted expense. Suddenly, a loud clatter startled him. Someone was making quite a racket, causing a commotion. A shout echoed. Someone was openly criticizing their teacher. It was a boy, loudly complaining about being forced to come to school. His dramatic arrival immediately silenced the entire classroom. A sudden, palpable fear falling over all the students. Kids, he thought. They never change. Always so incredibly sure of themselves. The boy then noticed him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. That surprise was quickly replaced by a wide, welcoming smile. A new friend, he seemed to think. He approached, utterly incredulous. I can't believe you're in my class, he exclaimed. That dog, he continued, the one from yesterday. It actually showed up in my room. He hadn't expected to see our protagonist here, of all places. Not after that whole incident with Go Yun-che, and especially not after his disparaging remarks about hunters. Surprise flickered across the hero's face. How do you even know all these things? He demanded. Your video, the boy replied. It's absolutely everywhere. The protagonist's mind began to race, reeling. He was certain no one knew about that. And then, with a stinging slap, the boy's next words hit even harder. I can't believe you, he scoffed, shaking his head. Even after all times that, you still managed to get into the academy? He called our MC crazy for causing such trouble with Yun-che, especially for a mere E-rank hunter. But the protagonist's annoyance was visibly growing. The boy extended his hand, cheerfully saying it was a pleasure to meet him. He announced his name, Ju Seok, a name the protagonist seemed to recognize. A flicker of irritation crossed the protagonist's face, remembering Wu Shik's advice to simply endure the insult. Moments later, he extended his hand, introducing himself. Ju Seok burst out laughing. Your parents must be fools, he scoffed. Naming you after a famous hunter. The MC forced a hollow laugh. Control yourself, he mentally urged. Don't hit him, then Ju Seok asked, what was it like? Seeing Go Yun-che up close. He then complimented her figure, adding that her face was decent for a girl her age. And then he laughed again. He continued, shouldn't be so arrogant. If not for her attitude, and that determined look, she'd totally be his type, he added. But then, a voice cautioned Ju Seok against going too far. Ju Seok and the boy were both taken aback. It was the girl from before. The boy then asked why she was bringing it up again. She retorted that Ju Seok should probably look in the mirror, before daring to comment on anyone else's appearance. He questioned her sanity, reminding her he'd tolerated her before. But this was too much. She shot back that they were both in Class E. Both trash? He bristled, insisting he wasn't on her level. He'd been in Class B. She simply dismissed this, claiming it didn't matter, since he couldn't even use his own abilities. The fact that he was still even in school spoke volumes about his father's influence alone. Without it, expulsion would have been inevitable. Ju Seok listened, and a furious anger stirred within him. He lunged at the girl, raising a hand to strike. She squeezed her eyes shut tight, bracing for the blow. But then something unexpected stopped him cold. Instead, he lay sprawled on the floor. The students watched, utterly stunned. How dare he? Ju Seok demanded to know if Mim Junwoo had gone insane. The big man's face remained completely impassive as he watched the boy. Ju Seok questioned if the protagonist had truly done what he claimed. He responded that he could absolutely do it again if the boy wished. Ju Seok slowly rose to his feet. He asked if the MC really wanted trouble on his first day. Then, raising his voice, he threatened to beat him, to make him understand his place in the school's hierarchy. The protagonist just laughed. Ju Seok scowled. "Have you ever even been in a critical situation?" he asked. But the boy just ignored him. Continuing his advance, the MC easily dodged the poorly aimed punch. "Pathetic," he mused. His movements were truly pathetic. He was so weak, even a goblin could have overpowered him. But before their fight could truly continue, someone suddenly burst into the room and demanded to know what her students were doing. Ju Seok was, of course, utterly irritated. The teacher just had times to interrupt right in the middle of his fight. He stalked off in a huff, muttering he'd find John Woo later to finish what they'd started. Then, turning his gaze to the protagonist, he suggested they meet up behind the school. Something fun is about to happen. Hours later, irritation flickered across Woo Sik's face. He asked how the MC could times have found trouble on his first day. The protagonist simply replied that he'd been holding back. Woo Sik explained that he'd times cleaned up the MC's mess, but he wasn't sure what Ju Suk would do next. John Woo asked, "What do you mean?" Woo Sik clarified. The boy the MC had hit was the minister's son. The minister of his own subjugation department. No less, that boy was always used to getting his way. And with his father's powerful influence, he'd never face real consequences. "I understand now," he said, "how things ended up that way. As for that boy," the director cautioned, "be more careful. If you challenge Ju Seok again, there'd be nothing anyone could do." "I understand," the protagonist replied, "and I'll handle it my own way." Outside the office, he let out a sigh. The girl from the corridor suddenly spoke up, startling him. "Why did you do that?" she demanded. "Do you even know who you just messed with?" He shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I don't like rude kids." Then, turning the question back on her, he asked, "Why were you about to fight him?" Ju Seok was only talking about Yoon Che. His surprise was immediate. The girl standing right before him bore a striking, undeniable resemblance to someone he'd seen during the subjugation. His eyes then fell on the badge pinned to her shirt. "Go Ah-hyun?" he then asked. "Are you Yoon Che's younger sister?" She confirmed. "Yes, I am." The MC was pleased, already seeing an opportunity to use her. But then, she dropped a bombshell. She wasn't actually Yoon Che's younger sister at all. Born to a different mother, she was never truly seen as her father's child, never genuinely accepted into the family. Our hero, completely taken aback, awkwardly asked if she ever spoke with her grandfather. He explained they once had a very strong relationship. He was, in fact, the one who'd removed her from the family registry. The boy's hopes instantly plummeted. The girl offered an apology, adding that since she was no longer considered family, he wouldn't receive any compensation for helping her. He was new to the academy and desperately needed someone to rely on. She had thought he was different, but he seemed just like all the others, focused on status. He countered that she was no different, judging him simply for being a special admission student. Discussing family legacies and special admissions was absurd, he thought, especially for kids. The girl told him to wait, insisting he would truly understand what it really meant to be a special student at the academy. But he didn't care. He just kept walking. Seeing this, a blush crept up the girl's face, as the reality of their encounter truly sunk in. Meanwhile, the MC realized his initial plan had completely backfired. He'd need a totally new approach to get close to Yoon Che. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows right behind him. He was stopped by someone asking, "Is your name Junwoo? And are you the special student from Classy?" Junwoo, surprised, wondered who this person could be, but simply asked, "What do you want?" A few boys watched on, laughing, and more people began to arrive. After the initial challenger had appeared, Junwoo suddenly found himself surrounded by 5 intimidating people. Right there in the school hallway, the man threatened humiliation if the MC didn't follow. The protagonist, realizing the true gravity of the situation, felt the beginnings of a pounding headache. Inside a dark school warehouse, he followed the boys from earlier. The MC wondered if this was their secret hideout. The air was thick with a terrible, unidentifiable stench. A voice called out, announcing their friend's arrival. It was Jusok, and he had a burning question to ask. Before the 6 of them embarked on what he promised would be an absolutely unforgettable experience. He couldn't fathom why a special student would ever cross him. The whole situation felt utterly dreamlike, nonsensical. Then the bigger boy outright questioned the label itself. What special student even signified? Jusok, taken aback, merely sneered. He scoffed, complaining that someone who'd slithered in through connections dared to speak to him as an equal. If he weren't currently facing punishment, he'd teach the MC a lesson personally. The protagonist should feel grateful. He added that his friends were feeling merciful. Then, with a furious roar, he unleashed his companions. At his command, one of the boys lashed out with a kick. but the protagonist easily dodged the blow. He was surprised when his attacker stumbled and crashed to the ground. Apparently, without any help at all. Jusok laughed. "Good dodge," he said, but the crowd surged forward anyway, threatening to teach the MC a times real times lesson. With almost mocking ease, he dodged the first boy's attack, then another, and another, all while taunting them about their abysmal lack of basic combat skills. The man from earlier came barreling forward, shouting for the protagonist to times shut up asterisk. This time, the protagonist stood his ground firm, meeting the man's charge with a brutal, bone-jarring knee to the face. He found the man utterly ridiculous, incapable of even the simplest times actions. Blood gushed from the boy's nose. He collapsed, leaving the others utterly stunned. How had their attacker done that all alone? He questioned why no one else was stepping up to attack, taunting them to finally come forward, especially since Jusok had promised them unforgettable memories. The boy bristled, infuriated by the challenge, cursing John Woo. A wide grin spread across his face. If they were going to do this, he declared, they might as well do it times right, asterisk. Go Yun strolled through the school halls, teasing the big guy. The memory of the MC's words still stung her. Her brilliant ideas had been dismissed as utterly ridiculous. She pointed out that while the protagonist spoke with such absolute certainty, he actually knew nothing about the situation. She overheard a girl whisper that Jusok's group had taken Jianwu somewhere. Whispers quickly spread everywhere. His school life was times over asterisk, they said. He was the special student who'd set a new record for being abandoned. Someone wondered if the teachers even knew, but another voice quickly replied that nobody wanted to get involved. Go Ah Yun, declared the protagonist, deserved every bit of his suffering. His arrogance was a constant, burning irritant. But then, a sudden, unexpected shift. A flicker of his words about her flashed through her memory. She stopped dead in her tracks. She dashed into the warehouse. Our hero confronted the three boys who dragged him there. Jusok questioned if his friends were just toying with them. A simple charge and a strike against the MC would surely suffice. The boys were utterly intimidated. He'd taken down their strongest in a single, swift move. But he reassured them, saying there was nothing to fear. He claimed he hadn't done anything special. He insisted their skills and mentality, he added, were simply childish. Jisuk was deeply, visibly disturbed. He swiftly turned to his friends, suggesting they use his ability against their opponent, but one of them cautioned that using their techniques risked exposure and expulsion from the academy. Jusok assured them they simply had to avoid being caught. With this reassurance, the boys began preparing for another attack. Bracelets quickly fastened to their wrists. The protagonist realized they were using the same item as Go On and Shay, and that wielding swords would likely be more cumbersome. The boys hesitated, unwilling to challenge the larger figure. Seeing their inaction, Jusok leaped down, denouncing his companions as cowards. He then brandished a bracelet, activating some mechanism that unleashed his powers. One boy warned his friend he'd be punished if caught. Jusok silenced him. He activated the item. The system dramatically announced, D-rank skill, granting him immediate access to its abilities. Our hero watched impassively through the window. A wicked spear materialized in his hand. Jusok declared he would make our hero beg and see how long he lasted. The protagonist scoffed, calling the boy a mere child, and questioned if he even understood how to use abilities. A bystander spoke up, incredulous, asking if the protagonist was an idiot. He was already wielding a weapon. The protagonist then grabbed a nearby broom, turning to Jusok. Did you really think summoning an item was an ability? He asked, then looking back to the bystander. He added, there's someone who knows nothing, asterisk. The big man jabbed his broom toward Jusok, his face contorted with pure anger. How dare this kid use an ability outside a dungeon? Meanwhile, back in the academy office, news travels fast. One of your new students is already causing a stir. Someone reported him, apparently. Apparently, he was bold enough to challenge Juso from Class B. The other person responded, utterly surprised. Strange, he's a special admit, isn't he? But he's in Class E? That would mean he has absolutely no talent as a hunter. The woman, confused, quickly denied it. The man listened, as she firmly insisted he was mistaken. He was in this class, she explained, because he hadn't even taken the aptitude test yet. This puzzled him even more. Those who skipped the test usually possessed a combat level too high to measure. He questioned why he was excluded from the evaluation. The only other student to receive that classification had been Go Yoon, and he wondered if they were being compared. The man countered, saying someone with his talent wouldn't be relegated to the lowest class. The woman explained that the director had specifically placed him in Class E to keep him under the radar. He remarked on how strange it was, Hunters typically want to stand out, after all. But the woman admitted she didn't know the full details. Before she could say more, a voice called out her name. Go Ayun. What happened? She asked. She warned that the MC was in danger. Back at the battle, the protagonist's broom and Justok's spear met in a furious clash. Irritation flickered across the boy's face. He was barely keeping up as the protagonist effortlessly deflected each of Justok's attacks with a simple broom. A bystander watched, completely perplexed. Justok, with his spear, should have been more than a match for someone of Baron level. What was happening? The protagonist deflected every single blow, his broom holding strong, frustration mounting in his opponent. The attacker shouted, demanding to know how an E rank was holding him off. He lunged again, but the protagonist calmly met the attack, his expression unchanged. Jusok rained curses down on Jinwoo, his attacks relentless, but Jinwoo parried each blow calmly, stating that a weapon skill wasn't something to be used so carelessly. A bystander sneered, telling Jinwoo to shut up. He was just a special admission student, after all. The MC explained that a weapon's core defined its abilities. He dodged the attacks with ease, then asked what kind of core Justok believed his own weapon possessed. Justok, enraged, told him to go to hell. The spear's core, he explained, was a precious gift from his father, the very reason he'd been accepted into the academy. His future seemed absolutely assured. A powerful hunter after graduation, perhaps even a coveted spot on the student council. But now, facing a special student ranked only E, he struggled. He lunged, his broom, connecting not with his opponent, but with the hand of a helpless bystander. A system announcement suddenly rang out. Weapon lost. Retrieve. Immediately, confusion swept over him. The protagonist now held Jusok's spear, a truly puzzling sight. He then instructed the boy to watch closely, to learn how a true hunter handled such a weapon. Then abruptly, the building plunged into darkness. Confusion swept over the boys. One remarked that it felt as though night had suddenly fallen. Then, just as quickly, the world brightened, returning to normal. A bystander nudged his friend, telling him to look down. Suddenly, shadows peeled away from everyone, rising eerily from their bodies. The man our hero had just struck stood utterly bewildered, convinced something had been stolen from him. His eyes frantically searched for the vanished darkness. Our hero stood, wreathed in a dark aura, a look of utter fear etched on his face. Doubt gnawed at the extra. Could this be true? Was this the same core from his own weapon? Meanwhile, wicked laughter erupted from the large man, his body radiating waves of corrupted aura. The extra stumbled backward, desperate to escape, but he was trapped. Paralyzed with fear, he had lost control of his bowels. With the spear now pointed right at his throat, Jusok pleaded desperately for his life. His face hardened. He lunged, thrusting the spear straight toward the boy. The extra cried out, scrambling to escape, but the weapon began to dissolve, fading away as the system deactivated, its minute-long activation expiring. Junwoo decided they'd had enough. While Jusok remained unconscious, their imposing figure began kicking the boy, urging him to wake up. The boy's eyes flickered open, but the sight of the MC triggered a scream of pure terror. Junwoo insisted he hadn't done anything. Ordering the boy to his feet, the extra shakily struggled up. His gaze, wide with terror, locked onto the protagonist. You're just a child, the hero Jusok stated, an odd expression on his face. Now, answer my question, he pressed on. Weapons and abilities designed for capturing monsters. Wouldn't using them outside the dungeon be dangerous? But Jusok remained silent, offering no reply. The leader demanded a response immediately. The extra reluctantly agreed, admitting the danger. Our protagonist then issued a chilling warning. Any further displays of that behavior will be met with punishment. He looked at the boy who had joined the fray. Come forward, he commanded. Then, turning to the extra, the protagonist instructed him to strike the boy a few more times, leaving the man utterly bewildered. Junwoo declared he wanted the strongest punch. He challenged the extra, asking if he wanted everyone to laugh at him for being beaten by a mere special student. The boy thanked him, but asked for an explanation. Our MC claimed he didn't want his identity revealed. The extra questioned if that was truly possible. Junwoo insisted at times had times to be the strongest punch. If it doesn't hurt, everyone present will face a beating. Hearing this, the man lunged at our hero. Just as his fist connected with the protagonist's face, the teachers burst into the warehouse. The woman pointed to the crimson stain spreading across the floor. There's blood, she cried. His blood. Yubin stepped forward. This is too much, he declared. He transferred here today. But then another student spoke up. That's my blood, he claimed. The teacher directed the student to his office. The woman instructed, Go, Ahin, to take their large companion to the infirmary, and she agreed. A few minutes later, the protagonist walked, reflecting on how much weaker his body felt than he'd anticipated. He looked at the girl, asking, "What are you times doing here? You were supposed to be going to the infirmary." She didn't answer, remaining silent. He told her not to worry, he would handle it himself. Ahin asked, "Who are you?" "Really? Just a normal student," he replied, "who got what he deserved." "Stop pretending," she insisted. "I saw everything." Moments earlier, the teacher had dispatched her student to check the academy's rear. As she searched for our hero alone, she heard shouting and went to investigate. She'd witnessed what our big guy had done to the others, and fear gripped her tightly. Ahin questioned why our protagonist was still stuck in Class E, instead of the top-tier class. He brushed off her question, saying it was none of her business. He wanted to avoid attention, telling her to simply forget it all. Ahin surprised him by agreeing, saying she was just like him. This statement left our protagonist utterly confused. She admitted to judging him solely because he was a special student, even confessing she had despised him. She apologized, and he casually said it was fine. All he wanted was to get to the infirmary. Ahin quickly changed the subject, insisting she didn't want to bring it up yet, then asked for his help to join the student council. Our protagonist, utterly taken aback, demanded Ahin repeat what she'd just uttered. Ahin clarified that council entry needed a sponsor. "So we'd be taking advantage of someone?" the protagonist asked. "Exactly," Ahin explained. "That's precisely why nobody wants to sponsor me." Just as she prepared to ask for his help, he flat out refused, citing his busy schedule. He said. But Ahin was insistent, offering to do absolutely anything in return. She claimed it wouldn't be free, but he countered, stating that what he truly wanted was beyond her capabilities. She rattled off a list of things she could offer. He refused every single one, until she offered to introduce him to Yun Che. He stared at her, asking if that was even remotely possible. He wondered how she could offer that, given Yun Che's expulsion. But she insisted there was much more to the story. A playful grin crossed her face as she chose her words carefully, smiling. Ahin explained that once she joined the student council, they could then talk, as her sister was already a member. Our MC's reaction was not at all what she anticipated. He simply told her to forget about it. He insisted he would handle things on his own. Suddenly, a dizzy spell overcame him. He crumpled to the ground, and she knelt beside him, asking what was wrong. "I've been asking to go to the infirmary," he gasped for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, back at Hunter Academy, an emergency meeting was already in full swing. The teacher then stated that this was the second time Juzulk had used his ability. Someone else immediately deemed it grounds for expulsion. Owen concurred, warning there'd be absolutely no leniency this time. The first teacher nodded, confirming he'd witnessed the whole thing firsthand. The man then turned, facing the academy director, Wu Shik, curious about his perspective. Wu Shik's gaze then shifted to the teacher who had brought Ahin. "Is it true?" he questioned. "That Juzulk and his friends attacked our MC?" The teacher confirmed, stating she'd personally witnessed the assault. He pressed her, asking once more if she truly witnessed it. Her answer didn't waver. The director suddenly burst into booming laughter, thanking the protagonist for enduring the beating, leaving the teacher completely bewildered. His tone then shifted. "The use of abilities is forbidden," he stated, "and, since this isn't the first infraction, there will be consequences." The director announced that, strictly according to the rules, Juzulk would be expelled. But then, a voice interrupted, requesting to speak. Wu Shik quickly granted permission. The speaker, astonishingly without shame, argued that expulsion was far too harsh a punishment. Wu Shik immediately demanded an explanation. The man's utterly shameless reply? "Teenagers often just behave this way." Their teacher's voice immediately rose sharply. This wasn't just a minor mistake. It could have caused a serious, life-threatening accident. The academy official argued that Juzulk was a promising student, destined to become a pillar of their institution. He then asked Yubin if she could truly live with herself, knowing she'd destroyed his potential over such a minor infraction. His words clearly stung. The man then conceded that Juzulk was indeed at fault, and his mistake had been serious. Even so, he still believed expulsion was far too harsh. A mere 1-week suspension, he argued, would be enough for the boy to truly learn his lesson. Wu Shik agreed, stating they would decide Juzulk's punishment later. The meeting was officially over as the teachers filed out of the room. At the headquarters of the story's second-largest G8, the shameless man smirked. Glancing at his phone, he immediately placed a call. On the other end of the line was the minister, Juzulk's father. Junbin assured him the punishment would be a mere suspension, and that as things currently stood, the boy had an excellent chance of joining the student council. His voice dripping with malice, he promised to teach the MC a real lesson. And with the end-of-month evaluation rapidly looming, He was confident he could make it happen. 3 days had already passed since our MC started school. But Yun-che remained frustratingly out of reach. He glanced around at his fellow classmates, a motley crew he considered utterly talentless trash, unlikely to ever amount to anything as hunters. The lessons themselves felt equally as pointless, just a string of wasted hours, revealing absolutely nothing of value. He usually blended into the background, completely unnoticed, but his anonymity was about to be shattered, when a sharp, painful blow cracked against his head. It was the familiar scene from the story's opening, the relentless bullying, repeating itself once more. Their words echoed those of the earlier confrontation, the same accusations, the same raw fear in their eyes. These were the very same individuals they'd faced in the warehouse. Their imposing figure now felt a sharp sting, of insignificance, a mere errand boy, in the world's eyes. But the truth was far, far more complex than that. The student who'd thrown the punch sneered cruelly, telling our protagonist he was utterly hopeless, and to follow him if he truly wanted a lesson. The other students quickly began filing out of the classroom. In the hallway, the protagonist trailed reluctantly behind them. The moment he spoke, the two boys instantly flinched. The slap definitely stung, our hero admitted. The three boys profusely apologized, explaining they were just taking out their frustrations on him. No, the man explained, denying it completely. He insisted he'd only done it because Young Woo wanted it to look truly real. Had they actually succeeded? The protagonist wondered. The man let out a heavy sigh. Getting close to the student council was proving extremely difficult, especially for first-year students, he added. After hearing this, the protagonist asked if anything else had been uncovered. The man confirmed they had, in fact, learned a few things. Some people, he explained, mentioned that Yoonji rarely attended school at all. Is that really all? The protagonist pressed. The boys added that she mainly kept to herself, her only close friend. A fellow student council member named Jong Yoon. This was it, the only useful lead he needed. Finding this Jong Yoon. And so he immediately asked where Jong Yoon could be found. The others mumbled that Jong Hyun also rarely came to school. The protagonist's frustration finally boiled over. Get out, he snapped, his voice sharp. The boys quickly mumbled their apologies, promising to return with something actually useful next time. A throbbing, persistent headache began to build. Right behind the protagonist's eyes, he felt a presence, and turning, found Aeon standing right there. This isn't going to work, she flatly stated. He spotted the girl, and asked if she'd been trailing him. She explained that Jong Hyun was part of the student council, making him incredibly tough to pin down. The MC questioned why these people were so impossible to track. The student council wasn't times important, was it? She immediately stressed its immense significance. Only the absolute top students were ever chosen. The protagonist countered that they were all just regular kids, students just like everyone else. Ion explained that council membership guaranteed hunter status, opening the door to thrilling, real-world missions. And because council members' parents held immense influence, even teachers treated them with utmost deference. Even within the school's very walls, they wielded absolute, undeniable authority. She explained they operated on an entirely different level, and with his current haphazard approach, he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Go Yun-che. John Woo asked if there was any times other way. The girl started to suggest the student council, but he immediately shut her down. Hearing this, the girl looked utterly confused. Why do you keep refusing? She asked. He told her that Aon had said only talented times people could stand out, and she simply didn't possess any talent. Just teach me, she insisted. I'll work incredibly hard. He started to laugh. He warned her that learning from him would bring immense, grueling pain. A heavy, thick silence followed. He admitted he didn't understand her burning desire to join the council, advising her not to concern herself with things utterly beyond her reach. But the girl dismissed his words entirely. John Woo was completely taken aback. She insisted that if the council wouldn't accept her, she'd rather go to another world entirely, and she pleaded with him to teach her how. She declared her intention to master everything about subjugation, vowing to dedicate herself to relentless, brutal training. John Woo, announcing the end of their break, started to walk away. The girl pressed him for an answer. A faint smile touched John Woo's face. He was impressed by her sheer courage. He hadn't seen such unwavering determination in a long time. She might just prove useful elsewhere. Their favorite teacher congratulated the students, then reminded them about the upcoming monthly evaluation. For that reason, they really needed to put in the effort. Last month's scores had been utterly dismal. Her words were cut short by the sudden arrival of someone, apologizing for the abrupt interruption. It was none other than the shameless teacher. He was there to drop a bombshell about the upcoming monthly exam. He announced that the first-year test would be a hands-on practical exercise, to be held within a dungeon. A wave of confusion swept over the students. Our heroine questioned if this was even real, while our protagonist's face visibly darkened. The teacher, after a brief pause, declared it impossible, but the man, utterly unashamed, warned her not to raise her voice in front of her students. Yuban argued that a practical exam like this was completely excessive. The shameless man countered with a smirk, asking if she was implying Class E wouldn't be able to handle it. She was left speechless. He simply dismissed her silence, stating the decision had already been made. He then added that excluding students from education was considered discriminatory. He questioned how much longer they intended to remain separate from the academy's core curriculum, reminding them that all students needed to fulfill the basic requirements for hunter certification. The MC found this absurd. This class was clueless, practically children. He felt certain something was deeply amiss. No teacher would willingly send actual kids into a dungeon. He then offered a brazen ultimatum: take the exam, or surrender, and enroll in remedial classes. Fixing his gaze directly on our protagonist, he added a chilling rider to his threat: withdrawal means expulsion. As he turned to leave, he vowed to personally oversee the evaluation, leaving the protagonist with a gnawing suspicion that something was deeply amiss. The teacher couldn't have orchestrated this entire mess alone. Someone powerful was definitely pulling the strings in the director's office. Woo-sik's suspicions were confirmed. The Minister of Civilization of Korea was involved. The MC revealed he'd been blacklisted because of Jusuk. The man apologized, explaining he'd done everything he could to stop it, but Moonjin's deep influence at the academy and his long roots within its history had made it impossible. He understood it was a difficult situation. The protagonist simply responded. The director continued his explanation, but the protagonist cut him short. He'd heard enough complaints. Ushik asked his friend how he planned to escape this persecution. The MC agreed. Of course, he'd take the exam. He still hadn't seen Yun Che, and expulsion was completely out of the question. He turned to the director. Did his friend have any useful weapons? The man adamantly claimed he had absolutely nothing. The MC sternly told him he couldn't enter a dungeon unarmed. He pressed him, begging for anything, even the smallest item, that could be used to fight. But Wu Sheikh defiantly insisted he truly had nothing. Items, he explained, were simply too dangerous. Our hero was completely taken aback. He angrily grabbed his friend's arm. Have you finally grown the guts to lie to me? He demanded, his gaze fixed on Wu Sheikh. The director vehemently denied it. Then his eyes darted to the ring on his friend's finger. What's that? He asked, surprised. The second highest ranking member of the G08 instantly realized his secret was out. It was none other than the legendary Ring of Patellas, an exceptionally rare and powerful item. He and his friend immediately began discussing its history. 50 long years had passed since then. The MC questioned whether Wu Sheik still even possessed it. He replied that he'd only begun wielding it after the tragic fall of his leader. Then, a powerful memory suddenly surfaced. A time when he was utterly nothing, and the protagonist had not only saved him, but had also brought him onto the team. He asked his friend what exactly he was doing, snatching the ring. He declared he would be the one to finally use it. A triumphant smile touched his lips as he held it, something he hadn't wielded in countless years, not since before his own brutal elimination. Wu Sheik hesitated. Was it really alright to use it? Wouldn't that mean he wasn't truly an E rank? The MC quickly dismissed his concern. It was only a kid's dungeon, after all. It wouldn't matter after all. Just as the protagonist reached the door, the director stopped him cold. There was something else. He asked what it was. Wu Sheik began to answer, but Junwoo abruptly cut him short, closing the door and walking away alone. The man considered resigning from his post as president of the academy. The utterly shameless teacher strolled down the hallway and knocked on the door of the Hunter Academy's special department. He opened the door, utterly surprised to find the main heroine inside. He asked Go Eunche why she had even bothered to come to school that day. She immediately shot back, fiery and indignant, demanding to know why Times had barged into her room. Irritated beyond measure, the man retorted that the teachers could come and go as they pleased. She shouldn't let her position as a council member completely go to her head. After his cutting remark, an awkward silence hung in the air. The man, instantly realizing his massive blunder, shifted uncomfortably. He sternly reminded himself to be patient. He was at the academy, after all. There was an important upcoming first-year evaluation. He explained the student council had already assigned a supervisor. This time, it would be a practical exam. Are you serious? The girl asked. A practical exam for first years? He confirmed the news, then asked if she was interested. She refused. The man asked if Che could approach the other student council members, but she told him they couldn't do it either. He incredulously asked if she was suggesting they postpone the practical exam. She confirmed, stating that, if it couldn't be held without the student council's participation, it would be better to wait a year. There was no benefit to them. She added. Perhaps, she mused, if they paid her, she might reconsider. The man erupted, demanding to know if she thought being a council member made her superior. Youngman reminded her that he had supported her rise within the school. Had she done it all alone? He challenged. The girl bristled. Don't take your frustration out on me, she said. It was my grandfather who judged you, not I, she added pointedly. You should treat the council members better too. Youngman was speechless. He finally managed to ask where she'd heard about his judgment. But before she could answer, someone entered the room. Teacher, the newcomer exclaimed. It's good to see you again. Is there something important we need to discuss? The man explained that someone from the council needed to evaluate the exams. The boy inquired whether Che had agreed. The man replied that she hadn't. The student offered to do it himself, since he wasn't busy. Youngman asked if he was truly able to help. The boy pointed out it was obvious he could handle the task, being a student council member himself. Youngman considered the student a troublesome sort, and hesitated, but a moment later, he granted permission, instructing the boy to sign the document and send it to his teacher. Yunshi watched, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach, as a suspicious smile spread across the boy's face. She questioned him about his plans for the subjugation schedule. He claimed he'd simply drop it. Unlike her, he wasn't famous, so no one would notice. Che pressed him, confused. Why would he risk so much to help Professor Cha, a man her friend absolutely couldn't stand? He'd taken the job specifically to watch the professor, dead set on preventing another accident like the last one. He absolutely had to get his hands on those test results, especially since he'd heard the boy from the hospital was now a first-year student here. Che found herself utterly puzzled. The boy seemed remarkably well-informed about subjugations. Wait, hadn't she assumed he was already a student? He explained his curiosity had led him to observe our protagonist. On that first day, he'd taken down Juziok's group and, like Che herself, skipped the evaluation entirely. He then asked the girl if she was curious about our protagonist. Meanwhile, back at the academy training grounds, our hero's eyes swept across the crowd. He noticed some students from classes C and D were absent. The B-rank students, however, were present and eager to impress the girls with their skills. From the MC's class, only 2 students were participating, the MC himself, and one other. Someone then questioned if they were the only 2 entering the dungeon. It was Ayon, already preparing for the descent. Good, she remarked. Just the 2 of us means no waiting. The MC immediately questioned her presence. Isn't it obvious? Ayon replied. I'm taking the test. Ayon assured the MC he needn't worry. She wouldn't be a burden, but Youngvu cautioned that even a low-level dungeon shouldn't be taken lightly. He warned her to stop while he was still being patient, explaining the test was designed to weed out E-class applicants. From the start, Ayon remained undeterred. She reminded him of her unwavering commitment to joining the student council, and pointed out that anyone serious about the council couldn't afford to fail this exam. The MC was about to speak when a voice cut through the air, demanding the students' attention. It was the teacher, the same one who had dismissed the test dangers, now warning them not to lower their guard. This school exam, he explained, would take place in a low-grade dungeon, with each group limited to 8 participants. The class quickly decided amongst themselves that Class A would take the exam first. The others would simply wait their turn. Just then, a student entered the room. The teacher announced that everyone should recognize him. A member of the student council. It was that boy from before. He introduced himself. Kim Jong-un. A flicker of surprise crossed our hero's face. The name felt familiar, a whisper from the past. As he observed the protagonist, the teacher, brazen as ever, announced a class reassignment. With only 2 students left in Class E, Junwoo and Ayon would be moved to Class D. Then, the man from earlier approached and greeted our protagonist. The boys, bruised and battered, after their run-in with the protagonist, shifted uneasily, attempting a show of bravado. But the heroine saw right through their facade. Their feigned confidence was utterly transparent. She noted a poorly disguised act from them. Murmurs rippled through the other students. Their own misfortune. They grumbled about being teamed with a special admission student. One boy grumbled about being grouped with a special student. A girl complained about being 2 members short. One of the boys the MC had beaten earlier offered an apology, but before he could even finish, the protagonist just brushed it off. Then, he asked about the dungeon, and someone confirmed they'd managed to gather some intel. A boy bowed, presenting a tablet to our protagonist. Take a look at the details, he said. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Someone was actually bowing before the school's biggest loser? Then the boy scoffed. Useless, he sneered. Can't even gather information yourself? Have to rely on others? Several hours later, at the mouth of a cave, Junman addressed the final team, asking if they were prepared to enter. He confirmed his freshmen were ready, confident they could find the routes and methods necessary to complete the mission. The teacher explained. The test would conclude once they defeated the dungeon boss within. He smiled strangely, asking if the students had any further questions about the exam. Our protagonist watched silently, studying the man's brazen demeanor. Then, Jung-hyun announced the final team could begin, and the protagonist's team entered the dungeon. Our hero walked through the dungeon, finding it remarkably ordinary. The monsters were the usual cave-dwelling types. Then, a sudden loud noise startled him. A massive swarm of rat-like creatures charged toward the students. A chorus of screams erupted, far too many to count. Then, a voice cried out, "Prepare for battle!" The system's voice echoed, loud and clear. Students are now authorized to use their abilities. A new expression crossed Young-woo's face as he muttered quietly, curious about the students' unique abilities. One of the boys conjured a mighty gust of wind. The second student unleashed his sniper-style combat skill. The last boy triggered his furious berserker state. Together, they barely managed to hold back the tide of rats. A student unleashed a volley of air bullets at the creatures, but their barrage barely slowed the monsters' relentless attacks. The MC wasn't surprised at how weak their powers were. He quickly realized the other students were no different, wildly swinging their swords without purpose or direction. From the swirling chaos, a single figure suddenly emerged. It was the heroine, wielding a scorching fire skill. In a flash, searing flames engulfed the monsters. Their screams were cut short as the inferno consumed them. Ayan clearly knew how to wield her power effectively. Even without any formal Class E instruction, she had already mastered her skills. He acknowledged her impressive skill for a child, but he quickly dismissed it as mere beginner's luck. Meanwhile, the other students, weary and questioning the dungeon's supposed low level, watched as the monsters continued their relentless assault. Just then, a massive rat darted toward one of the boys. But in a flash, the big man activated his patella's ring. The system announced an impending skill activation. The protagonist deftly readied a stone between his fingers. The monster, that same terrifying creature from moments before, was suddenly obliterated by the hero's power. It was hurled backward, crashing brutally into the wall. The boy, witnessing the sheer force, stood utterly confused. The hero cautioned him, warning against such reckless attacks. Hearing this, the bastard defiantly told the hero to shut up. The girl added that he was just trying to earn points quickly. The hero wondered if they were complete idiots, unable to grasp the true gravity of their situation. One of the boys asked if Jun-woo had actually managed such a feat, while the redhead reluctantly admitted that the dungeon was proving far more difficult than expected. The MC sighed, overwhelmed by their collective weakness. They hadn't even truly grasped how close they'd come to being completely obliterated. Uta exhaustion had already set in, making it impossible for them to continue, and they hadn't even been in the dungeon for 5 minutes. At this point, Goyen was the only one who could help, but trusting her for help? Absolutely not an option. He yearned to ditch the others, to leave them in the dust. But 100 watchful eyes held him captive. This dungeon? Something felt deeply, unsettlingly wrong. He spun to face his companion. A nagging suspicion coiled tighter in his gut. "Doesn't this strike you as off?" he asked. "So many more monsters than there should be. And we're still just at the entrance. Something's really not right. We need to stop and figure this out." Junmin scoffed, a sneer twisting his lips, asking if the MC was good for anything times but times causing trouble. He turned to walk away, muttering that the MC's arrogance was insufferable, and needed to remember his place as times just times a supervisor. Junmin times would decide what to do if this continued. The protagonist shouted, "Someone's going to get seriously hurt." He started to say more, but the MC cut Jun-woo off, sharp as a blade, directing the student's attention back to the brutal task at hand. He offered an immediate out to any student too exhausted to continue the exam, but the room remained stubbornly, deafeningly silent. Not a single soul dared to take him up on the offer. Junmin warned that if the protagonist was really times that tired, he should quit alone and not drag everyone else down with him. Any more trouble, he added, his voice laced with venom, would mean immediate disqualification from the exam. But then, a comforting hand landed firmly on the protagonist's shoulder. "Don't worry," Jong-hyun reassured him smoothly. "If things truly get dangerous, I'll step in." He casually dismissed the protagonist's concerns, mentioning his lofty student council status as a subtle reassurance. Before walking away, Jun-woo watched him go, a knot in his stomach, his mind racing with unanswered questions. A few minutes later, the group's excitement was palpable, almost buzzing in the air. They'd finally reached the dungeon's dreaded boss room, but their brief celebration was brutally short-lived, replaced by a sudden, bone-chilling silence. Seeing their raw apprehension, he sighed. They were already terrified, and they hadn't even seen the dungeon boss yet. He started confidently toward the massive door, announcing he'd open it, revealing the boss room. Ion insisted. We're opening it together. He started to argue, claiming he could handle it completely alone, but she was having absolutely none times of it. She was opening that door with him, no matter what. He claimed the protagonist was inwardly amused by everyone else's fear, a fear she herself did not share. He glanced away, trying his best to appear nonchalant. Then, together, they pushed open the massive, foreboding gates to the dungeon boss's chamber. One look inside, and the protagonist was utterly stunned. A colossal monster lay sprawled on the ground. Red liquid oozed from its head. The creature had already been vanquished. A large pool of the liquid spread across the floor. One of the boys questioned if this was truly the boss. The woman, too, looked surprised. Had it really been defeated already? Junmin, equally confused, asked what was going on. Ayan explained the dungeon was unexplored. The heroine glanced at the MC, wondering if he knew anything. He replied there had been interference inside, then yelled for everyone to retreat immediately. The students' faces, etched with fear, reacted to the news with surprised questions. Why run? The protagonist urged them to leave immediately. Something had gone terribly wrong inside the dungeon. Then, without warning, a massive shadow engulfed Junwoo and the heroine. The MC, seeing it for the first time, felt a chill of pure terror. The creature dwarfed their hero, a terrifying giant. The students, struck by its immense size, broke into a panicked run. Such an event, a dungeon boss defeated by a stronger monster invading its territory, is called a dungeon interference. Such a thing was almost unheard of in a low-grade dungeon. A look of terror gripped the heroine's face, while the hero trembled. The creature stood directly before the protagonist. The system identified it, a three-tailed tiger. The protagonist felt a sudden chill. A green-ranked boss. In a purple-ranked dungeon? This was a disaster! Screams echoed as the students scattered, desperate to find the dungeon exit. But the creature, ignoring the protagonist entirely, sprang towards the others. Its landing was devastating, shattering everything around it. Fear gripped the teacher as Hyun shielded his classmates, urging them to hide behind him. The system's cold voice announced, user authorization granted, rank 6 skills activated. Hyun's abilities were now at his command. Glowing lights suddenly bloomed within the dungeon's darkness, emanating from Jonghyun's arm. This was Porcupine's Wrath, his unique ability. He called out to the MC. He couldn't face a green-ranked enemy alone, he explained, and needed the protagonist's help. Hearing this, our hero was utterly confused. Why did the boy want his help? He stated it unapologetically. He confessed he already knew about our hero's incredible abilities. He'd even spotted him passing without taking the entrance exam. This bombshell revelation absolutely stunned everyone present. One student mused aloud. Is he just like Cha? Our hero, still baffled, remembered just days before. A system window had declared his abilities utterly immeasurable. Wushik, almost as if anticipating this very outcome, had declared him past. But our hero didn't want to stand out. I don't, our hero replied. The man then explained that this was one of the few matters beyond his control. If our protagonist truly wished to remain unnoticed, the teachers would probably play along. He then clarified, when he'd mentioned his authority, he meant almost no one would pay it any mind. He muttered to himself, regretting his recent actions. Back in the dungeon, he charged forward once more, determined to unleash his full power. He offered his thanks, reassuring our hero. The monstrous beast lunged straight toward them. Hyun, momentarily bewildered by the attack, braced for the impact. Then, in a flash, he spotted an opening. He fired a volley of mana spikes at the tiger. The monster reared back, desperately trying to defend itself from Hyun's assault. But the boy relentlessly pressed his attack, giving the creature no time to react whatsoever. He drove 2 spikes deep into the monster's flesh. Struck again, the creature thrashed in a furious frenzy. Nearby, a student murmured in awe at the council member's raw power. Another, a young girl, then spoke up. She lamented that, next to such incredible strength, they were little more than mere children. Some students noticed the MC just standing around, doing absolutely nothing, while Hyun did all the work. One even wondered if Hyun was giving the MC special treatment. The girl insisted that such a thing was impossible, but the boy quickly countered, saying he'd been annoyed with the MC from the very beginning, unwilling to let his quarry escape now. A third of the story's 8 guardians pressed the attack. He meticulously searched for an opening, a critical weakness in the creature's defenses. A strange thought suddenly flickered through his mind. He'd never experienced a fight quite so exhilarating before. Fighting a green-ranked boss with such ease felt like a true gift. A victory practically handed to him on a silver platter. But as he passed our protagonist, A flicker of confusion sparked within him. Could our hero be orchestrating this entire battle, somewhere allowing him to take all the credit? Hyun's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the tiger lunged again. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hyun launched a rock hurtling straight at the beast. Striking its body, the tiger began to grow dizzy. The big man was clearly finishing the creature off. The boy finally understood. Each time the creature lunged, the hero repelled it with a powerful, forceful push. He'd seen this exact maneuver, described in a manual. The main character perfectly targeted the weak points, a near impossible feat unless you accurately anticipated the monster's attacks. Even more striking, he did it all completely undetected, leaving the observer to ponder his true identity, but it didn't matter now. He had to defeat the tiger. To clear a path for the students to the exit, he launched yet another attack. Striking directly at the monster's head, the blow landed, and the creature was utterly obliterated by the second big guy. The boy stared intently at the tiger's lifeless form, lost in thought, while the other students, shaken by the brutal display, were filled with a palpable, newfound fear. Someone from the student council, they realized with a shiver, possessed truly incredible power. Whispers spread quickly among them. Their superior is the best, simply unparalleled. This, they murmured, was exactly what they'd come to expect from a council member. He laughed privately, amused at his earlier fear that the incident from 2 years prior would repeat itself. Now, it seemed, things would finally work out. After all, Junwoo's seemingly unearned evaluation exemption could be the perfect grounds for his expulsion. But then, the protagonist spoke. The monster is still alive. He warned it was far too dangerous to remain. They needed to leave. A shout ripped through the air, demanding the protagonist's immediate attention. It was the same man from earlier, of course. He accused the hero of feigning concern simply to gain favor. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, he leaped directly in front of the creature. He swore he wouldn't let Junwoo capitalize on this opportunity, and would deliver the final blow himself. But in the very next instant, the tiger's eyes snapped open. It lunged ferociously at the newcomer, who, it seemed, had severely miscalculated. Junwoo thought the man a complete fool for such a reckless move. To the reader's dismay, the second greatest Go8 stepped directly in front of the extra. His arm was brutally severed, a truly shocking act. The boy instantly spat out a torrent of blood. The perpetrator stood stunned, horrified by their own actions. Their horror gripped both the professor and the students. The boy lay absolutely motionless on the ground. Anxious voices whispered, wondering if he was still alive. Then, Yunman suddenly urged them all to run, but they questioned if the boy would ever be all right. The man desperately urged them to run again. Pure terror seized the heroine's heart. What could she possibly do in this situation? A student council member was taken down in one devastating blow. But there was absolutely no time to think. The monster was already closing in, right upon her. She knew the monstrous tiger feared fire, a power she possessed, but as she prepared to strike, fear completely paralyzed her. She couldn't move a muscle. Fear locked her in place, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She could do nothing as the creature charged directly at her. Then, the system blared. Explosive flow activated. A powerful fist shot out, connecting squarely with the monster. It was none other than our hero, sending the creature flying with one single, powerful blow. The girl watched, utterly stunned by the display, questioning if she had actually just witnessed the hero's victory. The tiger sailed through the air from the sheer force of the blow. Our hero didn't linger for a second, quickly leaving the scene, heading back where he'd fallen. The extra wept, his initial anger seemingly beginning to fade, replaced by a strange, grudging acceptance. But the quiet moment was instantly shattered. When someone roughly grabbed the man by his collar, it was the hero, stepping right into the fray. He warned the man to stop his antics and take this fight elsewhere, if he wanted to remain alive in this world, that is. The protagonist then called out to the largest among them, asking for his help, while the others were to remain hidden. As he prepared himself for an inevitable fight, a nagging thought suddenly tugged at him. Had he made a mistake? He regretted ordering them to hide. He could have ended this fight right now. The creature roared directly in his face. It lunged, but he dodged the attack with ease. The tiger then began pulling sharp objects from its own flesh. It then lunged at the protagonist with something like a spear. But he dodged the attack, just as the system announced. Weapon capacity. Activation. Flow, now active. The protagonist slammed another powerful punch into the creature. This time, the monster seemed truly, utterly defeated. There was simply no way it could possibly recover. This time, the hero's conviction burned absolute. He activated his ability once more, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Surprise rippled through the stunned onlookers. As our protagonist swiftly gained the upper hand against the tiger, Even his beloved watched, her gaze fixed on her future husband, her gaze utterly fixed on the unfolding battle. Even the shameless man, he was utterly taken aback. He watched the protagonist relentlessly pummel the tiger, completely bewildered by this sudden, explosive display of strength, so utterly unlike the man he thought he knew. His anger flared, burning hot. Could the protagonist truly have advanced without taking the exam? The protagonist's fighting prowess now surpassed even the seasoned veterans, made all the more astonishing by his use of an ancient, forbidden weapon. He shouted a warning. That ancient supernatural weapon is dangerous. But our hero pressed on, utterly unconcerned. The professor's warning was glaringly obvious. He already knew all about the severe penalties. Every single ancient weapon carried a terrifying risk. Their activation effects varied wildly, sometimes even obliterating the wielder completely, but their sheer, raw power was simply too tempting to resist. The bracelet was simple, offering maximum power without any apparent drawbacks. Its limitation, however, was that the user was restricted to the monster's inherent abilities. At its core, a true supernatural weapon, on the other hand, amplified the monster's raw power, reshaping it into a far more potent form, wielded by the hunter. The MC mused that the new generation of hunters had grown alarmingly weaker. Even if things seemed manageable for now, the monsters would only continue to grow stronger. Suddenly, a massive tiger materialized right behind him. Your future husband should look behind him, the heroine warned as the tiger lunged. But Go-8 dodged the ferocious attack with effortless grace. The system blared, announcing the activation of the flow attack. The creature flinched, raw fear flashing across its features. The protagonist, still spinning in midair, launched a devastating punch at the tiger. The blow, explosive in its sheer force, landed squarely. The monster winced, one eye squeezing shut from the brutal impact. The attack's incredible impact rippled outward, striking the stunned bystanders and even the heroine. Smoke billowed and gracefully drifted away. She had thought the Paltalis ring's penalty would consume its wearer's deepest fears, but even ravaged by her devastating attack, he forced his eye open. The system then announced the penalty's activation. Our hero had just hunted the green-class monster, Patelis. A creature driven solely by fear, Patelis became impossibly strong. Whenever its prey succumbed to terror, forged from Patelis's core, the ring carried a deadly penalty. The first to feel fear would be eliminated. Lying skyward, their will utterly lost, the main character approached the students, asking the big guy about Hyun. He confirmed he'd stopped the bleeding. His companion was still breathing, but bleeding badly. They needed to act fast. He asked for the radio, certain there had to be a control center, someone they could inform. The professor fumbled in his pocket, finally producing the radio. Without hesitation, he snatched it. Our protagonist switched on the radio, reporting they had cleared the dungeon, but with casualties. Static crackled, and as the signal cleared, they added that the dungeon itself had shifted from purple to green. One of the injured had a severe wound. Then, unexpectedly, the protagonist recited a precise medical code. They announced they were leaving the dungeon, and requested immediate rescue. Back at headquarters, while gathering Hyun's information, John Man was completely puzzled. How could an E-rank student know these injury codes and reporting systems? John Man, suspicious of John Woo's supposed inexperience, demanded to know his true identity. John Woo remained silent. John Man's anger flared. "Did you not hear me?" he shouted. But before he could utter another word, a fist slammed into his mouth. The blow came from John Woo. Tears welled up in the man's eyes, as the protagonist argued that a supervisor should be capable of properly assessing a situation. His anger, however, remained. He started to retort, but the big boss cut him off, threatening to send him to Brazil if he uttered another word. The professor fell silent. A few minutes later, the students filed out of the dungeon. A shadow of sadness crossed our hero's face. As he looked at his companion, Wishik asked if he was all right. He couldn't hold back, Wishik added, and the hero replied, "Thanks to that, no one was eliminated." The second-ranked member of the G. He boasted his name would soon echo everywhere. Even Siakdu was stunned. The protagonist's hesitation instantly vanished. He then revealed a teacher from their school had tried to eliminate him, and a 9-year-old boy had lost an arm. Finally, acting as he should have all along, the protagonist turned to his friend. "Does any of this make sense?" he asked. Woo-sik trembled at the protagonist's expression. "I won't let this happen again," the protagonist warned, walking away. He added his friend wouldn't want to see him like this again. Hours later, the teacher stood in Woo-sik's office, brazenly claiming issues with the written exam. He laid the blame squarely on Cha, saying she had forced the switch to a practical. The test, he explained, was designed to address the imbalance between Class E and the other classes. There was, he insisted, No connection to any specific incident. Even in this situation, Youngman continued to make excuses. The director's voice rose to a shout. Did Youngman really not know? This test was designed to expel their classmate. The shameless teacher was utterly shocked, clearly not expecting Woo-sik to be aware of the scheme. He briefly considered whether someone more powerful than Minister Mam Jin might be involved but quickly dismissed the thought. He knew no one with that kind of influence. Struggling to regain his composure, he insisted the test was perfectly legitimate, and that participation in the subjugation had been entirely voluntary. Just as he began to fabricate further justifications, the director cut him short. The problem, the director stated, was the abrupt change to a practical exam. A passing score required 60 stars, a threshold Youngman knew the special students could never reach. The situation was inherently unfair. The director pointed out the blatant discrepancy. The MC, exempt from the exam, had nonetheless achieved the highest score. He then revealed the truth behind the incident in the dungeon, a phenomenon known as dungeon interference. One of his most startling realizations was that Woo-sik had approved the test. The revelation left him speechless. He had approved it. Resigned, Woo-sik ended the discussion. "I understand," he said, and told the teacher to prepare a report. They would review the footage before deciding on their next steps. The audacious teacher, a smirk playing on his lips, turned to exit the director's office. He froze, as Woo-sik's voice brought him to a halt. There was something he needed to make absolutely clear. He wasn't afraid of Minister Mam Jin, not in the slightest. The only person he'd ever feared in his entire life was Jun Woo. 40 years ago, that man demanded to know what the goat meant. Woo-sik warned him that if something like this happened again, there would be nothing he could do to help Junman. Fear gripped the teacher as he stood outside the academy president's office. He sighed, then immediately called the minister, assuring him the matter would be contained. Mam Jin replied that Jong Hyun's injuries, thankfully, weren't life-threatening. Junman wouldn't be held responsible. As for Hyun-an, he'd never been an official candidate anyway. And considering his role in Professor Choi's expulsion, he should be grateful his injuries weren't more severe. The teacher offered an apology, admitting he'd underestimated the hero's true abilities. The minister questioned whether the protagonist truly possessed the skills to warrant his admission. Before the teacher could respond, Mao Jin interrupted, declaring he would get straight to the point. A member of the Parents' Association believed the council candidates were already chosen and sought Yunman's opinion. Yunman, fearful, agreed, echoing the sentiment. The minister, pleased, responded that it was excellent. He then suggested that Cha, despite his hard work, shouldn't be discouraged and proposed a future lunch together. The minister ended the call, and the teacher sighed. He found himself wondering how any student could wield such power. This one was clearly beyond ordinary, stronger even than seasoned hunters. But such an opportunity couldn't be wasted. He was determined to defeat John Woo, whatever the cost. Meanwhile, someone warned the protagonist of impending pain, a warning he readily dismissed. But an instant later, a doctor's touch with a cotton swab sent him into a fit of screams. The nurse explained it was finished. He needed to remain upright until it dried, along with a few other precautions. His fiancée remarked that he was behaving like a child, hardly the demeanor of someone who just defeated a green-ranked boss. He shushed her, telling her to quiet down. He suspected the lingering pain was a consequence of neglecting his supernatural weapon for far too long. But things were different now. Still, she persisted. Annoyed, he heard her promise to vanish if only he would help her. He questioned her relentless ambition to join the council. How many times, he demanded, must he refuse her? Whether she joined the council or not, he declared, meant absolutely nothing to him. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, warning that joining the student council would be anything but easy. Ayun, surprised, mentioned a rumor that this person had just transferred into their classmate's room. He was, in fact, a major player in the unfolding story. Our main character then asked him how he was doing. The boy insisted he was all right, though his wounds clearly pained him. Our hero asked if Hyun had heard the news, that the arrogant challenger had finally yielded. Hyun confirmed, saying the news had reached him just after the practical exam. He said that when someone saves your life, the least you can do is show up and thank them. But the man still ran. Hyun, however, dismissed it, saying it didn't matter, since they had survived. The protagonist countered, wasn't that a little optimistic, considering Hyun's missing arm? Hearing this, the boy was speechless. The goat explained that his father always told him, as long as he wasn't eliminated, he could overcome any challenge. Since he hadn't been sent to Brazil, everything would work out. The MC, initially suspicious of the boy, now recalled how he'd bravely sacrificed his arm for a reckless individual. Such selflessness was rare, even 40 years ago. That familiar phrase, echoing from the past, hung heavy in the air. She then asked, why he thought it would be so difficult to join the student council. He explained that he'd heard Ion wanted to join, but that it would likely be a tough road. Was it because she was in Class E? The boy, known as the Goat, laughed. Not at all. Have you ever heard of the Parents' Association? Hearing this, both were completely taken aback. The girl remarked that Han made them sound unusual. And just like that, he confirmed her deepest suspicions. There were 5 first-year members in the Parents' Association, and naturally, 5 children among those very same parents, meaning 5 council members for each and every grade. He then asked if they truly grasped the implications. Aeon was utterly shocked, but he pressed on, explaining it was a cabal of incredibly influential parents, who had already preemptively secured their children's council spots. Feeling awkward, Aeon hesitantly asked if he'd gotten in that way too. The boy quickly denied it. He'd only secured his position after a reserve spot finally opened up. The protagonist then questioned if entrance required approval, and if, hypothetically, someone wasn't approved, would another student simply be removed to make space? Hyun remained completely silent as the MC pressed on, demanding to know the fate of students eliminated during this process. The heroine was utterly taken aback. Were people actually eliminated times from this? The senior questioned the necessity of such an extreme response. He stared at the young woman intently, remarking on how strange it was for a senior to say such a thing. He suggested she just abandon her bid for the council now. She flat out refused, asking if he expected her to quit without a fight, especially when the Parents' Association itself could cause such harm. Turning to the protagonist, she asked if he didn't agree. This whole situation was utterly ridiculous, and demanded action. The school's rampant corruption worried him, endangering students, and he felt a powerful urge to intervene. But Gigantiana's looming return weighed even heavier. He reminded himself, and implicitly them, that finding Cha took absolute priority above all else. Just then, the boy remarked that she'd arrived at the perfect moment. Their second heroine, perhaps even the times main times one, appeared silently behind the protagonist. Hyun began to walk purposefully towards him. Surprise washed over him like a wave. Things were falling into place so incredibly unexpectedly. A broad, confident smile spread across Youngwoo's face as he rose, ready to greet his girlfriend. "It's been a while," he began, his voice smooth, but his words simply hung awkwardly in the air. The brunette completely ignored him, however, walking straight past him without a glance, directly towards the heroine instead. Hyun revealed her sister had repeatedly urged her to leave the academy. She pressed, asking what Hyun-shi intended to do now, that she was actually enrolled and studying here. Hyun-shi offered no reply, only a fixed, unwavering glare. The palpable tension between the sisters hung heavy in the air. 2 onlookers shifted uncomfortably. He couldn't quite tell what had transpired between them, but the palpable tension was undeniable. He wondered if Ion's fierce desire to join the council was fueled by an intense need to outshine Hyunji. With nothing left to say, Ion turned to leave. The MC started to speak, but she swiftly cut him short. He was clearly in an even worse situation now, she claimed. For the first time since the encounter began, Hyunji spoke. "Has my sister been hurt?" Ion looked genuinely surprised. "It's a little late for your sister to pretend to care," he said, walking away dismissively. Yoon, hoping to finally ease the thick tension, thanked her friend for coming. She then asked if she and Hyunchae already knew each other. As the 2 women simply stared at one another, he remarked that their first impression probably hadn't been the best. Feeling completely like a third wheel, he decided he couldn't stay a moment longer. He excused himself, saying he had some urgent matters to attend to. The MC told Yoonchae he urgently needed to speak with her, and the 2 of them quickly left the room. Hyun, watching them go, felt the awkwardness of the situation intensely amplify. Out in the quiet hospital corridor, Yoonchae asked what was actually wrong. He hadn't prepared for this time's conversation, not back when they first met. That's for sure. Should he just get straight to the point? No, he'd try a completely different approach. He'd tell her he was a fan, but even as he thought it, he knew it wouldn't work. That wasn't how real friendships were made. "I heard you participated in the subjugation during the practical exam," she said. He started to deflect, to tell her he hadn't done anything, that Hyun had handled it all by himself. But she cut him off. "Your friend couldn't have done that alone." Her words carried a certain undeniable weight. "It was a panic-inducing situation," she continued, "but a first-year student managed to handle it. And that advice you gave earlier, that wasn't something an amateur would say." He was about to make another flimsy excuse, but then simply accused her of being far too overconfident. Yoon-chae playfully challenged him back, asking if he was deliberately trying to provoke her. "Obviously not," John-woo replied. He simply wanted to know if they'd actually get along. As she tried to wrap up their conversation, she then asked if he planned on joining the council. She added that currently, He was probably just trying to make connections. But he didn't need to. His skills were already impressive enough. He insisted he had no intention of joining the student council. But she cut him off yet again. She had one last thing to say. Her playful tone suddenly vanished. No matter what he did to get on the council, he was never to involve her sister. He remarked that the two of them were very much alike. Yunche looked confused. He continued. He explained that Ayan was the only one who truly wanted to join the council. Because he didn't care about it at all. He was only trying to get closer to times her asterisk. He said it was because he had a score to settle with Sokdu. Then, without a moment's warning, Yunche elbowed him in the neck, slamming him against the wall. She shouted, demanding to know if her sister had asked him for anything. He started to speak, but she cut him off. But, insistent on an answer, had Ayan asked for help getting onto the council? Had she asked for help with revenge? Our hero's temper flared, and he braced himself to retaliate. But the situation wasn't truly dire. He simply pushed her away. Surprising her, she quickly regained her composure, swiftly launching a kick at the protagonist. This time, he truly struggled to defend himself. He dodged another blow, impressed by her skill. Their eyes locked for a heartbeat before the clash fiercely resumed. He realized this fight was utterly unlike their previous encounter. This level of the dungeon was challenging, even for seasoned management teams. But his thought was cut short as the heroine launched yet another attack. Dodging her blow, he realized he'd completely underestimated Yunche. Her speed was absolutely astonishing. Why, he wondered, had she displayed such middling skills in the street, when she was clearly capable of so much more? Her next attack came swiftly, and he dodged again, bracing for his counter. But that wasn't it. He ripped a bandage from his arm and flung it straight at her face. The tactic worked. Completely caught off guard, she was seized by the neck. Pinned against the wall, she gasped, demanding to know if Junwoo's last move had been against the rules. He retorted, questioning whether there were any times rules at their school. The girl remarked that he'd adapted remarkably fast. For a special student, he then admitted she was far better than he'd anticipated. Next, he pressed her on what happened during their last subjugation. She simply replied that the whole experience had been wildly different from what he'd likely pictured. The method of subjugation wasn't truly the point. All that mattered was entertaining the crowd. This answer clearly irked the hero. His irritation was practically radiating off him. She then asked what he actually wanted to discuss. Nothing important, he casually replied. He just needed to speak with Yunchai's grandfather. He simply wanted her to fetch some weapons from headquarters. At this request, confusion flickered across Yunchai's face. She immediately told him it was impossible. She just couldn't take weapons from that place. John Woo then brought up how he'd heard the devices were just for show, and that Suk-do, as director of the support house, could probably acquire a few without issue. Yunchai countered that persuading her grandfather was a completely lost cause, no matter what the request. Just as the MC began to speak once more, a woman suddenly appeared, calling out to our hero. The nurse, still gripping the girl's shoulder, told the protagonist he couldn't possibly fight there. In an instant, though, the girl slapped his hand away, and after a short struggle, she walked off. He then told her he looked forward to seeing her again, but she retorted she never wanted to lay eyes on him ever again. With the absolute confidence of a true protagonist, he simply replied, that would be quite difficult. After all, she was Seokdu's granddaughter. Moments later, he returned to his own room. Hyun immediately asked about his conversation with Cha. It hadn't gone well, the MC admitted. The boy didn't seem surprised. Then, the protagonist then asked if the MC's relationship with her grandfather was strained. Hyun looked a little surprised by the question. He said it wasn't bad, but not exactly good either. More like a relationship between co-workers, actually. Surprised, the protagonist then asked if they truly didn't have a family-like relationship. The boy agreed. Hyun then asked what the MC had discussed with Cha. He explained he'd asked her to retrieve something, but she had firmly told him it wasn't possible. The boy commented that sounded about right. His friend had never once asked her grandfather for anything. His very presence alone was utterly intimidating. The MC then asked Hyun what he meant, and Hyun replied he couldn't speak freely here. Then, with a laugh, blamed our protagonist for the awkward situation, calling such a request utterly nonsensical. Yongwoo wondered if simply offering money would help, but Hyun only laughed harder. There was only one thing that would pique Eunche's interest, he explained when Yongwoo pressed him further. The boy revealed that to earn Eunche's favor, Yongwoo would have to convince Ayan to abandon her bid for the council. He admitted he didn't know why, but he was certain. Eunche resented her sister's presence at the academy. The idea resonated deeply with our MC. He remembered the girl mentioning something similar during their fight. Hyun suggested that if our hero could persuade Aeon to relent, they might achieve their goal. But Yongwoo silenced him. Someone was approaching. Hours later, and in a different location, she sat on a plaza bench, the same woman who had earlier passed the room. The conversation she'd overheard between our protagonist and Hyun played back in her mind. All the effort, all the maneuvering to gain a seat on the council. It had all been for this, to finally exact her revenge on Sokdo. Her current abilities wouldn't be enough for the council, perhaps not even enough to graduate from the academy. That was why she needed his help. He was only a first year, yet unusually strong. With his support, she knew she could graduate, but help from him seemed impossible. Now, it doesn't matter, she told herself. Things had always been this way. Once again, she would handle everything alone. Suddenly, someone approached. It was the protagonist. He immediately asked why she'd acted so pathetically. He then asked if she was going home, as it was getting late. She replied that she was. He had a question for her. He said, "Are you thinking about giving up?" Ayun was taken aback. She questioned his assumption. Why would I ever surrender? He replied that he knew she'd say that. A smile touched the protagonist's lips. Until this moment, this exact exchange hadn't unfolded in the story. Then, he revealed he had faced Cha in battle. Hearing this, surprise flickered across her face once more. "What are you talking about?" she asked. He explained that he had, in fact, fought against her, and that Yun Che was far more powerful than he'd ever imagined. Their inevitable clash had been set in stone, a direct consequence of their burning, bitter rivalry, reigniting old tensions and igniting a fresh, fierce conflict. This changed everything. He wouldn't be asking nicely any longer. He would threaten Yun Che directly. The girl looked utterly bewildered. She remarked that the MC was exactly as she'd always expected him to be. Too aggressive? He scoffed, asking if she was joking. But he insisted he was actively searching for her sister's weakness. Ahyun questioned what weakness her sister could possibly possess. He pointed at Yun Che. Her weakness, he revealed. Yun is her very own sister. He stressed the urgent need for her full attention. Che, he elaborated, led the council, and was a top-tier hunter, and her own grandfather headed the entire association. He then questioned why someone of Yun Che's immense power would even notice Ahyun. After all, no matter how tirelessly Ahyun struggled or strived, she could never hope to attain Yun Che's extraordinary level. And there was a specific reason Yun remained absent from the Hunter Academy. Such a revelation would utterly jeopardize Che's entire career. Or perhaps she simply feared Ahyun might usurp her prestigious position. At this, the girl suddenly spat out the juice she'd been drinking. She was absolutely certain of her own formidable abilities. What the protagonist suggested simply didn't make any sense to her. But he insisted she just needed to make times it make sense. His words, however, only left her utterly bewildered. He offered his full help, assuring her she'd be ready to confront Yun Che, and finally, uncover her hidden weakness. His words only deepened the profound shock of his future wife. He then questioned her unwavering confidence. A sudden flicker of fierce resolve crossed the girl's face, a private, determined thought, held tightly close. Then, with fierce and sudden determination, she declared she would not only brilliantly succeed, but also utterly surpass her sister. He realized this was how it truly should have been all along. He rose sharply from the bench. "Enough," he declared. "The conversation is over." Time was short. Training would begin bright and early tomorrow. Their ultimate goal? To prepare her for council candidacy before the second semester even began. She started to speak, but he abruptly cut her off, confirming that was indeed the entire, unyielding plan. The Parents' Association, and anything resembling it, had to be utterly eliminated. He turned to leave, pausing only to ask if she fully understood. But before he could fully depart from the scene, the girl called out to him once again. Tears poured down her face, as she vowed never to forget his kindness. Heartfelt thanks hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, inside a bustling sushi restaurant, someone checked in on their companion, making sure their third gyoza was just right. The conversation then shifted to a shared concern, the boys' newfound confidence since joining Class A. But another voice quickly chimed in, suggesting they raise a celebratory toast. Gwen, it seemed, was absolutely thrilled to have passed. A familiar figure then appeared in the doorway of the gathering. It was the professor, unabashedly apologizing for his tardiness. He was immediately recognized by everyone. A hushed question rippled through the room. Had there been an accident during the exam? Was the professor all right? The professor quickly reassured them nothing serious had happened. This gathering was, in fact, the first-year Parents' Association meeting. Yunman announced it was finally time to discuss the main reason for their meeting, preparations for the upcoming admissions period. With the semester now drawing to a close, they would begin by reviewing the necessary documents and, once analyzed, proceed to sign them. He presented the documents first to Taehyung's father, Jung-hoon. He then continued distributing the stack of papers. to several other influential figures in the industry, finally reaching the last recipient, Juzok's father, Minister Ming Jin. He had been a thorn in their side from the very start. The professor told them there was absolutely no rush to sign the documents, and asked if anyone had any questions. Young spoke up, curious about the practical exam from a few days prior. He'd heard a special student had managed to complete it entirely solo. He wondered aloud if there was any chance this student might run for the council. A wave of surprise rippled through the room. The professor, utterly unashamed, declared their hero had shown absolutely no interest whatsoever. There was simply no chance their children wouldn't be accepted. He assured them they could all rest easy. In fact, he added with a touch of candor, it was highly unlikely their big guy would even apply. The minister then posed a challenging question. He wondered if the professor had a contingency plan. Should his assumption prove incorrect? Jungmin quickly dismissed the concern, assuring him it was crystal clear, and he'd do whatever it took to guarantee their triumph. Smiling, he vowed to secure each of their children a coveted spot on the student council. The very next day, at Hunter Academy, our protagonist stepped into his classroom. A moment later, a shout erupted. He'd finally arrived. A wave of students surged toward the big man, bombarding him with questions. He was instantly overwhelmed by the barrage, each voice demanding to know how he'd conquered the dungeon. He wondered how he'd gotten into this predicament. A poster on the wall proudly proclaimed his top score on the test. He couldn't believe it. Students swarmed him with questions, the barrage continuing relentlessly for several minutes. His aura flared, a silent command for the crowd to part. He didn't know these people at all, and he made it crystal clear they were in his way. A sudden realization rippled through the onlookers. This wasn't the Junwoo they knew. As he moved toward his seat, she spotted him. He told her he hadn't expected a perfect score from the professor. She replied that they wouldn't dare change the results. That's why they had to reveal the true score. He found solace in the untouched brilliance of the stars. Junwoo checked on his companion, asking if she was diligently adhering to his instructions. She responded that no one had specified exactly how long the physical training would last. The NC dismissed the girl's argument about superior weapons, stating that raw strength was paramount. The girl conceded the point, but insisted their hero needed to prepare for the approaching final exams. Is this another dungeon? The protagonist asked. In replied that it would be a written test and a sparring match. The academy's exams were so strange, the protagonist thought. Why did students have to fight each other? He assured her this was actually advantageous. She'd only need to defeat a single opponent. She wondered who that might be. The protagonist replied, it was obvious. Jusok was a clear contender for the council, and that's exactly why she had to defeat him. His father, the minister, had pulled some serious strings after the incident with the professor's son, trying to ensure Jusok would fail the course. This entire chaotic situation wouldn't have been possible without the Parents' Association's involvement. He explained that council members were chosen based purely on exam scores, and he might not even make it past the first round. As long as she could just defeat him, she'd easily sail through the initial phase. The girl pondered this, as the protagonist pressed, asking if she was truly so uncertain. She replied that she would simply try. The MC countered, just try? She quickly corrected herself, determined to make it work. I'll make it happen, she insisted. The protagonist looked pleased. Great. Starting tomorrow, we'll train rigorously in martial arts. And if you have time, you can even invite your friends. The girl's expression subtly shifted. I don't have any friends, she admitted quietly. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression softened with a touch of pity. She shot back, asking why he'd look at her that way. When he didn't have any friends either. He in turn questioned, why do you think I'm friendless? He called Wu Shik a friend, then paused, searching his memory for other names. He suddenly drew a blank. Suddenly, a half-forgotten conversation surfaced in his mind. The memory flickered, indistinct and fleeting. I couldn't quite grasp it. A sudden silence fell over him. Ah-hyun, noticing the shift, asked if something was wrong. Junwoo's expression gave absolutely nothing away. He dismissed it as a mere distraction. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Hyun found himself reflecting on the sheer tedium of the place. Being surrounded by his classmates hadn't been times bad after all. He considered watching something on YouTube, and reached for his phone, but then he suddenly realized his arm was gone. His face fell. A moment later, someone called out, Geo8, son, and the boy's spirits instantly brightened. He asked if his father hadn't already gone to work. The man replied that he'd spoken to his team leader, and been given some time off. He then asked about his son's health, and the boy answered that he wasn't currently in pain. The man then explained that my own father lost an arm during a subjugation, yet he never abandoned his dream. He had become, in fact, an even stronger hunter. and so long as his son continued to train, his left arm would, day by day, find its own path to improvement. The man then pulled something from inside his shirt. "I discovered something," he said. Proof that the Parents' Association was involved in the accident. 2 years ago, Hyun asked if his father was still fixated on that. His father wondered if the test had been rigged from the start. But then, he abruptly changed the subject. Hyun fell silent just as the man was about to speak. Again, the boy erupted, shouting at his father. He told him to just forget it. He'd been fired just for investigating, and they'd lost everything because of it. He asked his father, "What are you even trying to achieve now? After all this time?" This time, Hyun might have truly crossed a line. His father was utterly speechless. The boy declared his investigation was futile. He would never take down the Parents' Association, and he would never hunt again. Hyun cut the man short, refusing to hear any more stories about his grandfather. 40 years had passed, and no one believed them anymore. Could this boy truly be Hyun's grandfather? After the boy left, his father sat on the bed, deep in thought. Elsewhere, our hero questioned his underlings about any new discoveries. The chubby one reported nothing suspicious in classes C and D. Pressing further, the hero inquired about the remaining classes. The boy hesitated, suggesting it would be strange to question those in classes A and B. The hero suspected he was trying to discern who intended to join the student council. These men, however, weren't equipped for such a delicate task. The boy, acknowledging their effort, offered a reward, but the men, seeing his sincerity, insisted it wasn't necessary. The protagonist advised them to simply accept payment from an adult and say thank you. He handed them the money. Growing impatient, he told them to just take it. The chubby one pointed out there was only 1,001. He reassured them, telling them not to feel bad. They could at least buy a snack. But as they walked away, they realized it wasn't enough for anything asterisk. The protagonist muttered under his breath that they really were good lackeys. He watched the boys, remembering his own early days, when even a small sum like 1,001 felt like a fortune. But that was irrelevant now. His focus had to be razor-sharp, training Aeon to defeat Jusuk. The written exam was a secondary concern. He could only hope she'd prepared. The fight? That was everything. Jusuk's skills were lacking, but they couldn't take any chances. The association's next move was unpredictable. Training Yan was proving to be a real headache. There simply wasn't a suitable place anywhere. Asking Wushek was just too risky. It would only draw unwanted attention. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Jusuk. He was their third most formidable competitor, after all. And his face instantly lit up at the sight of his friend. The MC asked if Hyun had finally been discharged. Hyun explained he was only at school for some paperwork. He'd heard their hero was about to help Ion, and he was curious to know how it was all going. The boy, after hearing the full story, nodded in complete understanding. He explained that Class E's use of the academy came with strict restrictions. "That's exactly what I was worried about," the protagonist replied to Yun, then asked, "Do you really plan to fight the association?" "Of course," came the immediate response. The MC questioned his friend's motives. The boy warned him it definitely wouldn't be easy. It could even be life-threatening. The MC just laughed. They'd faced worse together. They'd find a way through this, too. He conceded the protagonist had been right. They had survived the dungeon. After all, he somehow remembered the terrifying events within, flashing back as the walls crumbled all around them. Even the moment he'd shielded that arrogant boy, saving his very life. The weight of the past settled heavily upon the guildmaster. A fresh wave of sadness washed over him. He mused aloud, wondering how different things might have been had the protagonist been involved in the accident 2 years prior. The boy, understandably, was confused by this sudden cryptic remark. Just as quickly, Hyun brushed it aside, casually mentioning that he knew of a perfect training location, the student council's own academy, nestled within their offices. The professor, brazenly claiming honesty, looked directly at the boy standing before him. Jusuk, he declared, was in the most danger at that very moment. The boy asked what exactly he meant. Jumon explained that the MC might try to join the council. The extra was stunned, and the tension in the room thickened, as the professor revealed that their hero had not only passed, without even taking the evaluation, but had also single-handedly defeated a green rank monster. He'd seen it himself, there was no doubt. The extra, already terrified, grew even paler at this shocking revelation. Shaking, he confessed, his council position wasn't earned, but rather a gift, bought by his father. The professor explained that even parental interference had limits at this school. Jumon, however, continued to press his case, while the other man insisted the professor simply had times to intervene. Jusuk's father declared his son couldn't afford to falter in his studies. He remembered, when he first arrived, The man's promise of a seat on the council. Jimin reassured his student, telling him not to worry. He had all the answers. All he needed to do was memorize them and keep them secret. The time's fight times was what mattered now. The memory of his crushing defeat at the protagonist's hands, still fresh. He admitted defeat seemed inevitable. But the professor, undeterred, claimed to have a plan. He reached into his shirt pocket and produced a bracelet. It was much like the one Jusuk had wielded against our hero. Jumon identified it as an unregistered B-rank bracelet, completely unknown to the association. The boy stared, completely shocked. He remarked that almost everyone in the school was D-rank, and then the true value of the item struck him. The professor, without a trace of shame, declared that the minimum rank for hunters was B, and he insisted his student use it in the upcoming fight. With a smirk, he called it completely overpowered. Cheating in a game, he laughed, asking Jumon where he'd gotten it. The professor explained it was from his father. The extra added that he'd heard Jumon's father had been part of the subjugation team, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. He said that was a long time ago. He'd called in a senior to help his student adjust to his newfound ability. A moment later, someone appeared at the door. It was shut. Even before he could process what he was seeing, the boy was shocked, certain it was impossible. And he was right to be, for standing before him was their second heroine. The boy marveled, saying it was incredible. With her help, victory was assured. The man instructed him to obey her every command, explaining that he'd made a special request. He'd never imagined she'd agree, figuring her dislike of the NC must be the reason. He then turned the conversation to the upcoming training, placing a hand on the young woman's shoulder. He tasked her with looking after her junior. Deep within the school's academy, she confirmed her commitment. Ayan found herself sparring with the protagonist. He was dishing out fighting advice. But the heroine was completely outmatched. She couldn't land a single blow. Finally, she called for a break, admitting she just couldn't keep up. She pointed out they were only practicing. Wasn't he being a little harsh? He replied they needed to train seriously. Ayan then insisted that if they were truly going all out, he should teach her how to use her abilities. Everyone else used them in a fight. She argued she couldn't just rely on her fists. Young Woo sighed, deciding it would be easier to show than explain. He gave her a clear instruction. He instructed her to remove her gloves and use her abilities against him. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. The MC urged her on. Think of it as a real fight. He said, attack me seriously. He then taunted her, asking if she really thought she could take him down with a single punch. Ayan retorted, utterly incredulous, asking if he was crazy. She wouldn't use her ability on someone unarmed. Young Woo warned that, if she continued complaining, he'd end the training session right there. With her bracelet activated, the system confirmed her ranked abilities. Flame magic ignited in her hands. She wouldn't care, she declared, if he were hurt. And with that, she charged toward him. Magic blazing, she unleashed a torrent of fire, but the hero dodged with effortless grace. In a flash, he closed the distance, seizing her arms, and delivering a powerful blow that sent her hurtling through the air. She slammed into the ropes. The protagonist urged her, get up and attack again. In a flash, she ignited her flames once more. This time, unleashing her second-ranking skill. She charged again, lunging at him. He saw her shift to close combat and dodged her attack. It was a good try, he thought, but this time, he wouldn't evade. He met her next rush with a punch, connecting squarely with her stomach. Ayan fell to the ground again. The MC remarked that she was likely puzzled, unable to land a single blow despite her superior range. He explained it was all quite simple. An ability had to be seamlessly woven into her movements. Yet, she was too preoccupied with planning her next attack, she neglected the present one entirely. Ayan looked puzzled, asking if that wasn't normal. She asked. No, the protagonist replied. The protagonist explained it created a critical gap in her skills. Instead of fixating on how to use times an ability, you needed to purely focus on the attack itself. She insisted she didn't understand his meaning. He just smiled, telling her she'd learn the hard way then. He lunged forward, a punch aimed straight at her head. Even while he was mid-attack, the MC kept coaching her on defense and counter-attacking. He urged her to unleash the full force of her ability. The moment she spotted an opening, he'd expected her to give up almost immediately, but she possessed a surprising, tenacious courage. He wondered just how long she could possibly hold out. Then, suddenly, realization dawned on our heroine. For the very first time, she dodged the hero's attack, lifting her leg, ready to counter. She lashed out with a powerful kick, connecting squarely with his stomach. The blow sent him staggering sideways, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. She unleashed a third-rank skill, surging forward once more. But then, unexpectedly, he leaped. They hung suspended in the air for a moment, face to face, eyes locked onto each other. Seeing this, she faltered, her focus completely shattered in that instant. He landed a devastating blow to her chin. Dizziness swept over her in a flash, and just like that, she was down. The MC had taught that victory lay in exploiting an opponent's weaknesses, but superior skill and weaponry alone, he explained, wouldn't be enough for her to truly capitalize on those openings and dominate the fight. He then asked if she now understood the critical importance of mastering the fundamentals, but he suspected her true motive was actually to take him down. Noticing how she'd instinctively thrown an elbow strike, without even consciously realizing it herself, she replied, still curious about his true identity. He questioned why she'd brought that up now. She replied that it simply made no sense, given they appeared to be the same age. Then, turning to the protagonist, he began to speak, but stopped abruptly. A flicker of fear darted across even the big guy's face. Had she somehow uncovered his secret, that he was a reincarnator? She pressed him further, wondering aloud if her future husband was actually some kind of secret agent. Trained since childhood, the MC immediately shut her down, telling her to cut out the nonsense. As they entered the academy, Gilwatt remarked, surprised he didn't expect to see them there this quickly. Our protagonist and heroine greeted Ken, who then asked how they were doing, pointing out it had been a while since their last training session at the academy. She insisted she was doing fine, and that it was enough for her that he admitted always fighting his father in the ring. Despite usually coming up short, our hero asked him what he planned to do next. He wondered why the MC had brought that topic up so abruptly. Even if he quit the council, he still needed to graduate, a thought that had recently preoccupied him. His entire life had revolved around becoming a hunter. Now, that was impossible. A crucial part of him was gone. Our protagonist listened, falling into a somber silence. Guilt washed over him as he remembered his own time in the dungeon. But then, a flicker of hope ignited. Hope. Actually, he said, it might not be impossible. Ken pressed him, questioning his meaning. Our hero insisted, it's not impossible. His friend could still become a hunter, even missing an arm. The boy acknowledged he knew the MC meant well, trying to boost his spirits, but he shouldn't say things like that so flippantly. Our protagonist insisted he wasn't speaking casually. He spoke from experience, recounting the tale of a hunter, who tragically lost his right arm during a subjugation, but the hunter absolutely refused to surrender. His training only intensified, pushing him to surpass his previous strength, even after his loss. He developed a habit of constantly interrupting the MC, always with the very same phrase. As long as someone is still alive, Hyun would declare, they can still make things work. Our protagonist agreed, right as the boy began to ask the man's name. Our protagonist then explained, his name was Chung, and that he had passed away long ago, which was why the boy's friend hadn't recognized him. But then, Gilwatt shockingly revealed that Chung Hoon was his grandfather. Even the largest among them was stunned by the sheer coincidence. Just a few hours later, an explosion rocked the academy's training grounds. Jusiok, experimenting with his new bracelet, had inadvertently caused the massive blast. The antagonist sneered with a sinister grin, warning the protagonist to just wait and see what was coming for him. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the mounting tension, acknowledging his pure excitement over his latest acquisition, but sharply telling him to calm down. It was, in fact, the second heroine, reminding everyone that this skirmish was merely the second test. She knew Ju Seok utterly despised the MC, but he absolutely needed to be careful. Too much brute force meant instant disqualification, and there were strict limits to his actions. Any techniques not yet publicly revealed were strictly off-limits. The boy scoffed derisively, claiming his true power wasn't even needed against someone so weak. The professor, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes, realized just how incredibly skilled the boy truly was. Requesting their heroine's help had been a true stroke of genius. He smirked, confident this would spell the end of the MC's reign. But then, he suddenly recalled Wu Shik's ominous words, that the only person he truly feared was Jun Woo, from 40 years ago. Jun Woo continued walking, utterly unconcerned by it all. He dismissed it as the mere rambling of an old fool, lost forever in the faded glories of the past. Years earlier, at the bustling headquarters of the Subjugation Exam Management Unit, our hero inquired, asking about Chung Hoon. The question was met with immediate surprise. He eyed the hero curiously. What's your boss doing here so late? The hero explained that with fewer dungeons to clear these days, his boss had simply gone out for a drink. Wu Shik added that they'd even brought Hoon's absolute favorite. Chung Hoon, the esteemed leader of Team 2, was among the MC's most respected talents. The protagonist then asked about Hoon's companions. They just stepped out briefly, Hoon explained, and they'll be back soon. Then we'll wait, the MC decisively stated. Chung, however, insisted they start drinking immediately. His friend, the MC, reflected on Chung's one undeniable flaw, his boundless love for alcohol. It had been 5 years since their friendship had first blossomed. Without even quite realizing it, the three of them, Woo-shik, Hoon, and he, had quickly become fast friends over drinks one memorable day. He asked Hoon if he was busy with anything. Hoon admitted he was, but reassured him it was manageable. Just 8 months earlier, he'd tragically lost his right arm in an accident. He told his friend there was no reason to feel awkward talking about it. Accidents, after all, were just a normal part of life, leaving the protagonist struggling for a response. It just felt like such a waste. His friend was easily one of the most talented people he knew. Chung asked the MC if a left-arm-only technique even existed, something his friend could possibly teach him. Young Woo wondered if such a thing would truly be enough, but the man insisted it was far too soon to give up. As long as he was still breathing, he could make anything happen if he refused to quit. Hoon's body began healing, and his true training commenced. Wielding a sword with his left hand proved to be a daunting challenge, a stark contrast to his lifelong reliance on his right. Yet he persevered, ultimately mastering the unfamiliar technique. He defied all expectations. His swordsmanship grew even more formidable than before, the very loss of his arm. Chung's mastery of the blade was undeniable. The man remarked on the sheer rigor of the training, but Chung quickly reminded him that he'd been the one to ask for help. Just then, completely caught off guard, Chung asked if his friend was still using times at asterisk. Hoon agreed, explaining it symbolized his dedicated training, a wooden practice sword he intended to give to Dong someday. This wasn't a blade forged for battle, but it had been perfect for honing his skills. Woo-shik noted that Dong didn't seem drawn to the hunter's life, questioning why Hoon would bequeath his blade to such a son. Hoon replied that if that proved to be true, he would simply pass it down to his grandson instead. The protagonist then remarked that his friend would need to live a remarkably long life if he ever hoped to see his grandson wield that blade. Woo-shik wondered aloud if such talk was perhaps dangerous. Chun agreed, then playfully asked if their companion had never seen a movie. A moment later, glasses clinked together in a toast, and their companion boldly declared they should all try their absolute best to be eliminated, as quickly as humanly possible. Outside the cabin, John Woo asked if Dong had been hurt while playing. Hoon let out a hearty laugh, admitting his initial fear had been of something far, far more serious. He was quite surprised, he explained, by his son's words, smiling broadly. Hoon then proudly recounted what Dong had told him. As long as I'm alive, I'll find a way to make anything happen. The evening stretched on, their friend's boasts about his son filling every single pause. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Hyun approached the couple, a photograph in hand explaining he'd left it somewhere inside. The moment he saw him, the protagonist almost laughed. The leader of Zone 2 was known for his love of drink and conversation, and he was also the most accomplished swordsman the protagonist had ever encountered. His name was Kim Chang-hoon. He remembered telling his friend to live a long life, to see his grandchildren. The memory brought a flicker of sadness across his face. He regretted those words now. She asked if Hyun's grandfather had died long ago. The boy confirmed the story, saying he'd overheard that his grandfather had died in an accident. Thoughtful silence fell over our hero. The boy, noticing his friend's sudden introspection, asked if anything was wrong. Nothing, the protagonist replied. Hyun admitted his surprise. He hadn't realized Junwoo knew anything about his grandfather. He continued, admitting, it was hard to believe someone could become the strongest swordsman after losing their right arm. The MC countered, certain it was possible. The boy then suggested his friend and father would get along well. A thought struck the protagonist. He hadn't checked in on Dong in a while. Is your father doing all right? The MC asked. Hyun insisted he was fine, explaining that he'd tried to convince his father to abandon a case that had become an obsession, but his father had refused. Confused, our hero asked what case Hyun was talking about. The boy insisted it had nothing to do with Junwoo, but then mentioned something that happened a few days earlier. The MC had asked if anyone had been eliminated during the student council elections, and the boy confirmed that some had. This revelation shocked the duo. It was eerily similar to the accident before the exam, when the test had been changed at the last minute, and 2 students had been crushed by falling rocks. The MC asked if Dong had been investigating that case. The boy confirmed that was precisely why he'd been fired. It was like a police officer trying to seize control of the entire Parents Association. So the outcome was unavoidable. This revelation startled our heroine. He then joined the council, but found himself ostracized. Only Unch had accepted him, so the MC questioned whether the association's nominee had also been involved in the accident. Hyun quickly replied that wasn't possible. The association only had 4 members, and their nominee hadn't taken the exam with them. Yet, he still dwelled on it, wondering what might have been if he'd reached out sooner. She then asked if that was why he'd saved the arrogant boy. Hyun admitted there were times he regretted it, fearing his path to becoming a hunter had been in vain. But even with the risk, the thought of someone facing elimination before his eyes brought him a grim satisfaction. He had made the sacrifice. A smile touched his lips, and to his surprise, he crouched down and picked something up. Could it be the guillotine blade? Hyun had said it was Dong's only keepsake, a relic his father had cherished for years. He remembered his friend vowing to one day pass the blade down to his grandchildren. He asked Hyun if he could borrow it. The boy didn't mind, but he was curious why. He asked the MC. The MC explained that his friend had doubted the truth of his grandfather's story, calling it impossible. Old stories are always exaggerated, he'd said. The boy instantly replied, "Not this one," the protagonist insisted. He then turned to Hyun. "Would you like to watch the next exam?" A few days later, the final exams began. The first day was dedicated to general subjects. In one classroom, students hunched over their tests. He was among them, utterly lost. He realized he didn't understand a single question. He hadn't attended a single class since enrolling. How could he possibly handle a math test, when his life had been spent fighting monsters? Then he glanced to his side and saw Ju Seok. The extra appeared focused, but his gaze held a certain hollowness, the look of someone who hadn't truly studied. He'd likely just memorized the answers. If this cheating continued, it could spell serious trouble for Go Ah-yoon. The young woman herself seemed to be struggling with the exam. Her expression was peculiar. She looked unwell, and it worried the protagonist. He recalled her perfect scores on the written exams. He had to trust her. Suddenly, a sharp tap on his head made him jump. It was just a piece of paper, swung by one of the teachers. The teacher, visibly uncomfortable, then spoke. She sternly told him not to look around during the test. He promised himself he would be ready. Several days flew by, and on the fourth day of exams, an official voice boomed through the speakers, alerting students to the imminent start of the final first-year test, the combat exam. Every first-year student was summoned to the main auditorium. "It's finally starting," he muttered to himself. He turned to the woman who would one day be his wife. "Come on," he urged. "We don't want to be late," she agreed. Inside the bustling gymnasium, he remarked on the sheer number of people present. A moment later, she asked him to wait. A look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. He wore a look of shock, though nothing remarkable was visible in the arena. A crowd watched, a low murmur rising from their ranks, too indistinct to decipher. Among them, reporters documented the unfolding scene. The MC wondered aloud if the exams were always this intense. AN explained that this was the final exam of the semester, and top-performing students often went on to become council members. John Woo, his face impassive, he considered the spectacle. With even subjugations broadcast for public viewing, watching students with abilities battle one another was, in essence, just another form of entertainment. An announcement echoed through the arena. The exam was about to begin. A wave of disgust washed over the MC. Adults, broadcasting, children, fighting for profit. It was sickening. President Woo Shik, the announcer declared, would now explain the rules of engagement. She explained that the test rules applied to all the students, who had diligently trained. The first exam would pit two randomly selected participants against each other. The victor would move on to the next stage. The MC, with an ironic smile, recognized the rules as identical to those used in their own past. Subjugation tests. The test continued until one participant either surrendered or was defeated. Victory earned a single point. Defeat meant no points, but no penalty either. Those with no points could re-enter as often as they liked. However, a single point earned. Losing meant instant elimination. Wu Shik explained that, while the special protective gear would absorb most of the impact, it wasn't foolproof. A warning followed. Don't get carried away, and don't be reckless with your abilities. The Class A test was about to begin. The G.O.A.T. expressed his hope for favorable outcomes for all. Immediately, the lottery for the upcoming fights began. Two unremarkable students were selected, likely destined to remain on the sidelines of the story. The announcers directed them to enter the arena and prepare for the test. The referee signaled them to their starting positions, then called the start. The red-haired student was first to charge. She was taken aback by the sight. "Incredible," she breathed. "So this is how Class A students fight." Turning to her future husband, she asked the protagonist for his opinion on the match. But a moment later, she was shocked. The boy was asleep. She asked why, especially with Class A fighting. He replied that the fight was a total mess, nothing worth watching. Exhausted from sleepless nights studying for exams, he decided it was time for a break. A.N. questioned his confidence, especially after witnessing Class A's impressive abilities. She wondered what criteria he could possibly be using to make such a bold claim. "I was right. Those two extras vanished." A few hours later, the announcer declared Class D's fights finished. A.N. nudged him awake. He stretched sleepily, asking, "Is it over?" "Yes." The girl replied, "It's our turn now." The announcer called for the Class E fighters to prepare. The students surged toward the exit, a wave of motion carrying them toward the cafeteria. The arena, moments before a roaring crowd, was now eerily empty. The MC wondered aloud if their class's matches were truly so dull that no one wanted to stay. The girl beside him retorted that he was the last person who should complain, considering he'd slept through the earlier bouts. But then, something caught her eye. Hee-han watched the upcoming rounds. The boy greeted him, and he returned the gesture. The announcer declared, "The introduction of the first participant from Class E was about to begin." He decided to conserve his energy. Choosing an opponent of average skill would be more practical. The protagonist's class kicked off their first match, pitting our heroine against Ji Hee-jung. Wu watched with concern. This wasn't good. Nothing was going according to plan. But our heroine reassured him, telling him she'd handle it. Taking a deep breath, our heroine reminded herself to remember her training, to simply follow what she'd learned, he declared. 10 consecutive victories, nothing less. Ayan was puzzled. He explained their class had 20 students, meaning she needed to win 10 matches in a row. A smile touched her lips. That's exactly what she would do. The referee called for both participants to take their positions. A moment later, the man signaled the start of the match, and the system announced that Ji Hee-jung was authorized to use ranked D abilities. Our heroine's fist connected, sending Ji Hee-jung sprawling to the ground. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Ji Hee-jung has fallen. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. The referee declared the first round a victory for our heroine. Even Hyun looked utterly surprised. A murmur rippled through the crowd, as our protagonist watched from the stands, pride swelling in his chest. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Had it been too easy? Could Ayan really have knocked someone out without using an ability? The boys wondered. Then, in round 2, she swiftly defeated another opponent. Her winning streak continued into the third round, taking down yet another background character with impressive ease. The announcer declared our heroine's advancement to the fourth round, a streak of 3 consecutive victories. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Could she really be from the trash class? Hyun remarked on her impressive progress, gaining such strength in a mere month. His gaze then settled on someone nearby. She likely possessed the same talent as her companion, he observed. Go Yunche watched. The heroine. It was only a first-year Class E test, he continued. One no one really cared about. He wondered if she was there because of Ayan's fight, or perhaps because of Juseok. Yunche questioned what that had to do with anything, and asked if her friend wasn't supposed to be helping Junwoo and Ayan. Hyun explained he couldn't have helped anyone alone. A junior had promised to show him something truly interesting. That's why he was here, but Yunche remained utterly confused. She knew absolutely nothing about any of this. The announcer then called out for anyone ready to join the next round to step forward, but silence met their plea. The announcer then declared that, if no other challengers from Class E emerged, the matches would officially conclude. Just then, a hand shot up. It was Ju-seok. The man quickly directed the student into the arena to prepare. Seeing this, our hero was truly stunned. If Ju-seok wasn't afraid after witnessing Ayan's incredible abilities, he absolutely had to be hiding something. Moments later, the referee called for both participants to take their starting positions. She believed this was it, her chance to finally face Ju-seok, whose power, she knew, was long-range. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Ayan launched forward in an all-out assault, as one onlooker noted. But Ju-seok simply smiled, completely unfazed. Then, a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. The students watched in stunned silence, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Even our hero was completely taken aback, recognizing the telltale signs of particular power. Hyun then looked at Yunche, demanding to know exactly what she had taught Ju-seok, to allow him to do times that asterisk. A nearby observer, puffing with pride, asked Yunche if her protective gear was the sole reason she'd withstood the attack, but quickly dismissed the idea, noting her notoriously low endurance. Yunche, lost in thought, realized this wasn't the bracelet Ju-seok usually wore. Where had he gotten this new, powerful ability? Ju-seok claimed many people helped him because of his parents. That's how he'd gotten the item. Our heroine questioned whether he truly thought that was something to be proud of. He defiantly confirmed it was, especially since it was something she could never, ever have. Ayan bristled at his cruel words. He then tauntingly asked if she was upset, because he'd mentioned her lack of parents. She silently warned herself not to get angry and fall for his taunts, remembering her hero's words. The first battle is understanding your opponent. She realized she desperately needed to decipher Jusok's ability. What category did that extra skill truly fall into? His rank must surely far outmatch her own, she concluded, channeling her magic into action. There was only one way to know, she resolved. A scorching blast of fire shot towards Jusok. I have no choice, she fiercely declared. But to keep fighting? He scoffed, laughing, asking if D-rank abilities would truly make a difference. She reasoned magic-based abilities shared similar casting speeds, favoring a strategic long-range attack. But in a flash, Jusok unleashed an explosive burst. She barely managed to defend herself, only thrown back a few meters. She reeled, utterly bewildered by what she'd just witnessed. Even if he could control that bizarre ability, its speed was simply bewildering. Was it even magic? He scoffed, asking if she understood, claiming his power operated on a completely different level than hers. No, it couldn't be magic, she realized. Magic required cooldowns between uses, making it impossible to fire off abilities consecutively like that. Could it be combat enhancement? Then, the only ability she knew that came close was beetle bombardment. He charged, shouting at her defiance. The extra advanced, boasting that she'd finally cracked the code. But it was too late. He landed a devastating blow. But the heroine incredibly held her ground. Then, Ion's fist connected with Jusok's face. He cursed, but Ion's reply was simple yet cutting. Knowing his ability made all the difference now. His skill, she coolly explained, causes an explosion on impact. So she just had to prevent him from landing a blow, period. She was doing well, the protagonist mused. Had she mistaken it for a fire-based magic skill initially? Approaching would have been utterly impossible. Stopping an opponent mid-cast is always difficult, so the usual tactic is to exploit their defensive openings. But if it truly was an enhancement, he'd need a new approach, with no delay between activations. Magic-based strategies were completely useless. The weakness lay in the action itself. His sweeping air attack left him vulnerable if countered. If nullified, the advantage would immediately shift to his opponent. Ion knew her solution wasn't foolproof. She had to be cautious. The opponent lunged, yet her defense remained impenetrable. He lunged again, only to be deftly blocked in a swift motion. She retaliated, landing a powerful blow to his head. As she continually countered his relentless attacks, a fierce surge of confidence coursed through her. She could do this. She would take Jusok down. With unwavering resolve, she seized both his arms. The system blared. User's level 2 flame abilities activated. Our heroine then launched a searing kick toward the extra, and Jusok braced himself for the devastating impact. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the arena. The extra's brutal attack sent our heroine flying back several meters. Jusok, utterly irritated, scoffed, "A little martial arts, and you think you're something special? You thought you could block me with just times your arms?" He stalked toward Ion, who realized with a jolt that he could conjure explosions with a single knee strike. The extra menacingly confronted our heroine, warning her to know her place. A system announcement dramatically echoed. "An enhancement category ability is activating," the man declared. "She must be eliminated." He lunged to attack, but a powerful hand stopped him cold. The protagonist stepped forward, his presence commanding. "Enough," he commanded firmly. "If you continue, *I will eliminate her." Ion was eliminated. The next participant was slated to be the MC. He sneered, remarking that their hero had finally decided to grace them with his presence. But the protagonist utterly ignored the petty taunt, his attention solely fixed on the battered heroine. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern in his voice. "It's not over," she insisted, her voice unwavering. "Go back. Your turn hasn't come yet." He knew she was pushing herself to her absolute limit, battered and bruised from the initial blast. A surge of profound respect filled him for her incredible tenacity. "You've already lost," he stated plainly. "The match is over." She started to protest, but he gently told her to accept the inevitable loss. After a long moment, Ion stopped resisting. She left the arena, refusing a stretcher and insisting she could walk. Moments later, the protagonist called out to our heroine, praising her fierce performance and telling her not to dwell on the loss. Ion, clearly surprised by his unexpected words, walked away, tears welling in her eyes despite herself. The background character, watching with a proud smirk, called out to the hero, admitting his earlier worry that the protagonist wouldn't actually appear. Our hero then questioned whether the boy hadn't gone too times far in his brutal fight against the heroine. Siak confidently claimed he'd gone easy on her, even letting her walk away unscathed. The MC retorted that Jusok was acting ridiculously arrogant, simply because he'd obtained a B-rank ability. He then asked if the man had forgotten about their past encounter at the warehouse. The The words hung heavy in the air, making the man tremble. His ability, he continued, was far from ordinary. Where had he even gotten it? The boy wondered why that even mattered to our hero. He didn't need to ask who had granted it to him. He already knew, remembering someone claiming it had been an accident, and that he, too, had been a victim. He was struck by the resemblance between the man from the past and Junman, a fleeting thought arising that perhaps the professor was the man's son. But the announcement of the second round cut short his speculation. He would simply do what was needed. Hyun should really pay attention. He wouldn't be demonstrating forever, after all. Meanwhile, Hyun watched from the sidelines, wondering if his friend truly intended to fight one-handed. The background character just laughed. "There's a limit," he said, "to how much our hero could underestimate his opponents." Did he really plan to fight one-handed? Jusok's aura flared. He would beat him, he declared. And with that, he began activating an ability, a skill clearly meant to crush our protagonist. He unleashed a furious flurry of blows, each punch detonating an explosive burst across the arena. The shockwaves rippled outward, slamming even into the distant stands. Fire raged throughout the arena. The boy's relentless assault continued. Even after 7 panels, the relentless attack on our hero still hadn't ceased. Hyun remarked that this was supposed to be the first times fight of the year, but it had already escalated to an unbelievable degree. The background character finally stopped attacking, with a scoffing laugh. He questioned whether a bit of athleticism truly set our hero apart. He scoffed, adding that abilities were everything, and no amount of showing off could bridge the gap between them. Our hero declared that kids these days were just hopeless. Jusok felt a chill of fear from behind the swirling smoke. The protagonist added that they seemed to think reckless attacks were the answer to times everything asterisk. He gripped a wooden sword, demanding to know why the other boy had closed his eyes, and used his ability so carelessly. "That doesn't make any sense," Jusok argued. "Are you saying you weren't hit even once?" The protagonist scoffed. The boy was an idiot. His skill's explosion only reached a meter. Despite the arena's immense size, he hadn't dodged a single attack. Our MC charged toward the side character, declaring he'd teach him how to fight. The boy, initially confused, suddenly spotted a golden opportunity. This was perfect. He lunged, throwing a punch at our protagonist. But then he faltered, fear flashing across his face. Our hero had countered, striking the boy with his wooden training sword. Jusok wondered what had become of his ability. It hadn't activated. A tremor ran through him as our protagonist stared blankly, a single hand held out, smoke curling from his sword. With fear etched on his face, Jusok asked if John Woo had actually deflected the explosion, with just a wooden blade. John Woo suggested he attack again, if he didn't believe it. The man, consumed by the thought of vanquishing his foe, unleashed a flurry of wild attacks, but his aggression was swiftly met with pain, as our protagonist landed another blow. Yun-chae was utterly astonished, wondering if their hero had genuinely blocked those explosions. With nothing but a wooden sword. It wasn't a bullet he'd stopped. It was an explosion. The feat seemed impossible. John Woo explained that the wooden sword he'd given our hero had a unique ability. It could cut through mana. Shay wondered if the MC had neutralized the skill by severing the mana flow. Before the explosion, the boy confirmed there was no other explanation. He then turned to their companion, asking if she had another theory. She questioned whether their hero had somehow cut invisible mana, with an accuracy of 0.01 seconds, right at the moment of activation. If such a feat were truly possible, she argued there could only be 2 explanations. This person was either a fraud or a hunter. From 40 years ago, back when the legendary John Woo still lived. The extra knelt before our hero, utterly baffled by his defeat. He, a hunter with an unrestricted core wielding a B-rank ability, was losing to a special admission student, armed with nothing but a wooden sword. His mind reeled. A student council member's reputation, his own hunting career. All crumbling before him. This couldn't be happening. Impossible. He wouldn't allow it. He'd defeat their hero, no matter the cost. He rose to his feet, declaring that ever since our hero's arrival, his life had been utterly destroyed. A system warning blared as a new ability activated. He readied himself for the attack, vowing to crush our hero, no matter the cost. As he spoke, the entire arena trembled, and stones tumbled from the structure above. The narrator ordered the extra to stop, declaring he wasn't authorized to use that power. Alarms blared around them as others called for security. Hyun watched in stunned disbelief, trying to understand the ability's true nature. If it continued, he realized, the entire auditorium would be destroyed. Che cursed Jusok's recklessness, even as a flicker of guilt, reminded her of her own part in this escalating chaos. A dark aura, now crimson, began to emanate from the extra, building in terrifying intensity. It launched toward the MC as the system declared the ability's name. Nuclear explosion. The hero stood his ground, unflinching as the attack hurtled toward him. He immediately shifted into a fighting stance, ready to counter the extra's attack. The oncoming force materialized, almost like a nuclear explosion taking physical form. Then, the screen flashed white, revealing the protagonist scorched by the blast. Another massive explosion rocked the arena. Incredibly, the extras remained in their seats, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. But their complacency was shattered, as sparks from the MC's counterattack rained down on them. Finally realizing the danger, they scrambled to their feet and fled. The situation in the arena was dire. Only one figure remained standing, though it was difficult to tell if it was the hero or the extra. It was the extra, his face etched with exhaustion. A laugh escaped him, growing wilder and more uncontrolled. But the hero still lived. He knelt before Jusok. The boy asked how it felt to lose after all his arrogance. Leaning closer to the MC, he said forgiveness wasn't an option. Even so, the MC should consider himself lucky. He didn't want to eliminate anyone. He would be generous and merely cripple him. Before he could react, an attack landed. He was blindsided, struck from behind. Suddenly, he was sent flying. Flipped upside down, he was slammed face first into the ground. He searched his memory, trying to recall the impact. Our hero then commanded the other man to get up. His expression hardened. He wouldn't repeat the command. Jusok, he declared, has crossed the line. The background character, still disoriented, struggled to rise. Trembling and sweating before our hero, he attempted once more to activate his nuclear explosion ability. But the protagonist struck him down again. This time, the hero's attack was so brutal, it defied description. He crumpled to the ground again under the hero's devastating blow. Struggling to rise, he gasped, "I can't breathe." But the protagonist wasn't finished. "Get up," he commanded. Tears streamed down his face. The background character was terrified of being eliminated. He knew that if he stood again, the protagonist wouldn't hesitate. Scrambling back from the hero, he begged for forgiveness. Pleading desperately, he admitted his wrongdoing, swearing it would never happen again. He was truly sorry, but the protagonist's fury remained. He demanded to know if the boy understood the true danger of that ability. He'd attempted an ability dangerous even in the heat of a true battle. Because of the background character's reckless actions, the entire auditorium had nearly been vaporized, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. The heavy accusation hung in the air. Then the background character began to cry, insisting he never intended such devastation. He'd only heard the ability was strong. He hadn't known its true power. The enraged MC pointed out that the person who'd used that same skill 4 years prior had offered the exact same excuse. He then asked Jusok if he knew what became of that person. Jusok, trembling, claimed ignorance, and asked what had happened. Activating a unique ability, the protagonist declared that someone like Jusok didn't deserve to be a hunter. You never learn. Desperate, he asked if the protagonist knew who his father was. He warned that if anything happened to him, his father would never forgive him. But the protagonist didn't care one bit. He launched an attack, and the panel shattered. Perhaps he'd actually eliminated him. The protagonist's attacks kicked up a thick cloud of smoke, billowing skyward. Some men murmured in a confused stupor, unable to see exactly what had just happened. One called out that the smoke was far too dense to tell. Then, through the haze, the other student collapsed to the ground. "The test is over," the narrator loudly announced. With the fight finished, the students filed out of the auditorium. The announcement's echoes still vibrated through the arena. As the protagonist calmly walked away, yet his usual aura of power was strangely absent. A voice suddenly called out, asking if the sword he carried belonged to Chumhoon. It was the director, his face grim, watching the protagonist leave. Woo-sik explained that his friend had truly gone overboard during a fight with another student, but utterly indifferent to Woo-sik's words, the protagonist sharply retorted that he shouldn't act like he was still in his prime. From that moment on, he declared, he would be more aggressive and abandon all pretenses of hiding his identity. The director informed our hero that the good old days were over. The protagonist retorted, asking if his friend truly believed he would remain idle. Hours later, inside the men's restroom, a phone rang. Minister Myunjin was on the other end, and the recipient of the call was none other than the shameless professor. Years earlier, he ran. A worried expression creased his face, the reason yet unknown. Now, the answer seemed crystal clear. His team's base was engulfed in roaring flames. Several figures lay scattered on the ground, unmoving. A child's toy rested nearby, a silent testament to a life lost too soon. Terror twisted his face as Chung's sword lay on the ground. The hero recognized it. The very blade of the guillotine. In that instant, terror gripped the king. His gaze fell to an unexpected, horrifying sight. A figure lying motionless on the ground. He saw a man embracing a woman. At the sight, he dropped to his knees. Within moments, people began to gather, and someone urgently called for his captain. He realized the horrifying gravity of the situation, and demanded to know what on earth had happened. Someone in the group explained that a monster had escaped, a blue-ranked dungeon. It had invaded their camp and unleashed a devastating attack. Fury boiled within him. Eliminating nearby dungeons was basic protocol. He raged, demanding the full story. A hand shot up from the crowd. Someone spoke, accusing the three of them, blaming their epic failure to clear the dungeon. A wave of irritation washed over our hero. It was only a blue-ranked dungeon. Impossible to fail, he retorted. The man stammered, clearly flustered, unable to explain exactly what had transpired. One of his companions bowed deeply in apology, explaining that Hunter Cha Hadpour insisted on undertaking the extermination with a smaller team than advised. And in that moment, the protagonist's composure finally shattered. The MC demanded how many people he'd told about Plan 7, the man replied. Then, the MC asked how many had actually shown up. Just 3? The MC was not pleased. He fought back, the furious urge to yell. He demanded to know if the 3 of them always took supplies and loot, intended for 7. The man claimed this was the only time, an unavoidable accident due to dungeon interference. The protagonist stopped holding back. He didn't care if they were stealing supplies, but there was one thing he could never forgive. He asked the man if he even knew what it was. Then, he declared, I will never forgive anyone for ruining the life's work I'd poured into this camp. He slammed the man to the ground and pointed to the ravaged camp. Look at what you've done, he seethed. Your recklessness has destroyed everything. I didn't endure all that we have just to see it end like this. He questioned whether the extermination team was risking their lives in vain. The man insisted it wasn't his fault, shouting that he hadn't wanted this, that he couldn't have foreseen the dungeon interference, and that he, too, was a victim. He then pleaded with the MC for another chance, offering to return all their profits, and even fund the camp's reconstruction. Ignoring all the commotion, the protagonist activated an ability on the guillotine and declared the man expelled from the extermination team. His residency at the camp and his hunter status were immediately revoked. In this moment, the protagonist looked strikingly different. From that moment on, Cha would never again dream of becoming a hunter. And, as expected, the inevitable occurred. Back in his office, Professor ignored the minister's incessant, blaring phone. 6 missed calls and counting. He muttered curses about Siak under his breath, remembering all the times he'd warned the boy. Control your strength. Never use a nuclear explosion. It was over. Broadcast live to the entire country. An investigation would surely follow, uncovering every single detail. And the worst part? The unregistered bracelet. Illegal. A potential link, perhaps, to that incident 2 years prior. The design was flawed, he thought, and the blame would land squarely on his shoulders, given the association's considerable influence. He punched the mirror. No apology. Just a sharp reminder to himself to stay calm. He needed to get that bracelet back. As long as the source remained hidden, the boy was safe. The minister, after all, had his own reputation to consider, and Yunche had no motive to speak, so he put aside further concerns. The bracelet, its retrieval was paramount. But then, a voice cut through the air. Looking for this? The item tumbled to the ground, tossed by their classmate, Jun Min. His face was impassive. What are you doing here? Jun Min demanded of the MC. Didn't you hear the announcement? Everyone's supposed to be back in class. The MC shot back. Why are you getting so angry? He thought Jun Min might be searching for the bracelet, so he brought it to his teacher. He'd overheard something during the exam, a restriction placed on dangerous abilities exceeding a certain power level. But Siak's ability was so powerful, it slipped past every lock, undetected, and obliterated the entire arena. He asked if the man knew why such a dangerous ability went unrestricted. The only explanation, he pressed, was an unregistered core, one the association knew nothing about. The words struck the man, and he trembled. A teacher had given a student an unregistered core. He stammered. If discovered, if it caused problems, he knew he'd be in serious trouble. Junmin dismissed the protagonist's claims as nonsense, demanding proof that he was responsible for Siak's abilities. The protagonist retorted that Junmin, driven by blinding greed, he'd interfered with the number of hunters returning from the field, a decision that led to the devastating loss of the entire 2nd District team. As punishment, the protagonist stripped Junmin of his mana and banished his team from the camp. Was it merely coincidence that he witnessed these uncommon abilities? Again, when he spoke the name of the man he'd just disarmed, the man questioned his identity, yet knew his father's. Even he was taken aback, unaware that Junmin was Cha's son, though their shared history made it less surprising. With that revelation, he struck the man, declaring that because of him, one student had lost an arm, and today, several others nearly lost their lives. Even 2 years prior, he had made significant errors in judgment, but one thing remained intolerable: witnessing the destruction of something he had poured his life into building. He announced he had a question, and demanded an immediate answer from the shameless man. He demanded to know if the man had supplied the unregistered core to Sayok, but received only silence. The man then tried to bolt, lunging for the protagonist's bracelet, and to the protagonist's surprise, he succeeded in snatching it. He lunged, seemingly aiming a blow with the bracelet, but instead of striking, he hurled it to the ground. A sudden, destructive act. He then unleashed a furious barrage of kicks, intent on obliterating it completely. He looked proudly at the protagonist, certain he was beyond incrimination. He challenged the protagonist, asking what he thought he could possibly say to the police. Without evidence? Did he really think they'd believe a high school student? Adults weren't a joke, he sneered. This wasn't just about Seok. He was attacking a teacher. His school life ended that day. No one believed him. He trembled again as someone approached, demanding to know what all the commotion was about. It was the director, come to restore order. Young man claimed the president arrived. Just as the protagonist was threatening and attacking him, expulsion was the only option. Young man insisted, but Wu Shay countered, highlighting that the president had shattered the mirror and urgently needed to lower his voice. Desperate to flee the rapidly mounting tension, the president stammered, claiming the mirror was an accident. The protagonist then pivoted to face the director, demanding to know if he'd heard that. He fiercely maintained his innocence, adamantly insisting he'd done nothing wrong. But Wu Shik, full of suspicion, spoke up, suggesting the teacher was the true culprit. He then pressed further, asking if any clues had surfaced. The protagonist then thrust the phone into the director's hand. He needs to be more careful, the director said. There are still many installments left to pay. He added that Jun Woo should learn to use his phone properly. While the MC scolded Wu Shik, the man could only stare in utter disbelief. As he turned to leave, the director called out, "What should we do?" The protagonist replied, "First, the school needs to announce what happened." Jungmin questioned Wu Shik's overly formal tone with a student. Wu Shik ignored him, already on the phone, directing someone to prepare an official statement. The teacher, realizing the illicit nature of the request, grew frightened and challenged Wu Shik. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked. "This won't just affect me," the teacher insisted. Even Minister Manjin would be caught in the fallout. Could Wu Shik truly handle the consequences? The director insisted he hadn't forgotten the accident 2 years prior. Even if losing his position was the price, a simple accident would bring no shame. But this had happened again. He couldn't face the other man without shame. Leaving him confused, Wu Shik claimed, "The teacher simply didn't understand how things worked. Hadn't I been clear last time?" The only person he feared was the Jun Woo from 40 years ago. He thanked Jungman for his many years of service to the school. As he left, the man's frantic calls followed him, but Wu Shik continued on, undeterred. Connecting the teacher to the minister would be difficult, he reflected, and an investigation might not even happen. The MC explained that once something becomes public knowledge, hiding the truth becomes nearly impossible. His friend should spread the news of what happened far and wide. He knew someone in the media, and should ask them to share the information as broadly as possible. Then, he asked his friend for another favor. This whole mess was about Chung's son. He was unjustly fired for investigating the incident 2 years prior. A thirst for revenge likely drove him. He deserved a chance, but Chung's attention quickly shifted. He then inquired about our hero's arm, acknowledging the brutal toll it takes. Of the guillotine blade, especially given their state. He even admitted to striking that spot himself. The system confirmed the penalty had activated. The conjurer would now suffer the same affliction as their target. Wishik, clearly concerned, urged his friend to go see a doctor, but our hero insisted he was fine, shrugging off the suggestion. As he left, he reminded Wishik of his earlier request, explaining he had something to return and would head on ahead. The director watched him as he left, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Hyun sat on a bench in the square. A voice called out. Their friend had been found. It was our hero, who had been searching for Hyun. Hyun asked if that had been intentional, if our hero had fought with his weaker hand, just to prove a point. A smile touched our hero's lips. Hyun's grandfather's stories, he replied, were absolutely no exaggeration. That was the only reason he'd wanted to show him. He handed Hyun the wooden sword. The full weight of everything that followed now rested solely on Hyun's shoulders. Hyun took the sword, his gaze fixed on it for a long moment. Then, our hero turned and walked away. The exchange ended abruptly, Cutting off Hyun just as he was about to speak, he remained silent, a guilty look clouding his features, as he stared down at the blade in his hand. But it wasn't guilt he was feeling. He was simply wondering if he could replicate our hero's feats with only one arm, when something inexplicable happened. His phone rang. It was his father calling. A flicker of confusion immediately crossed his mind. Why would his father be calling him now? But then his father's voice came through, filled with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Worried by rumors of an incident at the school, he asked his son if he was hurt. Hyun quickly reassured him, saying he was fine. Nothing had happened, and his father was relieved. His father explained he'd missed whatever it was due to work, and asked his son to come home early. The boy agreed, but the video kept circulating. He asked who that sword-wielding boy was. Left-handed, with a sword identical to Hyun's. When the boy didn't respond, the man reassured him that if speaking was difficult, he didn't have to. He was probably tired of these stories. But the boy's resolve only hardened. He would times become a licensed hunter, no matter the obstacles. A news report then detailed the incident at school. The auditorium Sayok had completely destroyed. The police investigation into the minister continued. They searched for any evidence of illicit power requests. Meanwhile, back at the academy, news of the unfolding events spread like wildfire online. One student, our hero, watched the reports intently, taking note of the seemingly favorable public reaction. Dong's job was reinstated, which came as a huge relief. Ayan then noticed John Woo staring at his phone, lost in thought. The whispers about their hero, she remarked, were absolutely relentless. His name was likely already known throughout the entire school. He wondered aloud if the same wasn't true for her. After all, people were talking about her times more than him these days. Several were praising her ability to stand against Sayok in the arena, even if only for a short time. A blush crept across her face, as John Woo added that some were even calling her One-Punch Girl. Moments later, someone burst into the room. "Still training?" a voice asked. It was Hyun. He congratulated her on becoming a council member. But she was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Even I don't understand. I haven't even been officially nominated," she insisted. "It's too soon to relax." "Nothing is confirmed yet." Hyun cautioned that anything could still happen. But in the next instant, the boy surprised our hero. He confessed that despite daily practice with the guillotine blade, he wasn't progressing very well. And this presented a major problem. He told his friend, "It won't be easy. If you truly want to reach your grandfather's level, you'll have a long road ahead of you." The boy just smiled. "Easy or not, it doesn't matter. I want to be stronger," he asked to be taught. Ayan warned Hyun to be careful. Their new teacher was incredibly intimidating. The protagonist's response was sharp. If she has complaints, she can stop training. But in the next moment, someone arrived, calling out to the boy's son. Our protagonist was utterly stunned. It was Hyun's father. He asked if they were his son's friends, and said it was a pleasure to meet them. He then went on, saying he knew of our hero, and that he'd been absolutely incredible in his fight. He'd seen the boy wield the same sword as his father. He expressed surprise, asking, "Is your name John Woo?" Our hero confirmed it. Earlier, 3 men had pleaded with our protagonist, begging not to be expelled from the camp. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. He insisted his teammates exclude them, but the men continued to beg for forgiveness. Their pleas for mercy faded behind them, as our protagonist walked away from the ravaged base. Flames licked at the skeletal remains of buildings. The destruction complete, a shout cut through the desolation. A survivor had been found. A child. He noted how much the 10-year-old had grown, even starting a family of his own. A complicated feeling, he thought. Hours later, the announcement came. Class dismissed. Applications for student council would be available the following day. In the office, a murmur rose among the other students. As the protagonist stood, he suggested they both sign up, wondering if it had to be that day, or if they could register the next. There was something he needed to check, he explained. So it had to be today, at his college. They stood before the office door. She asked if something was wrong, seeing him hesitate at the entrance. He told her to wait. He needed to check something first. Just then, a young woman emerged from the office. Someone they hadn't seen before. She seemed like just a passerby, perhaps a fleeting extra in this scene, or maybe, just maybe, she would become important later. As she passed, she recognized him, the hero who had defeated Jusuk. Meeting such a celebrity, she gushed, was truly amazing. Glancing to the side, she spotted the heroine. "Are you his girlfriend?" she asked. Ayan blushed crimson. No, nothing like that. We're just classmates." The girl laughed. "Just kidding. I already know you," she continued, her words a monotonous drone. "I'm in Class B," she proudly declared to them. Our protagonist found her incessant chatter utterly grating. She extended a hand directly to our heroine, introducing herself and proposing they all become friends. The couple, however, remained completely silent, their expressions peculiar as they intently studied the girl. She urged them not to be so overly cautious, pointing out they'd be seeing a lot of each other. You shouldn't be shy, she insisted. The protagonist then simply asked, why? She explained her student council application was simply because there was no good reason not to. Their skills, she added, were far too advanced for any Class E student to possibly compete with. And with Sehuk expelled, their acceptance was practically guaranteed. He just smiled. Interesting. He noted Sehuk hadn't applied to the council and had already been expelled. Yet this girl now claimed her place was secure. It seemed the results were entirely predetermined. With a sharp look, he directly asked if she was linked to the association. The girl didn't answer. Instead, she began to tremble. He was certain, but one final confirmation still remained. He'd waited by the door quite intentionally. Everyone seeking a council seat would have to pass through this office, offering a chance encounter with someone from the association. His plan worked. He'd found one. Her trembling ceased almost instantly, replaced by a smile. No one, she asserted firmly, could dictate who the school executives should be aware of. He countered, revealing he had his own informants within the association itself. The girl insisted Sehuk's elimination was no mere coincidence. She now fully understood the real reason why, and admitted she hadn't been particularly fond of his actions either. Even if he was relegated to Class E, he shouldn't disgrace Class B. As her rambling continued on and on, the couple watched her, their expressions entirely unchanged. She extended her hand once again, reassuring them there was absolutely no reason to worry, but they continued to utterly ignore her. Their blank expressions remained unchanged. Growing irritated, she snapped, "Are you playing hard to get? Becoming friends with Class B students," she pointed out, "would surely be good for them." The MC hesitated, clearly unsure. Warren simply laughed, claiming total ignorance. He questioned whether fame had completely warped the MC's reality, asking if the MC truly believed all student council members were actually equals. He had to admit the girl had a solid point. Even his own friend had faced ill treatment from the council. When he first joined, he hadn't cared if she was from Class B, or if she was accepted into the council at all. He'd come here specifically looking for her, not to make friends right from the start. She'd chosen the wrong opponent. The girl looked utterly confused. He explained he wasn't the one applying for the council. Ayan was the one who had been interested all along. The girl finally understood. She'd been fighting the wrong person from the start. Hours later, whispers of the shameless teacher and the minister, both now under investigation, spread amongst a shadowy, unknown group. Members of the association grew worried. If the two revealed the association's involvement, they would expose themselves as well. A woman, concerned, spoke. Even if the minister remained silent, the investigation could still ensnare them. Reaching this point hadn't been easy. A man added, all the associations would be at risk if the truth came out. They wouldn't remain idle. Another man agreed, adding that, the director mentioned, was part of the third-year association, and it seemed they weren't talking about Director Wu Shik. This assumption stemmed from his position on the board of directors, and his influence within the hunting industry, but it truly wasn't Wu Shik. A shadow appeared, one that clearly didn't belong to him. This man was a formidable opponent, deeply entrenched, with numerous alliances. The woman from their previous encounter stressed the critical importance of the vice president's ascension to an executive role, should the situation remain unresolved. Otherwise, they'd be forced to drastically alter their plans. That's already been considered, the man said, explaining how difficult it would be to continue working with Minister O. This man they were discussing, it seemed, was Siak's father. The woman questioned whether everyone present hadn't, at least, some kind of contract with the minister. The man admitted they'd had dealings, but nothing of any real consequence. Someone else mentioned a previous discussion with the minister, adding that even if things fell through, they had backup plans regardless. The minister's absence, it was an absolute humiliation for the entire department. Then, another voice cut in, hinting that the vacant position might finally be filled, all depending on Ju Siu's replacement. In that instant, every single person thought of him. One voice questioned, does it have times to be him? While another immediately countered, arguing there was no valid reason he shouldn't join their ranks. But the first voice firmly argued back, it simply wasn't ideal for an outsider, someone with no connections, to get involved. Yet, the woman flat out disagreed. She just couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something was deeply wrong. Even though the MC had seemingly defeated Juicy AK, a predictable victory, she remained incredibly suspicious. But there was a glaring problem. Siop's disqualification meant the boy could simply do nothing at all, and still effortlessly win a council seat. Then, Quite unexpectedly, the president issued an official, public statement. He found their sudden escalation utterly baffling. The president usually preferred absolute discretion, always opting to bury problems deep, rather than expose the Academy's vulnerabilities to the world. This public break with the minister was a dramatic, unprecedented departure. This could only mean one crucial thing, a profound connection between the MC and the president. And not just times, any times, connection, either. It might even give him the ultimate power to control the president completely. One of the men, his gaze intently fixed on the woman, asked if she truly believed that if John Woo secured a council seat, the president would just remain silent. They had tried again and again, tirelessly, to reach him, but he had never yielded. Now, they were all in this together. His influence might not have rivaled that of the powerful board members, but as one of their own asterisk, he might prove even more valuable than Minister O. A surging sense of pride filled the entire room. Though one face held a subtle flicker of doubt, Changsu wondered if everyone truly intended to abandon Minister O. His own crucial project hinged entirely on Myungjin's unwavering support. Without it, he was utterly powerless. With the minister's sudden fall from grace, Changsu realized he was the only one facing utter, complete ruin. His carefully constructed world began to violently crumble around him. He desperately needed an immediate solution, a desperate way to maintain control. Just then, his daughter unexpectedly called. He wondered at the unbelievably poor timing. "I'm busy," he snapped, agitated. But she quickly cut him off with shocking news. Their rival was officially out of the race. The man was stunned. He quickly realized this was the very girl who'd spoken to the protagonist just moments ago. She confirmed his suspicion. An Yun was indeed planning to apply. She knew for sure, having even double-checked with the teacher, that the man believed this young woman was Yun Che's sister, and undoubtedly the granddaughter of Sokdu. Sokdu, a man of immense influence. Joan Woo's candidacy wouldn't stir much, but An Yun, that would be an entirely different story. A moment later, someone inquired about their boss, but he quickly dismissed it as nothing serious. He explained his daughter simply needed him. The conversation finally ended out in the parking lot. The man pulled out his phone and called someone yet unknown. The mystery caller's question immediately revealed his identity. He asked to speak with Unche. He claimed he had something of vital importance to discuss. Hours later, at a restaurant, Shay confronted him, demanding to know how he'd gotten her number. He explained his guild, still one of the country's largest, kept contact info for nearly every hunter. He then offered an apology for the abrupt contact. The girl asked the man what crucial news he had for her. He replied that she likely already knew. The first-year students were attempting to join the council. He then asked if she knew who planned to run. She admitted she had an idea, though she genuinely disliked the person she suspected. The man told her that if she thought it was the MC, she was mistaken. His daughter had informed him the candidate wasn't the protagonist. An Yun was the one planning to apply for the council. The girl was surprised and asked how he knew this. The man explained his own daughter had told him everything. Apparently, ever since Ju Seok had gotten involved in this, he no longer cared about the council. But this wasn't the case for Che. The girl pressed for clarification. What exactly did he mean? He explained that Yun Che's anxiety would undoubtedly worsen. If her sister joined the council, the already complicated family dynamics would likely escalate, a development that would certainly displease Sokyu. And that, of course, wouldn't be good for the girl. He offered his help, but on certain conditions, assuring her they were neither impossible nor inconvenient. He then asked her to take his daughter on a public hunt. During an interview, she aimed to declare Horan her most capable disciple. He paused, then asked if she looked confused. His guild, he explained, was substantial in Korea, but it paled in comparison to the Hunter Association. So, if on top of being a council member, his daughter also trained under Chai, would that be what he truly wanted? The girl had nailed it. Changsu admitted, just as she had boosted the association's influence, Jane could become the very face of the Acres Guild. That way, he would no longer need the minister or director. Sukju confessed, his daughter's skills simply weren't up to par. Her B-class ranking was purely a result of his influence. Chase suggested hiring a tutor, but the man immediately dismissed the idea. Real ability simply wasn't necessary, he explained. He knew from the start his daughter had no talent for hunting. He needed to be efficient. The girl questioned his true intentions, asking if he planned to turn his daughter into nothing more than a mascot. He confirmed her suspicions. He then offered her the money, assuring her it would be more than enough, and then asked for her opinion. She pressed him, reminding him he'd mentioned a plan, and demanding to know the full details. He dismissed her concerns, claiming he wouldn't go to the same extremes as director Shok Ju. He then regretted mentioning the director, quickly adding that there was absolutely no need for concern. He'd merely send his team to intimidate her. Shay countered that such tactics wouldn't work on her sister. He asked if the second heroine had a better suggestion. She insisted he do whatever it took to stop her sister, even if force was absolutely necessary. Before leaving, she added she had one more thing to say. She then asked if the man had spoken to other parents in the association. Changsu, surprised, responded with his characteristic puzzled expression, asking who could possibly gain from such a thing. Years earlier, 2 photographs had surfaced at a funeral. 2 figures knelt on the ground, their gazes fixed on something unseen. One of them, our heroine, wept openly. From behind, a voice cut through the silence, remarking on their continued grief, even after the coffin's closing. A woman turned, her expression sharp with irritation, and confronted the newcomer. How dare he show his face here? She demanded. After everything he'd done, she unleashed a torrent of accusations, convinced this man was responsible for her daughter's demise. And her suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. She pointedly asked if he truly believed no one would discover his guilt. His expression remained unchanged. He countered with his own grief, lamenting the loss of his son. Wasn't it enough that his son had been taken from him? Now his own life was being stolen too. He argued, shouldn't he be the angry one hearing this? The woman's tears continued to fall, but now confusion clouded her features. A tremor ran through her, as her name seemed to escape her involuntarily. Then she told the man to leave. He explained he'd deposited money into the woman's account because of what had happened. As he finished, he glanced back and saw her watching him, tears streaming down her face. He then called to Shay, suggesting they leave. Even then, Shay remained impassive, her face a mask, a chilling indifference she'd apparently carried since childhood. She turned her back, indifferent to the scene, and was no longer worthy of being called a heroine. As she walked away, she repeated a chilling prophecy. He would be eliminated, sooner or later. He continued on, never looking back. She awoke from a dream that felt strangely real, a recurring dream that had haunted her for days. Her gaze drifted to a faded family photograph, a relic from years gone by. The image lingered as the scene faded to black. The next day, at the academy, Ah-hyun was seen training, but at a certain point, he simply sat down, seemingly lost in thought. Jun-woo watched him in silence, waiting for him to get up, until he decided to call out to him. He shouted his name, asking why he had been so distracted lately, wanting to know if something was bothering him. Ah-hyun simply shook his head without answering. However, Jun-woo was suspicious of his silence, and insisted, saying that this complacent attitude was due to the false certainty that he would get the position on the student council. Startled, Ah-hyun quickly denied that was the reason. Faced with the tension, Jun-woo sighed and suggested they take a break. As the break started, Ah-hyun finally spoke up. He confessed that his performance had been subpar. He explained that he'd barely slept a wink for the past few days, making it incredibly hard to focus. But he promised that from that moment forward, he'd give it his absolute best. Jun-woo mused that, in this moment, honesty was definitely the smartest play. He even remarked that he'd already figured that out himself. He then seized the chance to ask Ah-hyun why he sought revenge against his grandfather, suggesting he answer while they rested. Jun-woo believed recalling the reason for his vengeance would reignite Ah-hyun's dying motivation. After a tense silence, Ah-hyun, in a sudden outburst, revealed his grandfather had murdered his parents. Jun-woo was utterly shocked, struggling to believe it. He asked if it was truly possible. Ah-hyun confirmed, nodding with a grim silence. Shock consumed Jun-woo as he grappled with someone killing their own son. Immediately, the image of a man he knew flashed into his mind, a leader who, in his eyes, couldn't hurt a fly. Even if the world had warped beyond recognition, he thought, such monstrosity was still hard to stomach. His grim thoughts were shattered by Ah-hyun, who asked something Jun-woo, completely distracted, didn't immediately grasp. Noticing Jun-woo's blank stare, he tried to cover, claiming that the ghost Yakto he knew seemed vastly different from the one they were discussing. Ah-hyun's reaction was instantaneous. He shot up furiously and, in a brusque manner, demanded to know what else Jun-woo knew about his grandfather. Without offering a concrete answer, Jun-woo simply sighed deeply. Then, abruptly, Ah-hyun turned and declared he was going home. He then stormed out of the gym in a hurry, leaving Jun-woo utterly alone. Still reeling from everything that transpired, Jun-woo noticed a girl, also planning to run for the Hunter Academy Student Council, had left her weapon behind. As he picked it up, he heard a voice call out to him. Jong-hyun asked if something had happened, and why Ah-hyun had taken off so early, noting that Jun-woo also seemed pretty down. He even questioned if they had fought. Jun-woo denied it, muttering it was nothing. Seizing this unexpected chance, he then asked Jong-hyun if he knew anything about director Go Sok-do. Jong Hyun just replied that he only knew what everyone else said, that he was Ah Hyun's grandfather. However, Junwoo pressed on, demanding to know if Jong Hyun believed that person could have killed someone. Jong Hyun was startled by the question, and before giving an answer, he asked if that information came from Ah Hyun. Junwoo simply stated that it seemed to be something serious. After a moment of hesitation, Jong Hyun admitted that even though his father had urged him to stay silent, he knew part of the story. He explained that Ah Hyun's father had divorced his first wife, because their marriage was an arranged one. Later, while on a mission, he reconnected with Park Ah Hyun's mother, his childhood friend, and they rekindled their relationship. According to Jong Hyun, they lived happily for a while, but after 8 years, both were transferred to a local branch of the Hunter Academy. Junwoo interrupted the story for a moment, and asked if Ah Hyun's parents were also hunters. Jong Hyun confirmed they were, then continued his explanation. During a green-grade dungeon raid, the team was forced to retreat due to serious injuries, leaving only the couple to face the boss in the main room. Hoonwoo questioned, wondering if they were truly the only ones capable of handling that dungeon, remembering that the exit seals shut once the boss room is opened. A curious Junwoo also asked about their requests for backup. Jong Hyun explained they did try to make a request, but at that critical moment, the agency system failed, resulting in a complete loss of communication. Junwoo reflected that it had been a catastrophic series of failures, the unexpected retreat of their comrades, an error in the dungeon's classification, and then the communication breakdown. However, he commented that it would be difficult to claim that Seok-do had intentionally planned everything. Jong Hyun partially agreed, stating that it did seem unlikely, but then he revealed the real problem was that the dungeon had been reported to headquarters as an orange grade. A stunned Junwoo asked how the support director, Seok-do, hadn't noticed that. Jong Hyun replied that although it was certainly strange, there was no concrete evidence, which made the case even more disturbing. What was truly frightening, though, was the fact that 2 years earlier, during the Academy's exam, a disappearance had occurred under eerily similar circumstances. Suddenly, Junwoo's face turned grim. He sighed deeply. Realizing this explained what had happened to that idiot, he commented that some weren't happy with the leader's possible return, and with Ah Hyun's words, wondering what else they knew about that idiot. Almost 4 years had passed, enough time to change an entire generation, and now, not even a trace remained of the young ghost Yakdu that Junwoo thought he knew. He figured he understood that person better than he actually did, and resigned himself to the thought that maybe he should apologize. Without wasting time, Junwoo told Jong Hyun they would train alone, as he needed to resolve something quickly. Jong Hyun asked where he was going. Junwoo replied that, Hyun had forgotten something, and he was going to take it to him. Meanwhile, Hyun was walking home, talking to himself. He reflected that he had overreacted, and thought Junwoo probably knew nothing about his parents. He concluded he just needed to apologize. The next day, however, he stopped abruptly. When he saw a man in a black jacket and mask appear in front of him, he soon realized he wasn't alone, as there was another man behind him. Hyun asked if they needed anything. He then observed both were trying to hide something in their sleeves, but the visible bulge gave away they were carrying an arc. He concluded they were hunters and immediately adopted a combat stance. However, he realized, stunned, that his own arc had vanished in an instant. The men in black had used the shadow rain skill. Hyun was enveloped in darkness and completely lost his vision. With no chance to react, he felt a blow from behind. He lost consciousness completely, and fell to the ground shortly after. A car arrived. From inside, one of the men shouted for them to quickly put Hyun in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Junwoo. He tried to call Hyun, but couldn't get through. Thinking that perhaps his friend was still upset about their earlier argument, he resigned himself, concluding there was nothing more to do, and decided to return the forgotten item the next day. The following day, at school, Junmo desperately kept trying to call Hyun, but tragically, he still couldn't reach him. Surprised and deeply worried, he ended the call. 3 whole days had passed since Hyun vanished from the academy. Junwoo sighed, thinking the entire situation was absolutely crazy. Even after all this time, he still couldn't get a hold of Hyun. He also sought help from the teachers, requesting they call Hyun's home directly. But according to his family, the boy hadn't been home since that fateful day. Jong Hyun immediately reported Hyun's disappearance to the police, while Junwoo persisted in his frantic attempts to call, still clinging to the hope of an answer. At that moment, Jong Hyun suddenly remembered the student council candidacy, and warned that registration had to be submitted before 6 p.m. that very day. Junwoo immediately agreed, stating that Hyun would never give up on being a candidate. With that, they both concluded that someone was likely behind all these strange events. Jong Hyun asked if they were trying to prevent Ah Hyun from becoming a member of the student council. He then suggested it could be the Parents' Association. However, Junwoo immediately dismissed this hypothesis, recalling that the investigation into the case was still ongoing. In this context, the Parents' Association wouldn't want to worsen the already tense situation. Furthermore, with Jose already expelled, making things worse would bring them absolutely no benefit. Jong Hyun reflected. If it wasn't them, maybe it was someone dissatisfied with Ah Hyun's candidacy. Junwoo agreed with this compelling idea. However, a crucial question arose. Who might have passed the information to Ah Hyun? This made Jong Hyun think intensely, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he reacted, exclaiming it certainly hadn't been him, as they hadn't seen each other since the exam. Junwoo smiled, immediately reassuring Jong Hyun, assuring him that he knew Jong Hyun wasn't responsible. However, a sudden, unsettling idea crossed Junwoo's mind, leaving him visibly uneasy. Jong Hyun noticed his reaction and asked, "What's happening?" Hoonwoo explained, "We went together to get the application form, and we spoke with a girl from Class B, right in front of the teacher's lounge." Jong Hyun frowned, utterly refusing to believe it. He asked if Junwoo had mentioned something unintentionally. Junwoo admitted he might have spoken without thinking. Jong Hyun grimly shook his head. Visibly annoyed, he grumbled that Junwoo talked way too much. Then, he simply asked who the girl was. Junwoo replied, "That's Hee-yeon from Class 1B. He added she was also part of the Parents' Association. This revelation made Jong Hyun pause and reflect. He considered, if that were the case, perhaps Hee-yeon and Ah Hyun were collaborating on the kidnapping. However, Junwoo slowly shook his head. He wasn't sure Ah Hyun would really ally with Hee-yeon. He also couldn't see a direct benefit for Ah Hyun in acting this way. However, he noted that as a Parents' Association member, Hee-yeon's family could hold a significant position, and thus, room for others to intervene. Considering these unsettling possibilities, they wondered if someone else had obtained the information first, and was deeply involved in these events. Faced with this revelation, Junwoo wasted no time, grabbing his phone to make a call. He called Jong Hyun's father. The moment he answered, the man on the other end sounded surprised to hear Junwoo's voice. He asked, "Shouldn't you be in school right now?" Jong Hyun was also stunned to realize that Junwoo had direct contact with his own father. Junwoo asked if he was busy, saying he needed to ask a favor. Jong Hyun's father, his curiosity piqued, agreed to hear him out. Meanwhile, Jong Hyun, observing their conversation, frowned and asked Junwoo, "When did you get my dad's number?" During the call, Junwoo asked for information about Hee-yeon's parents from Class B. Jong Hyun's father paused, thinking for a moment, before replying that Hee-yeon's parents weren't particularly well known, and there was little material available to investigate. He explained her father was the head of a guild in Seoul, the Aces Guild, and that, separated from his wife, he lived alone with his daughter. Junwoo asked if this guild was comparable to a private security firm. Jong Hyun's father confirmed this, adding that the organization wasn't entirely legal, being involved in some highly controversial activities. Armed with this information, Junwoo asked if it was possible to track the current whereabouts of Hee-yeon's father. Jong Hyun's father laughed, commenting that besides being time-consuming, it could absolutely complicate the situation even further. He advised Junwoo to just report the case to the police, promising to help him out, so the investigation could kick off without delay. Junwoo thanked him for the help, especially considering he'd called out of the blue. The man on the other end simply laughed, replying that, in fact, *He times was the one who should be thankful, as Junwoo was helping his son. Junwoo smiled at Jong Hyun and ended the call. Jong Hyun, still confused, asked what they'd do if they couldn't find Ah Hyun's whereabouts. Junwoo simply smiled and said that if they couldn't find them, they would make them come to them. Jong Hyun, who was initially laughing, suddenly became serious and grabbed Junwoo's shoulder, asking him to confirm if what he was thinking was really times the plan. Worried, he reminded Junwoo that his father was a police officer, and that this could be considered a crime. Junwoo just told him not to worry, and that he wouldn't have to get involved. Before Jong Hyun could stop him, Junwoo walked away, leaving him even more stunned. The scene then changed to a rooftop, where Gi-hyun was talking on the phone with his father. He was saying that Ah Hyun hadn't shown up since the previous day, and upon ending the call, he expected to be praised. However, as he looked at his phone, he noticed someone arriving on the rooftop. It was Junwoo, who appeared calmly. Gi-hyun, not hiding his surprise, asked how Junwoo knew about that place. In a mocking tone, he said he thought Junwoo was the powerful Kim Jong-won. Continuing with the taunts, he asked if Junwoo was going to apologize or just tell him everything. Junwoo remained silent, simply observing him, annoyed. Gi-yong declared that it was too late, and that he himself was leaving. Without a word, Junwoo used his ability, activated the fur ring, and applied the explosive skill flick. What happened next was not shown. The scene then changed to a vacant lot, where Won was driving his car. While driving, he made a phone call. On the call, the person on the other end asked if Ah-hyun was okay. Won responded calmly, and the caller, smiling, said he was relieved, as it would be a big problem if something more serious had happened. Won commented that despite everything, it was excessive to treat a high school student that way. Although hesitant, he asked the man on the line if he didn't feel bothered, since Ah-hyun was still his brother. Ah-hyun's brother replied that, with someone as influential as the Acer Guild's manager, from their Seoul branch got involved, there'd be no client interference. He claimed it was just a personal request, and tasked Won with handling the situation until 6 p.m. Won agreed, vowing to call back soon. As his gaze drifted into the distance, he found himself reflecting on Ah-hyun, admitting the boy truly possessed impressive qualities, and knew how to stand his ground. Suddenly, one of the guild's men appeared, greeting Won. Calling him guildmaster, he asked about the situation, and the man reported that everything remained quiet. Won ordered them to release the prisoner after 6 p.m., but sternly demanded they double surveillance. The guards immediately agreed. Shortly after, Won received a call from his daughter, Hee-yeon. Before answering, he muttered to himself, instantly suspicious. Upon answering, Won immediately scolded his daughter, telling her he was busy. However, from the other end of the line, he heard Hee-yeon's trembling voice. Crying, she said she was being held captive. Before he could react, another voice cut into the call. It was Junwoo, who introduced himself and asked if he was Hee-yeon's father. Overcome with rage, Won demanded to know who he was and what he'd done to his daughter. Junwoo, however, remained eerily calm and simply asked him to calm down, stating he only wanted to make peace. Hee-yeon, however, became utterly enraged and asked who he was talking to on the other end of the line. She wanted to know who he was and what he'd done to her. To Hee-yeon, Junwoo calmly replied that he hadn't done anything yet. Nothing. Yet. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon, listening to the conversation, glared furiously at Junwoo. Exhausted and irritated, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze alone, Junwoo returned her gaze, and, for a moment, remembered something. He remembered his past, a simple and direct philosophy, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If someone attacked him, he responded. If someone took something from him, he took something in return. It was an emotionally detached and undoubtedly immoral method, but sometimes, it was the most effective, like now. Back in the present, Won, still furious, demanded to know what Junwoo wanted. Junwoo offered no answer, immediately muttering that by capturing Won's daughter, they had achieved a position of equality. He then directly answered the man on the phone. He ordered that the student in his possession be brought to the agreed-upon location. In 1 hour. Won was in shock, trying to process it. He heard Junwoo repeat. They'd make an exchange. The student captured by Won would be traded for his daughter's release, and the exchange had to happen within an hour. Sweat began to trickle down Won's forehead. Only someone truly cold could propose such a deal. He recognized him immediately. Junwoo was from Class E. He was even more surprised by the cruelty a simple high school student showed. Outraged, he asked if Junwoo had any idea who he was. Junwoo replied with a chilling smile. He said he knew very well he was Won Chang-soo, manager of the Aces Guild, and with an even wider smile, he added that at that moment, Haeyeon's safety was more important than Won's identity. Won's eyes widened. And furious, he insulted Junwoo. But Junwoo was relentless. He told him he had only 1 hour, and that he just had to follow the example he himself had set by kidnapping him. Won felt paralyzed by pain and shock. Junwoo added that if he obeyed, nothing would happen to his daughter. But Won tried to challenge him. He asked how Junwoo planned to hurt his daughter, and if he would have the courage to kill her. Junwoo smiled, and replied that even without killing her, he could ensure she would never become a hunter. Haeyeon, hearing everything, widened her eyes, still not believing Junwoo's plans. His last words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, the expression on Won's face changed to something darker, with sadness. He asked Junwoo not to go too far, but Junwoo cut him off coldly. He reminded him of Joseph's case, who for some unknown reason could no longer use the arc. He suggested that perhaps the reason was related to the wooden sword. Won, absolutely furious, could only insult Junwoo, calling him an idiot. Junwoo, indifferent, continued. He explained that while this wouldn't affect Joseph's daily life, it would absolutely crush his chances of joining the student council. And, even more critically, his entire career as a hunter. He then asked Won if he was truly willing to take such a risk. Won could barely contain his seething anger and utter desperation. Trembling, he found himself utterly speechless, unable to answer. Finally, defeated and resigned, he quietly asked where he should take Ah-yoon. Junwoo, already sending the precise location, told him to get there as quickly as humanly possible. Meanwhile, lurking just behind Junwoo, a masked man nervously asked if this was truly safe. Junwoo, still preoccupied with sending messages, simply replied with a curt nod. His masked accomplice warned that their enemy was none other than the dreaded Aces Guild. They were professional hunters, and if they attacked, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. But Junwoo, firm as ever, assured him that if absolutely necessary, he would personally take care of them himself. Meanwhile, the young Hee-yeon continued to stealthily listen to the tense conversation between Junwoo and her own father. Little by little, she agonizingly understood that her own father had orchestrated Ah-yoon's kidnapping. Confused and terrified, she desperately wondered what was truly going on. The scene then dramatically shifted to the school's highly secure special department room. Won was frantically calling Ah-yoon's brother to inform him of the dire situation. Confused, the brother demanded to know what he meant by, "We've been discovered." Won explained, in a grim, stern tone, that all their meticulously laid plans had been uncovered by a mere Class E student. Go Yun-chae, utterly taken aback, asked if he was possibly referring to Junwoo, and he desperately wanted to know how that boy had managed to uncover everything. Angrily, Won retorted that he had no idea, absolutely no clue how it had happened. Go Yun-chae reflected that, even if Junwoo had somehow discovered something, he couldn't possibly have acted with such terrifying speed. Won, trying his best to sound composed, informed him that the boy had actually captured his daughter, and was now demanding a hostage exchange within the hour. A shocked Go Yun-chae then demanded if he had accepted the deal immediately. Firmly, Won stated that no, he had not accepted it. He'd explained that, according to Junwoo's chilling threats, if he didn't comply with his demands, his daughter could never, ever pursue a career as a hunter. He knew he absolutely couldn't stand by idly and let that happen, because even if he didn't harbor the highest expectations, he desperately wanted to ensure Hee-yeon at least became a powerful, high-level hunter. After a heavy sigh, Go Yun-chae asked if this meant Won was giving up on the request he had made earlier, quickly denying it. Won stated he had no such intention, but from that moment on, he couldn't guarantee the safety of Go Yun-chae's brother. Faced with this response, Go Yun-chae remained silent. Won concluded that he had only called to inform him of the situation, and hung up abruptly after hanging up. He commented to himself that he believed Go Yun-chae didn't care much about this kind of thing. Without wasting time, he ordered his men to get the prisoner out of the car, and prepare to leave immediately. His men obeyed promptly, and Won also reminded them to bring the equipment. The scene then changed to a warehouse, where Junwoo and his allies were waiting. As soon as he arrived, Won was greeted by Junwoo, who respectfully addressed him as manager Won Chang-soo. However, Won ignored him and asked directly where Yan was. Junwoo, maintaining an ironic smile, stated that the question was poorly phrased, as it was first necessary to bring Ah-hyun. Internally, furious Won cursed Junwoo while giving orders to his men. Junwoo taunted, saying that without something to negotiate, handing over the hostage would make them lose their advantage. Won, sighing and massaging his head, motioned for them to bring Ah-yoon. Two men dressed in black took Ah-yoon out of the car. The young man's head was covered by a paper bag, which prevented him from seeing where he was being taken. They walked slowly into the warehouse, and upon arrival, they removed the bag from his head. Although his vision was blurry, Ah-hyun managed to recognize Junwoo and, smiling, showed happiness at seeing him again. Junwoo, with hope in his eyes, gave a signal to his masked partner, indicating for him to bring Hee-yeon to them. On the way, Hee-yeon quickly identified the masked man, and commented that everyone at school knew who he was. As there was only one student with one arm, the masked man remained silent for a few moments, before making a gesture of agreement. When Hee-yeon reached Junwoo, he announced that the exchange should begin in an orderly and smooth manner. Meanwhile, Won, fainting disinterest, lit a cigarette. He said he'd need to mull it over first. He took a drag and declared he was just following superior orders. They'd seize Ah-hyun, but their real target was Hee-yeon. Junwoo, eyes narrowed ironically, asked how he could possibly refuse such an imposition. Won simply cackled, openly mocking the whole situation. Suddenly, Junwoo's other allies swarmed in, surrounding Won's crew. Won, a surprised smirk on his face, noted that Junwoo wasn't exactly in a position to make demands. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Hee-yeon, the masked man, and even Junwoo himself, showed clear signs of tension. As the air grew thick with palpable tension, Won stayed silent, coldly calculating his next power play. Junwoo slowly stepped forward, speaking softly but with unmistakable emphasis, stressing this was critically important for both their sakes, and suggested they resolve everything. Right here, right now. Wan arrogantly smirked, flicking away his cigarette, and sarcastically retorted that now Junwoo was the one begging. He mocked the situation, a cruel smile never leaving his face. Junwoo realized this was exactly what Wan had wanted all along. Meanwhile, he, Yan, visibly nervous, crept closer to Junwoo and Ba Mulong, and pleading with them not to look at her and to just let her go, clearly terrified of the impending clash. Junwoo responded coldly and without a flicker of hesitation. "Shut up. Stay quiet, and don't complain if you get hurt." The mysterious masked man then stepped forward, piquing Junwoo's curiosity, who immediately questioned, "What are you doing?" The masked man replied that even he would struggle to face this threat all by himself. A surprised Junwoo asked, "Do you even know what you're doing?" The masked man simply smiled and declared he no longer cared. Then, in a completely unexpected move, he dramatically ripped off his mask, revealing his true identity, Kim Jong-hyun. Without wasting a second, Jong-hyun immediately activated his C-rank skill, Mad Hedgehog, and braced himself for battle. He mused that it had been nearly a month since his training began, and this was the absolute perfect moment to put his skills to the test. Junwoo nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, acknowledging Jong-hyun's newfound confidence, especially after suffering the loss of his arm. He warned him, however, that he would personally be the one to evaluate his performance, promising to be incredibly strict. Right after, Junwoo picked up a golf club, which both surprised and thoroughly intrigued Jong-hyun about its purpose. He explained that he just hadn't found anything better, so he opted to use Bosok's golf club instead. He remembered Bosok almost crying when his club was taken away. Now, back to the present situation. Wan, in utter disbelief, mocked their use of a golf club. He declared that everything has its limits. Wasting no more time, he barked orders for his men to attack. As the chaos unfolded, Wan sarcastically noted the sheer absurdity of it. He was carrying Ah-hyun, who visibly struggled in pain while trying to escape the warehouse. Just then, he saw one of his men get violently thrown out, crashing headfirst onto the ground. The man shrieked in agony, leaving Wan utterly stunned. Stepping into the warehouse to understand the commotion, Wan saw his men were getting completely thrashed. One of them attempted a sneak attack on Junwoo from behind, but Junwoo dodged, seizing the chance to land a powerful blow. With the golf club, the hit was so fierce, it sent the man soaring. To Wan's utter astonishment, watching this unfold, Wan also started showing signs of immense irritation. He ordered his subordinates to inform his client that the operation was on the verge of failure. Wan was absolutely furious, seeing these few youngsters dominate the situation. He thought to himself, he knew Junwoo showed talent at school, but he assumed that outside of it, reality would be a completely different story. He figured that against professional hunters, students like Junwoo should be easily defeated. However, his men continued to drop, one after another, which left him utterly bewildered. He pondered how 6 second-rate hunters were being defeated by just 2 students. He found the entire thing completely ridiculous, and felt like he was caught in some bizarre joke. While Wan was still trying to process everything, Junwoo didn't hesitate. He advanced, making a quick move in Wan's direction to distract him. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo sliced the tape, binding Ah-hyun's hands, setting him free. Wan was genuinely impressed by his enemy's audacity and brilliant strategy. He realized Junwoo had intentionally created the distraction to free Ah-hyun. Junwoo and Ah-hyun then prepared to act, wary of Wan's next move. Wan began laughing uncontrollably, acknowledging his opponents were truly one step ahead. While clutching his head, he mumbled to himself that he now understood the situation, feeling the palpable tension in the air. Junwoo and Ah-hyun braced themselves, ready for Wan's next move. Suddenly, Wan summoned his fighting spirit. It was the Mountain Lord Tiger, a colossal and intimidating beast. Ah-hyun was instantly struck with terror by Wan's sheer power. He recognized it as the signature ability of the Aces Guild head. The spirit tiger's immense pressure was absolutely suffocating. Ah-hyun found himself frozen, unsure of what to do. Sensing the grave danger, Junwoo quickly tossed a weapon to Ah-hyun, urging him to run to the school and not look back. Ah-hyun hesitated, his heart pounding. "Will you be all right alone, Junwoo?" he asked. Junwoo firmly replied that the mission was their top priority, and Ah-hyun had to submit the application on time. Understanding the critical nature of the moment, Ah-hyun bolted, running as fast as his legs could carry him. However, Wan commanded the tiger to lunge, aiming to stop him. The devastating attack nearly reached its target, but Junwoo defiantly blocked the charge with his golf club. Junwoo declared that Wan would have to get through him first. Wan, utterly annoyed, called Junwoo a mere nuisance. Meanwhile, Hyun managed to escape the battle, putting significant distance between himself and the warehouse. But just as he thought he was safe, he found someone waiting for him. Confused, Hyun demanded, "What does this mean?" Their client had appeared in person, and it was none other than Go Yun-chai. Thus, the brothers finally met. They stood face to face. Hyun insisted he needed to go, but was cut off, told he wasn't going anywhere. Hyun remained silent for a tense moment, until he began to speak of his family. Go Yun-chai listened in silence as he continued. Hyun recalled how they used to live in a cramped, small house, enduring incredibly difficult conditions. Yet, they were happy, always sharing dinner together. He asked if Go Yun-chai found that funny. He explained that even though his parents were hunters, their family lived in crushing poverty. He then revealed their father had left home, and their grandfather squandered all their money. This forced their father to send every penny he earned to pay off debts. The family could only survive because his parents sacrificed everything, working multiple jobs just to put food on the table. Hyun shared that every night, in that tiny, smelly room. His father used to say he had a beautiful and kind brother. He would promise that one day, they would all be reunited. And when that day came, their father told Go Yun-chai that he should become friends with his brother. As Hyun spoke, Go Yun-chai listened on, silent and unmoving. Hyun's voice was heavy with anguish as he asked, why didn't Go Yun-chai even come down the hill to see them? He then accused him of having stayed under the sway of the man who murdered their own father. Hyun was on the verge of breaking down, tears welling up. Go Yun-chai replied that he understood the vengeful feelings his brother carried. But Hyun immediately cut him off, shouting that he understood absolutely nothing. He declared that if Go Yun-chai couldn't help him, he should at least not stand in his way. In a raw, emotional outburst, Hyun activated his Flame of Asher ability. Go Yun-chai tried to warn him, stating crisply, "You still don't know what kind of person our grandfather truly is." Then, he unleashed his own ability, Crystallized Ice. Go Yun-chai added that if Hyun continued to give in to his emotions, he would end up dead. Hyun defiantly replied that he didn't care, that he wasn't like the others, and that he had absolutely nothing left to lose. At that very instant, his scorching fire magic surged forcefully towards Go Yun-chai. Go Yun-chai counterattacked with his ice magic, launching a volley of crystal needles. The tunnel ignited with the violent clash of their powers, and a thick, dense smoke immediately filled the confined space. Meanwhile, in another scene entirely, Junwoo continued his fierce battle against the tiger summoned by Wan. Wan's face made it painfully clear that he too was beginning to struggle. Noticing a fleeting opportunity, Wan tried to retreat to pursue Hyun. However, Junwoo immediately detected the movement and swiftly confronted him. He demanded, "Where do you think you're going, Wan?" Wan was utterly surprised that Junwoo had seen through his intentions so incredibly quickly. Junwoo then landed a powerful kick. Wan quickly recovered, and both paused for a tense moment, exchanging steely glances. Junwoo reminded him, "I already warned you, if you want to reach Hyun, you'll have to get past me first." Wan, frustrated at being unable to pursue his target, fumed internally about Junwoo's sheer arrogance. He reflected that it didn't feel like he was facing a mere student at all. He recognized that despite it being his times mountain spirit, Junwoo could both block it and even counterattack. He admitted that Junwoo's skill was utterly astonishing, and his combat ability rivaled that of seasoned veteran hunters. He considered this a gravely serious problem. Meanwhile, his men were hot on the heels of Wan's daughter inside the building. He realized in desperate panic that no one else was chasing Yoon, he concluded, with dread, that this time, they would truly lose him. Wan had finally had enough, declaring, "I don't think I'll hold back or play around with you anymore. I'm in a hurry, Wan." He then used his mana connection skill to directly link with the monster he had just unleashed. Warning, "Prepare to die, kid." Immediately, Wan's summoned tiger lunged at Junwoo. Junwoo stood his ground, facing the attack head-on, even commenting on the monster's incredible speed. The tiger's powerful blow slammed into Junwoo's body, injuring him right from the start. He initially thought the attack would be aimed at his head, but he quickly realized it was directed at his body instead. It was then that he noticed this summoned beast was on a whole other level, something evident from its incredibly precise movements. Despite being injured, Junwoo managed to get up quickly. He commented, "So, you use something called ink? Not bad for a student," Wan replied, smiling. "Now you seem pressured. You can't afford to get hurt here." Junwoo remained silent. It was clear he was analyzing the situation. He reflected that summoned creatures usually moved on their own, But Wan seemed to control this one directly, as if manipulating a character in a video game. By connecting mana directly to the monster, the summoner could command it with absolute precision. Without this skill, summoned beasts would move erratically and dangerously. This flaw was common among amateurs, but that was clearly not the case here. Junwoo thought the summoned tiger was at least green rank, or perhaps even equivalent to a boss monster. As he was thinking, the tiger attacked again. Junwoo dodged quickly, looking for a way to counterattack. He noted that although he could block the attacks, they were all strategically aimed at his weak points. Junwoo reflected. So this is the strength of a branch manager. Suddenly, the tiger appeared behind him, trying to strike him with its paw. Luckily, Junwoo managed to dodge, but still in the air, he realized he was in a vulnerable position. It was then that Wan smiled and said, "Too late, Junwoo." Surprised, Junwoo saw that Wan had released another summoned monster. "A huge golem," Wan stated. "Now you're in Eric's spot. You have no choice but to fall." With a taunting smile, he added, "I was hoping for this. I didn't even imagine I'd have to unleash two beasts." Junwoo wondered how he'd possibly survive this desperate situation. Wan continued to taunt, "Don't worry, you won't die here, but it's going to hurt a times lot asterisk." The golem advanced, ready to strike Junwoo, while the tiger pounced from above. But Junwoo quickly thought to use his troll's blunt weapon skill. Wan, ever alert, noticed the sudden change in Junwoo's stance. But before he could be hit, Junwoo counterattacked with his golf club. Wan was utterly surprised and cursed loudly. He hadn't expected that move at all. The scene then shifted to Jonghyun, who was facing three enemies attempting to capture Hee-Yun. Amid the mounting tension, Jonghyun wondered if Junwoo, who was fighting the notorious branch manager, Wan Chang-soo, would be safe. Despite his worry, he quickly realized he couldn't get distracted, as he had three professional hunters from the Aces Guild right in front of him. The enemies, oozing confidence, taunted Jonghyun, saying that without his golf club-wielding friend, they doubted he could face them alone. They called him brave, but with utter contempt. They knew if they took too long, they could face severe punishment, so they were determined to end the fight swiftly. They attacked together, but Jonghyun deftly retreated, following Junwoo's teachings. Maintain distance and observe the enemy until an opening appeared. Meanwhile, the hunters relentlessly mocked him, growing impatient with his evasive strategy. As time passed, their irritation simmered and grew, and Jonghyun knew one of them would soon make a mistake. And just as he had predicted, one of the hunters exploded with rage and charged forward alone. Jonghyun seized the opportunity, skillfully dodged and struck the enemy's leg, who fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Another, seeing his comrade fall, launched an attack, only to be swiftly taken down. With a precise blow to the leg from Jonghyun, the last of the three hesitated, seeing his allies defeated on the ground. But the fight was still far from over. As he kept his guard up, Jonghyun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even without special skills or powerful equipment, he could actually face professional hunters. He remembered how, a short time ago, he had lost all hope of ever becoming a hunter, due to the devastating loss of his right hand. Yet, after only 1 month of training with Junwoo, he had shattered expectations he never even dared to dream of. The three hunters, absolutely furious, rose to their feet. One of them mocked the situation, sneering that rank still made all the difference. Together, they began their approach once more, this time with far more caution. However, when one of them pinpointed Hee-Yan's hiding spot, they swiftly shifted the focus of their attack, knowing the real mission was to capture her. They abandoned Jonghyun and bolted toward their target. Jonghyun, caught completely off guard, was left utterly vulnerable. One of the hunters capitalized on his distraction and landed a powerful blow to his face. Another ambushed him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he lay fallen, Jonghyun was brutally kicked. His attackers humiliated him, asking where all that pride he'd shown before had gone. They vowed to crush him until not a single bone remained intact. Even as he was being beaten, Jonghyun remembered Junwoo's lessons. When the distance is closed, all that's left is to endure, resist, and hope that perhaps an awakening would occur. That rare moment when a fighter's body, pushed to the limit, unleashes a strength beyond its own limits. In the climax of the violence, even under relentless kicks and punches, Jonghyun gathered his strength and, with an instinctive move, pierced one of his attackers with his aura stake. The man, in a state of shock, could barely react. Surprisingly, Jonghyun stood up with a vacant look, as if he were no longer truly conscious. The two remaining hunters hesitated, frightened by the sudden change in his posture. They no longer recognized the rookie they had underestimated. When they tried to immobilize him, Jonghyun even used his mouth to wield a stake, and drove it into one of the enemy's hands. Freeing himself, the men retreated, visibly terrified. They then decided they would use weapons to end it once and for all. But before they could act, one of them was surprised by an attack that came from outside. Scared, the man looked around and saw Wan himself. Wan ordered everyone to retreat immediately. It was clear that he recognized the battle had been lost. Although confused, the hunters obeyed. When asked about his opponent, Wan, the branch manager, admitted point-blank that he had been defeated. He also noted that even with just one hand, Jong Hyun had forced his men to resort to weapons and their feet. He simply couldn't ignore the young man, Jong Hyun. Although he had pushed far past his limits, he couldn't hold on, collapsing shortly after, entirely spent from his own exertion. Meanwhile, the tunnel where the brothers fought remained choked with thick, swirling smoke. Through the hazy mist, Ah Hyun lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated by Go Yun Chai's overwhelming power. A disappointed Go Yun Chai muttered to himself that he had expected so much more, especially since Ah Hyun aimed for the student council. Yet, seeing the girl's pathetic state, he grimly concluded that, if this was the limit of her determination for revenge, she might as well just give up now, as she wouldn't even last a year before vanishing without a trace. Despite this crushing defeat, Ah Hyun, struggling to push herself up, declared she'd rather die fighting right here than simply surrender. Go Yun Chai, shaking his head slowly, merely observed that in her current state, he doubted she could accomplish a single thing. Ah Hyun, still desperately trying to resist, pleaded with Go Yun Chai to wait, insisting the contest wasn't over. Her insistence, however, sounded merely like an irritating, whimpering lament, with no strength left to face him. Ah Hyun had no choice but to burst into tears. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere. Jun Woo was approaching, ordering Ah Hyun to get up, demanding to know why she was still on the ground. Upon seeing Jun Woo, Ah Hyun stopped crying and turned to him, while Go Yun Chai, recognizing the newcomer, showed a flicker of surprise. Jun Woo then greeted Go Yun Chai casually, remarking it had been a while since they last met, and that it was good to see him again. A bewildered Go Yun Chai questioned how he had even managed to get here, noting that Director Guang would never allow such an easy exit. Jun Woo explained that he'd initially tried to resolve things with a simple conversation, but since Guang proved too stubborn, he was forced to put him to sleep before leaving. The revelation visibly stunned Go Yun Chai, who immediately demanded if Jun Woo had truly defeated the director. Although Jun Woo quickly denied it, Go Yun Chai pressed him for the truth, no holds barred. His expression grim, deadly, serious. Jun Woo, however, swore he wasn't kidding. But Owen Chi just stayed silent, his suspicions growing, while the other man chimed in, "The crucial thing now is figuring out our next move. Trust aside, let's focus on that," he added, reminding them they were busy and needed space to continue. Still fuming, Go Yun Chai demanded, "Why are you even helping Kwansha AI?" Jun Woo answered simply, "I just see a bit of myself in the kid," he said. Go Yun Chai, thoroughly annoyed, shot back that he should understand the implications of such aid, but Jun Woo, completely unconcerned, simply declared he saw no reason to care, as he prepped a skill and an energy crystal. Go Yun Chai warned, "You'll soon grasp the consequences, Jun Woo, but by then, it'll be far too late for regrets." As he geared up to strike, Go Yun Chai was blindsided when Jun Woo, glancing at Ah Hyun, suddenly recalled they only had 15 minutes left before registrations slammed shut. There was no way they'd make it in time. Deeming it unfair to waste another second, Jun Woo sharply warned Go Yun Chai that if he kept going, he'd expose his involvement in a minor's kidnapping. That veiled threat made Go Yun Chai falter. He immediately halted his skill's activation. Seizing his chance, Jun Woo snatched Ah Hyun and declared, "We're out of here." As they turned to leave, Go Yun Chai called out, stating he'd accept the favor Jun Woo had asked of him long ago. Intrigued, Jun Woo paused. "What exactly do you mean?" Go Yun Chai explained he'd speak to his grandfather, so Jun Woo could get his hands on the hidden weapon in the support division. The catch? Leave Ah Hyun behind and walk away. Jun Woo narrowed his eyes. "Are you serious?" A firm nod was his answer. Yet, to Go Yun Chai's shock, he flat out refused. Go Yun Chai immediately demanded, "Why?" Jun Woo recalled Bosek's plea to steer clear of conflict, and though he genuinely wanted no trouble, he preferred to act with caution. He added that, observing the whole scene, he couldn't help but notice the younger grandson was overreacting. Confused, Go Yun Chai asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Jun Woo simply told him to pass a message to his grandfather. He'd be seeking him out himself, very soon, and to wait there for him. After that, Jun Woo swiftly left the place with Ah Yun. After getting him to the hospital, Ah Yun finally stirred awake. Jun Woo asked, Are you with us? Still disoriented, the boy wanted to know exactly where they were. Junwoo calmly explained they were in a hospital, and that he'd been unconscious for almost a full day, advising him not to worry and to try to sit up slowly. Anxiously, Ah-hyun asked about the candidacy and registration. Junwoo replied that he had managed to register just in time, and that he shouldn't worry about a thing, although when they'd first arrived, the teacher's lounge had been in utter chaos. Ah-hyun sighed in relief. Junwoo, seeing that he was okay, announced that he was leaving. However, Ah-hyun quickly stopped him, asking why he had refused Go Yunchai's offer, since it would have been a perfect opportunity for him. Turning around, Junwoo explained that Go Yunchai was too afraid of his grandfather, which made it difficult to trust him for critical missions. He further added that Go Yunchai was acutely aware of Go Seo-duk's authority. As much as he wanted to rebel, he ended up giving in. Junwoo then concluded that he needed someone who could truly persuade Go Seo-duk, not someone who would blindly obey. Smiling, Hyun asked what his other reasons were. With a faint smile, Junwoo admitted that Go Yunchai had always been very poor. Although that wasn't the only factor, there were other, better people who were just as poor. Scratching his head, Hyun joked that Junwoo sometimes said things that made no sense. Junwoo laughed and told him to be quiet, as he knew Ah-hyun would face many difficulties during training. Before finally leaving, Junwoo said that although he didn't know what had truly happened to him, he was sure that he was safe, and that was the most important thing of all. Ah-hyun just watched him, moved by his genuine words. Finally, Junwoo announced his departure, opened the door and left. While Ah-hyun, despite everything, felt happy knowing he could truly count on him. As Junwoo was leaving the hospital, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly began to ring. He quickly answered the call, and soon recognized Bosik's voice on the other end. Junwoo confirmed if it was really him, and heard Bosik report that he had followed his instructions. The incident was unleashed upon the media. Despite this, Bosik voiced some apprehension, wondering if they hadn't overstepped, and how the case was exposed. Junwoo retorted with unwavering resolve, explaining that with Go Yunchai's attempt having backfired, they had no choice but to escalate to more drastic measures. Bosik, his curiosity piqued, questioned if they'd still be branded as the culprits. Amidst all this, Junwoo, the lead manager of the Aces Guild's Soul Branch, retorted with a touch of irony, noting that if anyone overheard them, they'd assume he was the one who'd messed up. Bosik denied it, yet confessed to being astonished that Junwoo hadn't leveraged all the accusations he himself had put forward, including those targeting Go Yunchai and the Parents Association. Junwoo paused for a beat, before declaring he'd released just enough to seize their attention, and he'd leave the rest for Bosik to finish off. On the other end of the line, Bosik showed a flicker of surprise, and then jested that he seemed to be becoming Junwoo's right-hand man once more. Junwoo, intrigued, questioned why Bosik seemed less than enthusiastic, and demanded to know. Since when he dared to contradict him, Bosik's sole reply was to respectfully address him as captain, which confused. Junwoo pressed, demanding to know what exactly had transpired. Bosik hesitated, then abruptly shifted the topic, reminding Junwoo about the golf club he'd borrowed, and asking when he planned to finally return it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the special affairs room, where Go Yunchai sat, his head throbbing with a weighty burden of worry. He reflected in silence. It's all over. He knew it was now undeniably certain that Ah-hyun would secure a spot on the student council, and if past misdeeds ever surfaced, it would mean his utter downfall. He even considered striking a deal with branch manager Won Chung-so, but quickly dismissed the notion, deeming him utterly useless. He wondered what else Junwoo could be scheming at that very moment. As he was lost in these dire thoughts, Go Yunchai's cell phone suddenly blared to life. He answered quickly, becoming even more alarmed. When he saw the name flashing on the screen, it was a call he absolutely couldn't ignore. On the other end of the line, a voice replied that they had caught the news, and remarked that something truly extraordinary seemed to have occurred. Go Yunchai's face, a mix of surprise and anxiety, immediately asked what was going on. He opened his laptop, horrified by the shocking headlines. The names of the Aces Guild and director, Won Chang-soo, were plastered across every news portal. Go Yunchai could barely believe his own eyes. He muttered aloud, "What is this?" The voice on the other end of the line asked directly, "Did Times U Times cause this?" Go Yunchai tried to downplay it, stating it was just a small problem. He'd tried to fix it, he claimed. The person he was speaking with? None other than his own grandfather, Go Seok-do. Go Seok-do wasted no time changing the subject, mentioning Ah-hyun's decision to run for student council. "Is that true?" he pressed. Go Yunchai confirmed with a hesitant murmur. Go Seok-do interrupted him sharply, stating that if his grandson had reached this point, it was thanks to his efforts as well. He then warned Go Yun-chae that, if the situation continued to deteriorate, both of them would quickly lose their positions. Go Yun-chae responded with irritation, declaring he'd fix everything. Go Sok-do, however, spoke harshly. His grandson didn't seem to grasp the full extent of what was happening. He explained the real Times problem, was how the news was only attacking Director Wan, leaving Go Yun-chae entirely out of it. This, he stated, was undoubtedly a trap. Go Yun-chae's eyes widened in shock at those words. Go Sok-do continued, explaining that, to protect his own involvement, Go Yun-chae would now be forced to act according to the will of whoever had set this whole situation up. He then asked angrily, who would be so audacious as to set a trap for us, without the slightest fear? Go Yun-chae took a moment to answer, but finally revealed the responsible party. Seemed to be a student from Class 1D, admitted through special criteria. Go Sok-do muttered, just an insolent rookie, and determined he would handle the matter himself. Go Yun-chae, anxious, asked what his grandfather planned to do. Go Seok-do simply replied that it was something Go Yun-chae didn't need to know. With that, Go Yun-chae remained silent. A potent mix of fear and unease filled the air. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts to the Class 1B classroom, and there she was, Hee-yeon, the undeniable target of curious glances, and a storm of malicious comments from her classmates. Both boys and girls, everyone was whispering, all about her father's involvement in the shocking kidnapping scandal. Hee-yeon, visibly annoyed, couldn't help but wonder to herself, why no one had the guts to say it to her face directly. Suddenly, one of her classmates called her out loud. It was Lee So-jong, son of the vice president of Dongyeon Daily, who mockingly declared her father was trendy once again. Hee-yeon, struggling to keep her composure, replied with irritation that if Lee So-jong had nothing useful to say, he should just back off. But Lee So-jong only continued to provoke her, insidiously insinuating that the Aces Guild was utterly incompetent, so much so they'd even kidnapped a minor. Hee-yeon felt her anger dangerously rising within her, but the relentless classmates simply wouldn't stop. Lee So-jong finished with a final, biting sarcastic comment, sneering that Hee-yeon's father's courage was truly impressive. The clear intention to annoy her was practically etched onto Lee So-jong's face. Faced with the raw, extreme irritation she felt, Hee-yeon abruptly stood from her chair, deciding to flee the room. As she desperately walked away, she could still hear Boy Bruno making yet another derogatory comment. Although her father was in such a dire situation, Una insinuated that Hee-yeon would soon suffer the exact same fate, disappearing as soon as her father's influence inevitably vanished. Hee-yeon tried desperately to ignore their cruel words, but the final taunt resonated deeply within her mind, penetrating slowly and painfully as she stalked down the hallway. The venomous voices of her classmates became even clearer. They openly commented that without the family connection, Hee-yeon might not have even snagged a spot in the school. They also doubted she could ever find a decent job in the future. Boy Bono, unable to restrain himself, shamelessly approached Hee-yeon once again. He grabbed her by the shoulder, and in a tone dripping with contempt, he offered her a job, suggesting that, if she knew how to make coffee, she might actually be useful in some small way. This time, Hee-yeon simply could not bear it any longer. She quickly slapped Bono's hand off her shoulder, without a single word. Then, she stormed out of the room, carrying within her a silent fury and a fiercely growing resentment. As she crossed the hallway, her steps were firm, almost impossibly heavy. In her mind, a torrent of bitter thoughts arose. She was grimly beginning to accept that, without her father's shadow and influence, who was she really? She might not have any true value herself. This led her to the harsh conclusion. Even her spot in Class B wasn't earned through her own merit, but simply because of the name she carried. Steeled by resolve, Hee-yeon resolved to finally live up to her father's expectations, and even if she wasn't perfect, she'd never missed a single training session. Every single day, without fail, she poured her absolute best into it. Our focus shifts now to the prison holding her father. Filled with a flicker of hope, Hee-yeon stood before the bars, trying to convey strength and determination. But Won Chang-suo's response was brutally cold and cruel. He coldly stated that Hee-yeon shouldn't do anything unnecessary, as he had never expected a thing from her anyway. His words cut Hee-yeon like invisible, sharpened blades. Her entire world instantly collapsed around her. Anyone would be utterly heartbroken to hear something like that from their very own father. Hee-yeon left the prison building, an immense weight crushing her soul, as if heaven and earth had just collapsed on top of her. Immersed in bitterness, she muttered to herself. She repeated that her father didn't trust her, that he expected absolutely nothing from her. She wondered, why did she keep trying so hard, if in the end, She was only ever seen as a mere decoration? After some time wandering lost in her own thoughts, Heian finally returned to school. However, in the building's bustling hallway, she unexpectedly ran right into Junwoo. She saw him walking carelessly, as if nothing at all had happened. The simple fact of seeing him there, so apparently calm, rekindled the dormant anger within her, and Heian's suppressed feelings suddenly exploded. Like a wounded seagull hurling itself desperately against the storm, inside her, fury took shape like a finally awakened monster. The scene shifts back to the prison where Wan Changsuo was being held. Over the loudspeaker, visitors No. 3 and 34 were called. Wan Changsuo found it strange to note he had another visit. His daughter had just seen him. After all, so he wasn't expecting anyone else so soon. Despite this, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. This premonition was confirmed the moment he saw who appeared before him. Surprised and utterly shocked, he hastily stood up from his seat, immediately recognizing the visitor. He immediately showed respect, not fully understanding the reason for the visit. Before him stood Go Seok-do, the director, someone who rarely moved outside of official events. Go Seok-do let out a relaxed laugh, as if trying to ease the palpable tension. He stated that after all they'd endured, concern was completely natural, so he'd come to personally check on Wan Changsu. Despite hearing his words, Wan Changsu remained deeply suspicious. He knew Go Seok-do wasn't one to visit purely out of pity or simple courtesy. Undeniably, there was a hidden agenda behind his demeanor. Go Seok-do then asked how he was. Wan Changsu politely replied he was fine, thanking him for his concern. However, Go Seok-do brushed aside his thanks, emphasizing that with everything Wan Changsu had contributed and sacrificed so far, his support was more than deserved. He commented that the association often entrusted the Aces Guild with tasks it either refused or couldn't perform, even if it meant getting their hands dirty. And Wan Changsu listened to everything in silence. Go Seok-do then abruptly changed his tone, mentioning that Wan's attempts to distance himself from the guild had been quite disappointing. Wan Changsu immediately frowned. It was shocking that Go Seok-do knew about his intention to gradually isolate himself. Oh. Go Seok-do relentlessly revealed even more. He stated that Wan Changsu was approaching the Parents' Association, not out of superficial interest, but to weaken the guild's internal factions. He pointed out that Minister Kim's support and the recent agreement with his grandson were all part of Wan's plan to strengthen his position and gain total independence. Wan Changsu felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. In his mind, everything seemed to be falling apart. He wondered how they had possibly discovered his plans. He was certain he had kept everything a secret. He considered whether Minister Kim could have betrayed him, but that seemed unlikely. The tension was palpable on his face, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Still, he desperately tried to maintain his composure. Go Seok-do continued, unfazed and calm. He said he understood his motivations, and wouldn't stop him from following his path. The sudden shift in Go Seok-do's tone left Wan Changsu utterly bewildered. Still confused, he nodded, unsure what to expect next. Go Seok-do then smiled and imposed a single condition. A suspicious Wan Changsu wondered if this was just another trap. He decided to directly ask about the mission. Go Seok-do simply replied. It was just one mission, and it needed to be executed flawlessly, in a clean, organized manner. Wan Changsu pressed, demanding to know the target's identity. With a chilling smile, Go Seok-do revealed it. The target was a first-year student at Hunter Academy, a special admission named Junwoo. Wan Changsu's eyes widened instantly. He recognized that name at once. Junwoo was precisely the one responsible, directly or indirectly, for his incarceration. However, Go Seok-do seemed oblivious to this detail, and continued to lay out his demands. He was the one who ensnared you in that trap. There's no doubt. For that reason, he must pay for his actions. As Wan Changsu listened to all this, cold sweat visibly ran down his face, a clear result of the trauma, and the memories of defeat that still deeply tormented him. Finally, trying desperately to maintain his composure, he answered hesitantly, saying that Junwoo was just a high school student, and questioned if this wasn't far too dangerous. Go Seok-do, however, maintained his stern tone. He urged Wan to think carefully, asking what would truly be more dangerous, facing that boy or letting his own grandson get dragged into this mess. The sheer intensity of his voice filled the air, making it unequivocally clear that he was deadly serious. As proof of his decision, Go Seok-do slowly rose from his seat. Wan Changsu, stunned, remained motionless. Fear and confusion stamped on his face. Without waiting for a response, Go Seok-do turned his back on him, and as he left, he simply said he would be in touch again once everything was finished. He assured him it wouldn't be long before Wan could leave that place. The scene then returned to the school. At the moment Hee-yeon and Junwoo met. As soon as she saw Junwoo, Hee-yeon shouted, her voice thick with resentment, insinuating he must be happy about what had happened to her father. Junwoo stopped, looked around, confused, trying to understand who was calling him. When he finally located her, he replied, surprised, with a faint, ah? Hee-yeon, irritated, she continued, accusing him of orchestrating everything, and actively wishing for her downfall. The sheer fury in her voice made her belief unmistakable. As Junwoo stared, surprise clearly etched across his face. He found her accusations utterly absurd. He tried to explain, saying he had no interest in her father, and was completely unaware of this whole situation. As he struggled to justify himself, Hee-yeon was practically shaking with rage. She spoke up again, declaring that the scenario Junwoo was hoping for would never happen, that she wouldn't break down so easily. A bewildered Junwoo asked what exactly she meant. Hee-yeon then revealed her shocking decision. She was going to drop out and leave the school. Junwoo listened in silence, showing no immediate reaction. Hee-yeon continued, saying he probably expected to see her fall into ruin, but it wouldn't happen the way he imagined. Junwoo, however, replied coldly that she was free to do as she pleased. This icy, indifferent response left Hee-yeon even more shattered. She exclaimed in disbelief, unable to grasp Junwoo's utter indifference. Junwoo reiterated that whatever her decision was, it wasn't something that concerned him at all. He just asked that no matter what she chose, she wouldn't harm other people. Hee-yeon, unable to contain her surging fury, shouted that Junwoo had utterly destroyed everything, and her entire world had collapsed because of him. Junwoo was taken aback by such raw emotional intensity. Hee-yeon was practically screaming, recounting how much she had toiled day and night, only for it all to turn into a complete disaster. An annoyed Junwoo countered, asking how everything could possibly be his fault. Hee-yeon, overcome with agonizing pain, screamed again, that he knew absolutely nothing about her father. Junwoo responded, attempting to reason with her. He argued that even if what she claimed was true, he didn't understand how her father's defeat nullified all the efforts she herself had made. He didn't know exactly what sacrifices she had made, but questioned if everything would truly lose its value, just because of someone else. These words hit Hee-yeon hard. Crying, she replied, yes, without her father, she felt utterly useless, and everything seemed to have no purpose. She confessed that all she ever wanted was to be recognized. She had tried so incredibly hard, training every day until dawn without a single complaint. But now, watching everything crumble, she wondered if all that effort was even worth it. Junwoo listened to it all in stoic silence, but the mental fatigue he felt was impossible to hide. Faced with these accusations, he mumbled to himself, lamenting Hee-yeon's constant meddling in his life. Instead of prolonging this debate, he decided to abruptly change the subject. He stated her focus had been wrong from the very beginning. When it came to summoning, the first thing anyone should master was complete control over their summoned creatures. These words made Hee-yeon pause her crying and look up, bewildered. Junwoo continued explaining that you couldn't just train mana without proper preparation, especially when dealing with dangerous creatures. At that moment, Hee-yeon froze, surprised, and asked how he knew about her abilities. Junwoo answered quite naturally, pointing to the injuries on her hands and legs. He said it was obvious, judging by the marks. She had trained hastily and been attacked by her own summon. She was probably desperately trying to be as strong as her father. Junwoo sighed before continuing. He advised her to learn to control her summoned beasts, without relying on mana bonds, treating them as battle companions, not as pets. When she gained more experience, the creatures would naturally adapt to her movements. She needed to reach that level, before attempting deeper mana connections. Hee-yeon remained silent, stunned by the sudden kindness in Junwoo's tone, and the sheer weight of his advice. Junwoo, noticing her reaction, asked if she was still listening. Crying more softly now, Hee-yeon replied, hope budding in her voice. She asked if, by following that path, she could become someone like him. Junwoo immediately denied it without hesitation. He scoffed, calling that question ridiculous. But after a brief silence, he added that at the very least, it would be enough for her to surpass her own father. The sun shone on the school building. As he reflected on the situation, Junwoo commented that he had gotten involved, and wasted far more time than he'd expected. The moment the phone rang, he answered, greeting the person on the other end. And then, the voice inquired if he was the first-year special admission student. With a smile, he instantly recognized the voice, even after decades had passed. As he recalled that familiar sound, he was surprised to hear it again. Indeed, it was Go Seok-do on the phone. Soon after, Go Seok-do stated he'd made a smart move, and the young man explained it was the only way to meet him. Since he was such a busy person, The man then mentioned he'd heard about the matter, and asked what he wanted. The boy replied it was nothing difficult, but first, there was something else. Go Sok-do then asked if he had any proof against Go Yun-che, and for a moment, he simply remained silent. Afterward, the elder explained that all location and skill usage records are managed by the support headquarters. With that, he stated that as head of the headquarters, this information wouldn't serve as proof. However, the boy challenged him, saying that if he was so sure about it, he could hang up the phone right now. With a firm gaze, he declared he'd soon find out what he held in his hand. Once the matter became public, in the end, the other agreed to meet, and he smiled, satisfied with his victory. However, Go Suk-do warned he couldn't see him immediately, as he was a very busy man. Still, with a smile, the boy declared he wouldn't wait long. He then hung up the phone. After that, he remained thoughtful as the scene changed. The camera focused on a building with a sign for human respect. Then, Wan Chang-su walked out a door. He then lit a cigarette. He took a drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. At that moment, Kang Jong-won greeted him. He introduced himself as Go Sok-do's assistant and offered to escort him to his home. With suspicion, Wan Chang-su watched him in silence. Afterward, he commented he didn't expect the other to come so quickly, and Kang Jong-won confirmed they'd managed to get a substitute, sooner than expected. As they walked, he mentioned the victim refused to testify, and he didn't know why. Wan Chang-so then revealed the victim wasn't his primary target, and added that they clearly didn't understand a thing. He then took another drag from his cigarette, and remarked that the man had sped up his own downfall, because if he'd just stayed locked up, he would have survived. Instead, he decided to mess with Go Seok-do. He then flicked the cigarette away, muttering that the man was still just a child. He then asked if the meeting date was already set. In response, Kan Jong-won handed him a card, informing him the meeting would be held on the first Saturday of next month, at 7 p.m., the address printed right there on the card. Wan Chang-su silently studied the card. Surprised, he noted that he was asked to resolve everything, leaving no loose ends behind. He recognized the other side's fierce determination. Kan Jong-won then revealed that Jun-woo had requested to act alone, and Wan Chang-su immediately questioned this decision. He argued that more people would only increase the risk. As their conversation continued, Kan Jong-won added that Jun-woo was just a student, which led Wan Chang-su, outraged, to ask if he was insane, having never even met the boy. He then asserted that not even all the B-rank hunters in the guild combined would be a match for him, leaving the others utterly surprised. Despite this, Kan Jong-won just laughed, still calling him just an ordinary student, but was immediately cut off when he was sharply called a bastard. Wan Chang-su turned to him, demanding if he thought he was joking. The assistant, faced with this outburst, remained in shock. The elder clenched his fist, declaring that the boy's strength was undeniable, and he could feel it clearly. In a grave tone, he spoke of wisdom and experience a student simply shouldn't have, estimating it to be equivalent to at least decades of experience. He then declared that he absolutely couldn't handle it alone, and he'd mobilize everyone he possibly could. He asked for this message to be passed on. Meanwhile, in a courtroom, Jun-woo confirmed his body had moved on instinct, when he'd found himself cornered. Jong-hyun then asked if that was what he called an awakening, and he nodded, apparently agreeing. He commented that the experience was good, and he should train. Holding on to that feeling, making training sessions feel more like real combat from now on. With a smile, Jong-hyun agreed with the idea. He then spun around, demanding to know what she was doing there. Meanwhile, Hyun observed their exchange. She quickly chimed in, saying not to fret, as she'd merely followed him, purely out of curiosity. At this, he pressed her again. Why are times you times here? Meanwhile, she turned to Jong-hyun, probing, what kind of council member gets trained by a rookie, grumbling about how he'd been completely ignored. Soon, Jong-hyun chuckled warmly and showered the boy with praise, declaring he was an absolutely incredible teacher. He truly felt like a genuine instructor, though a certain pride still lingered, a senior's dignity. Perhaps, he confessed he wouldn't even think about being a hunter again, if it weren't for Jun-woo. In a sly, provocative tone, he asked Hyun if she'd also shown up, because she'd heard things about him. However, she merely mumbled an evasive reply, avoiding Jong-hyun's gaze. He, meanwhile, continued to smile genially. Then, he stated that Jun-woo was aiding both him and Jong-hyun, and encouraged her to ask for help as well, since it would prove incredibly useful. In response, the boy simply glared at him, demanding, who decided that asterisk? Annoyed, Hyun then snapped, who do you think you are, talking to a student council member like that? But he simply dismissed her, telling her to go home, as he didn't have time to babysit her. Even so, she stubbornly insisted, wanting to know what times of training he did, and if it differed from what they learned in school, which ultimately infuriated the boy. Suddenly, she darted towards the training equipment. He soon exclaimed that it was the times wooden sword, the one used in the last combat test, and warned that it was incredibly heavy. Curious, she asked Jonghyun if he trained with that very weapon, and he just laughed, cautioning her to be careful not to get hurt. Next, she picked up a glove, wanting to know its purpose, to which he, visibly annoyed, curtly explained it was for training. With that, he mused that she was tiring him out in a way completely different from Jonghyun. Meanwhile, the school gym loomed dramatically against the sky, as a training sword was expertly brandished. Hee-yeon then asked Jonghyun if Jun-woo had a meeting scheduled with director Go Shok-do. He confirmed it was slated for next month. At that, Hee-yeon clutched the sword, her expression utterly astonished. As the two watched her in silent contemplation, Jonghyun then inquired if he was feeling nervous. He was, after all, the first student to have a private meeting with the director of the academy, but he simply replied that he wasn't sure. Even so, he declared that private or not, he'd have to go and face it anyway, which left Jonghyun utterly confused. He then revealed the director had contacted him directly to question him about the evidence, surprising Jonghyun. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon curiously sniffed the sword. The young man then commented that the director had indeed noticed him. He soon added that the director was awaiting his response to determine their next move. Thus, he explained that without concrete proof, there would be absolutely no negotiation. But if he did have it, the director would try to silence him. With a worried expression plastered across his face, Jonghyun slowly processed what had just been said. Jun-woo then concluded the director probably wouldn't agree to negotiate, immediately, making Jonghyun exclaim, "It was too dangerous." At that very moment, the gym door suddenly swung open, drawing the attention of both young men. To their surprise, Ah-hyun immediately stepped into the gym. Jonghyun quickly asked when she had been discharged, and she replied, it had been only a short time ago. Then, he wanted to know if she had come straight here without going home. She confirmed, though she seemed quite uneasy in silence. Jonghyun then directed his gaze towards Hee-yeon. In turn, Hee-yeon wondered why Ah-hyun was there at that moment. Jun-woo thought her reaction was no surprise, recalling their initial fight and her suffering because of his father. While Jonghyun tried to justify the girl's sudden presence, he cheerfully said he had brought her to explain a few things. In disbelief, Ah-hyun asked if he was serious, but he responded with a clear tone of disdain. Annoyed, she demanded Ah-hyun be honest about why she was there, and she shyly explained she was simply seeking advice. She then flashed a mischievous smile. In a provocative tone, she asked if Hee-yeon was jealous, thinking Jun-woo was her boyfriend, and even called her scary. With that, Ah-hyun grew enraged, questioning why Hee-yeon needed Jun-woo's advice. A surprised Hee-yeon stared back at her. Then, with a dark, grim expression, the newcomer declared that Hee-yeon's father was the famous head of the Aces Guild, but she could no longer count on his help. Immediately, the girl's jaw clenched in fury. She demanded to know exactly what was said. She then brazenly challenged her rival to a fight in the ring, if she dared to have a problem, declaring she wouldn't back down, because even at her worst, she was a B-class while the other was a mere E-class nobody. With a touch of irony, Jun-woo suggested they quietly withdraw. A bewildered Jonghyun questioned, why? He then declared that if they truly wanted to fight, let them fight. But the other, terrified, asked if they shouldn't intervene. With a malicious grin, he replied, asking if he wasn't just a little curious. As the two faced each other, exchanging furious glares, the young man simply told them to watch how it would end. The moment Jun-woo gave the signal, Ah-hyun and Ji-yoon quickly got ready with boxing gloves. A mere moment later, Hee-yeon was on the floor, a little blood dripping, asking, confused, what just happened? Meanwhile, the two boys sat casually on the floor. One commented that she had lasted longer than expected. With a water bottle in her hand, she nervously asked what had happened. He simply replied that she had passed out. He then explained it all happened just 30 seconds after the round began. Looking to the side, Ji-hyun spotted Ah-hyun, who, leaning on the ropes, wanted to know how she felt. The girl, with heavy irony, asked how it felt to lose to an E-class after so much contempt. At that, the two looked at her in utter surprise. She then announced that the fight was a draw. She then told Hee-yeon to stop being clingy and admit defeat, but she replied it didn't matter if the other had gotten stronger, because with Jun-woo's help, even then, she smiled and said she would learn from him, and then they would have a rematch. As that would be fair, furious. Ah-hyun reacted furiously to the proposal. Hee-yeon, still laughing, provoked her, stating that if those were her limits as an E-class, she would become even stronger as a B-class. Immediately, the other demanded to fight again, while Jonghyun frantically tried to calm her down. Just then, Hee-yeon asked Junwoo if she just needed to come there after school. He looked at her, surprised, as she continued talking about holidays, asking for a time to go on the weekend, and saying she could even join the field trip. Thus, he remained utterly dumbfounded, clearly unnerved by her words. 2 weeks later, arriving at the director's office, he was asked if he'd been enjoying the holidays. Dunmoo complained it was the absolute worst, saying he felt like a glorified babysitter. The director, meanwhile, recalled him mentioning another disciple. He quickly grumbled that they weren't disciples at all. They'd just invaded and drained all his energy. However, the director smiled, commenting that if he hadn't kicked them out, they must have had some potential. Though Junwoo thought they could barely keep up with training, he heard that still, just following the captain's methods was already impressive. The director then picked up his coffee cup to change the subject. He soon asked if the meeting with Director Go Seo-do was tomorrow, and he confirmed, his face etched with concern. The director commented on his plan to just leave, but the young man said the captain already knew, and that it was already decided. Even so, he explained there was nothing he could do, he still had to go. The director then warned that the other man wouldn't accept negotiations, nor would he be content with intimidation. Seriously, he stated that if he were in his shoes, he'd try to kill him. As the director listened, Junwoo explained he wasn't expecting any kind of negotiation. From the beginning, he soon revealed he just wanted to ask him something face-to-face. He then asked about what he'd requested earlier, and the director replied that he remembered. Leaning over the table, he said he'd tried very hard to borrow it. Then, he slid an object in his direction, firmly. He asked him to use it carefully, explaining it was a skill weapon that was incredibly hard to come by. He confirmed, removing the wrapping and showing surprise. Later, he met with Director Go Seo-do, who greeted him by saying, it had been a long time since they'd last seen each other. At that moment, Junwoo was holding the pistol-type skill weapon, called Persona. After all, that was the same model the director used in the days of the subjugation, Management Corps. The supernatural, pistol-type weapon, called Persona, was the same one Go Seo-do had used in the past. Curious, the director wanted to know where Junwoo had gotten it, asking if he'd taken it directly from Go Seo-do himself. In response, he asked if the director remembered team leader, Park Tae-sok from the weapons management sector. The director immediately recognized the name. He remembered then, the guy who constantly griped about maintenance. Junwoo confirmed he'd borrowed the weapon from him. However, the director found the weapon's condition peculiar. It was highly unusual, coming from Park Tae-sik. He soon explained that Park had stopped maintaining the weaponry, and now simply ran a small antique shop. That's where the weapon had remained stored. A surprised Junwoo exclaimed it was tough to imagine an expert like him running a dusty old shop, even considering that supernatural weapons weren't widely used anymore. Calmly, the director stated Park Tae-suk had his reasons. He recalled that mere days after the commander's death, Go Seo-yuk had renounced everything. This led to the weapon's neglect. Though, it should still function. Accepting the justification, Junwoo simply said it was enough that it was in good condition. Next, he inquired about the bullets. The director quickly presented him with a small bag, containing just a few. He complained about the quantity, but was told that for a 40-year-old weapon, that was already a lot. Resigned, he nodded. Soon, the director said goodbye, and Junwoo began preparing to leave. Before he left, he glanced back. The director warned him. There were only 8 bullets. He shouldn't use more than that. With a discreet smile, he nodded silently. The director watched him go. Shortly after, Junwoo walked down the hall, gun in hand, clutching it tightly. He pondered how he would use it. At that moment, he also reflected on whether he could ever become someone like the commander. And in a flashback, a man shouted Go Seo-yuk's name amid a desolate landscape. Furious, the commander demanded to know his whereabouts. A subordinate tried to intervene, but was cut off with a shout, as the commander insisted on knowing where he was. Soon, another team member replied he was huddled in the dormitory. Go Seo-yuk was clutching his hair. Upon finding him, the commander hurled insults and forcefully grabbed him by the clothes. He reprimanded him severely, asking if he'd run away mid-mission, and lost his mind from being treated leniently for his tearful outburst. The subordinate then replied that Inbyom and Bosik were injured because of him, and that they were simply lucky. The enemy was merely a green monster. Then, the commander brutally threw him to the ground. He reminded him that he'd personally asked to fight by his side. Trembling with fear, the young man tried to explain through his sobs. With a choked voice, he could only call out for the commander. The commander sighed, revealing a deep, silent weariness. Meanwhile, Go Seo-do huddled in the corner of the dormitory, remembering he'd joined the unit at just 18 years old, with a crystal-clear reason in mind. His parents had been brutally murdered by a runaway monster, and all he wanted was revenge for them, and for his younger brother. After 2 grueling years of training, he was finally assigned to Operations Team 5, where he faced a monster for the very first time. However, the trauma of his loss ran so deep that he could barely stand during approaching subjugation missions. The commander regretted believing he'd overcome it, and questioned his decision to put him on the team. He said that anger could times be a good motivation, and so he'd thought it could overcome the trauma, while showing a solemn family photo. But in the end, he acknowledged he had made a mistake. In a firm tone, he informed Go Seok-do that he was no longer part of the subjugation management unit, impacted. He asked what that meant, but the commander was utterly direct. It was time to forget about revenge, and live life as a civilian. He stated without an ounce of hesitation that he would never, ever, be able to get his revenge. On his knees, Gosukdo pressed his fist against the floor, grinding his teeth in sheer frustration. With a trembling voice, he asked how he could ever become someone like the commander. With his back still turned, he replied that Go Seok-do could never be like him. At that, Go Seok-do remained frozen, kneeling on the floor, looking at the lone shadow projected in front of him. The scene then dissolved into darkness, and even there, he remained in the same position. A month later, under a clear sky, the unit's building returned to the scene, terrifying. A subordinate frantically ran through the corridors, calling for the commander. Not understanding, he demanded to know what had happened, and the young man desperately replied, stammering that Go Seok-do had returned. Surprised, the commander sharply turned around. Go Seok-do then appeared in the courtyard, dragging the bloodied, severed head of a monster. The others watched, utterly speechless. In disbelief, someone recognized the monster. It was the very beast that murdered Go Seok-do's family. The commander then approached, asking if he'd subjugated it solo. Exhausted and caked in dirt, he simply stared back. Soon after, he swore he'd never abandon a mission again, and begged to be accepted back into the unit. The commander remained silent for a few moments, then turned to Pyeongchang, asking if a spot was open. Upon hearing the confirmation, he ordered his belongings gathered and food brought. A grateful Go Seok-do simply nodded. He then addressed the team leader, Park Tae-sik. He asked for help using the monster's core to forge a weapon. In the present, Junwoo observed the persona weapon in his hands. Soon after, he resumed walking the silent corridors. Meanwhile, the director sat thoughtful at his desk. He reflected on the commander's request. Find the best supernatural weapon, the persona. He then looked to the side, still deep in thought. With that, he made a call, asking if the person was busy, for he had an urgent request. Next, he greeted Junwoo over the phone as the sun rose. It was the day of the promised meeting with Go Seok-do. At that moment, Junwoo held the weapon, thinking seriously about the situation. He then wondered why the meeting location was just coordinates, like a twisted treasure hunt. Soon after, he checked his cell phone, confirming he was in the right place. Suddenly, he looked up, surprised by what lay before him. Before him was the entrance to a dungeon. Is this really a dungeon? He wondered. With that, he understood the coordinates for the meeting. No sane person would ever agree to go there. Thus, he realized the intentions were obvious, and that his opponent underestimated him. A mere student. Soon after, someone approached, stating he was on time. In response, he gave the person a cold smile. Then he asked, "Where is Director Go Seok-do, and why are you here in his place?" The man then explained that the director wasn't available for high school students. With that, he just smiled, thinking Go Seok-do was playing hard to get. He then questioned Won Chang-soo about how he'd gotten out of prison so quickly. He was silently observed. Meanwhile, the other suggested the director cared deeply for him. For a few tense moments, they simply exchanged silent glances. He soon wondered if prison had quieted him down, and commented he'd heard about his vacation homework. At that, the former inmate confirmed he did, in fact, have a task. Then, he was met with a puzzled gaze. He firmly stated the task was difficult without proper contacts, and asked if he was truly prepared. So he wanted to know what this was about, and if he needed assistance. In response, Won Chang-soo simply pointed towards the dungeon entrance. Soon after, he revealed the task was house observation. At this, he fully understood the man's true intentions, and exactly how this game was about to be played. With a smile, he was told not to be afraid, as they would personally be in charge of his safety. Just then, 2 cap-wearing men appeared, silent and discreet. They emerged to surround him. They then positioned themselves behind him, still standing on the path. He was then assured his safety would be guaranteed. as long as the student didn't do anything reckless. Finally, he let out a short laugh. He then turned his gaze towards the dungeon, wondering if observing the situation would truly be worth it. Shortly after, he began to walk towards the entrance, while the men silently watched his every move. As he passed through the portal, he stepped into the ominous, dark interior, attentively observing his new surroundings. He noticed that there were already others inside, ensuring that no one could possibly escape. Meanwhile, Wan Changsu lit a cigarette, muttering that he had stirred up too big a problem. Afterward, he slowly exhaled the smoke, stating firmly that he should have been content with simply having him locked up. At that moment, he was directly confronted, reminded that the original proposal was merely an observation, but now this felt like outright intimidation. Boldly, the other declared, he had brought in top-ranking elites, and assured him it wouldn't be as easy as last time. At this, an ironic, knowing smile appeared, accompanied by the comment that Director Go Seok-do really loved to repeat this particular tactic. He was then silently observed, as if that gaze were precisely measuring his reaction. Next, he commented that if a careless accident occurred, the police wouldn't be able to do much about it, and if his body were thrown to the dungeon monsters, not a single trace would remain. He then received praise for his vast knowledge, but then he was asked if he believed logic only applied to him. In response, he simply maintained a dark smile. This visibly stunned his opponent. Immediately, he equipped his weapon. Revealing his true persona, he then aimed it, and then he questioned if they truly believed he could be defeated by so few, showing off his 8 remaining bullets. Next, he pointed the weapon directly at the opposing men. In response, Wan Changsu simply laughed at the situation. Soon, he let out a booming laugh, gazing at the weapon with utter contempt. With biting irony, he then mocked, questioning if he truly thought he could face him, along with the elite hunters of the Aces Guild, using just that pathetic, worn-out weapon. Faced with such blatant provocation, he grew furious, wondering what was wrong with that man. Shortly after, the other laughed until he wiped away a tear. Then, he heard him say, surprised to be told he wasn't just an ordinary bastard. With that, the tone changed, and a new proposal was made, something truly unexpected. He was then confused, hearing they should reach a real agreement. Finally, his surprise only intensified. Upon hearing the direct question of whether he'd ever thought about working by his side, he asked what that meant and received an obvious answer. What else could it be? Shortly after, came the revelation. The intention, to take down Gozyuk-do, together. At this, he observed him in silence, trying to process what he'd just heard. Finally, the truth truly hit him, admitting to himself that he would have never expected something like this. The chapter begins with the director silently contemplating the view from his office window. A man approaches from behind, calling his name. He says that after reaching Chief Huang's location, it was clear he had entered the dungeon. The director states, he understands the documents have been prepared as requested, and the student will be reported as dead, due to his irresponsibility during the subjugation. Interrupting the man, the director asks them to change the report a little. He wants the report to state that everyone died in the subjugation, which visibly startles his subordinate. The director explains the man's diligent nature. He's obeyed them faithfully for 15 years. Unfortunately, he's developed his own ideas recently. It all started with the incident involving Yun Chai. Ever since her very first year, he's been trying to act independently, and the subordinate admits he was capable. The director agrees, but there's a deeper issue. If we let him do as he pleases, he'll betray us first. Someday. What good is a sharp fang if it turns against its master? The man asks if he should send orders to Alpha Team, but the director says it's unnecessary. He just needs to focus on the aftermath. Silently, the director waits for the man to leave his office. He looks down. The view is beautiful. He wonders if any of this would be possible without him. Even 40 years after his death, his soul remains in the legacy he left behind. Perhaps no one in the world could ever replace someone like him. The director's mind turns to him, realizing he could never be the man he was. 42 years. It's been a long time. The next instant, the radio crackles to life. Alpha Team's attack has failed. Battle is now inevitable. Quickly, the director grabs the radio. He states that the Ark's usage records have already been erased. The order is direct. Eliminate everyone, no matter what. Inside the dungeon, someone asks, can this be done? So suddenly, a boy asks, first, you wanted to get rid of us, and now you want to be partners? The man with the mustache replies, he was trying to make the Soul Branch independent, and he didn't want to clean up other people's messes anymore. He hated those bastards. But unfortunately, things changed. Gosuk-do found out everything. Silently, the boy watches, waiting for the man with the mustache to say more. He tells his group they now have only 2 choices. Continue cleaning up the association's filth, or die doing the same thing. Curious, the boy asks if he intends to take down Siak-do before that happens. Stepping closer, the man with the mustache says, yes, and that he knows the boy shares his goal. Extending his hand, he says they should take what they both want, together. Smiling, the boy asks if asking him for help doesn't hurt his pride. The mustached man laughs, declaring, he's no ordinary person. He adds that if the boy can find anyone else like him, he should absolutely bring them along. This makes the MC ponder if the mustached man might be right. Perhaps he's not so ordinary after all. A little embarrassed, the mustached man admits he needs to be honest. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't seriously envision eliminating the MC. The MC remarks, you sound incredibly confident. The mustached man replies, experience gives you a certain feeling for these things. With his hand still outstretched, he presses the MC again for his decision. Observing the mustached man, the MC remains silent. The next instant, he extends his hand, and the two seal the deal. Pleased, the mustached man declares he's made an excellent decision. The MC then yanks the man's arm towards him, startling him, as a fiery projectile grazes the top of his head. It slams into a wall, and an explosion erupts. Glancing at the mustached man's group, the MC says, it seems your subordinates don't know about the deal you just made. One of them stands there, hand still smoking. He quickly contacts the director, informing him the attack failed and they'll have to fight. Hearing the orders, the mustached man says he understands and will obey. Leaping to his feet, the mustached man starts cursing at his own group. 6 men stand ready to eliminate them both. This is far too dangerous. Every single one of them was handpicked by him, making taking them all down at once extremely difficult. Startling the mustached man, the MC declares he likes the idea of taking down Go Siak-do. However, there's one crucial condition. The mustached man has to work under his command. Nervously, the mustached man asks, do you really want to talk about this? In a situation like this? Still, the mustached man is overcome with a bizarre sense of victory. Just by being on the MC's side, he then grits his teeth, forming a grotesque smile. As he prepares for the battle, he mutters, kids these days have no respect for their elders. One of the men charges at the MC, but he barely seems to react. With his persona weapon equipped, he fires a single shot that strikes the man perfectly. The shot isn't fatal, but the enemy drops to his knees, trembling. Only 7 bullets remain in the MC's gun, but despite it all, he wasn't worried. He stood tall, facing his foe. He'd just fired, yet didn't even glance down at him. Instead, he simply mused that kids these days had no manners. The forest was shrouded in the inky blackness of night. Jong-hyun lay concealed within the dense bushes, meticulously checking the coordinates he'd received. The director had tasked him with a crucial mission: follow Jun-woo, and keep a close eye on the boy. The director made it clear, it wasn't about Jun-woo's safety, he simply had to intervene if the boy ever crossed a forbidden line. Nervously, Jong-hyun scanned his surroundings, the director's stern words echoing in his mind. Jun-woo had already crossed that line countless times before. Finally, he pinpointed the exact location he'd been seeking. The designated meeting spot was a dark, foreboding cave. A brunette figure appeared behind him, asking, isn't that a dungeon? A blonde girl suddenly popped into view, exclaiming, I can't believe this is our meeting spot. It's so bizarre. She then noticed strangers guarding the entrance. At least 15 of them, all watching intently. The blonde girl demanded, where's Jun-woo? It looked like he was already inside. She wanted to rush in and help him, but the entrance was far too heavily guarded. The 2 girls immediately started bickering, as Jong-hyun watched in disbelief. Frustrated, he hissed, stop fighting, or you'll get us caught. But they only seemed to argue even louder. The boy began to wonder if he should have just come by himself. He'd been monitoring the situation on his phone, and after asking them one simple question, he ended up in this mess. Jong-hyun once again urged them to stop fighting, and the blonde retorted, are we just supposed to wait here? Something suddenly caught the other girl's eye, and she gasped. I recognize one of those men, she exclaimed. His name is Sok-jae. The boy quickly asked if she knew him. She replied that he was a member of her father's guild. If that's true, then he must be from the Ochre Guild. But this information only filled him with dread. As he watched the man's movements, Jong-hyun found the entire situation even stranger. Suddenly, several men began rushing into the dungeon. This immediately made the boy nervous. The blonde girl frantically asked, what do we do now? The other girl quickly stood up, declaring, we have no choice. But Jong-hyun still believed it was far too dangerous. She didn't seem worried at all, claiming she'd known those men for years. One of them even gave her a laptop as a gift. When she first joined the academy, the girl then confidently approached Sok-jae and greeted him. Startled, the man demands to know what Gion is doing there. She claims she got lost, but just times to stumble upon him. Curiously, she then asks him what he's doing in this place. Is he, perhaps on a subjugation mission? Suddenly, a message crackles through his radio, and he tells her to wait a moment. Apparently, someone on the other end issues an order concerning her asterisk. He immediately protests, leaving Gion utterly bewildered. In the very next instant, a surge of electric magic is unleashed. A paralyzing rope completely catches the girl off guard. As the girl collapses, another man dramatically appears. He sternly demands what she's doing here. He then reveals she's none other than the daughter of director Huang Changsu. He has no idea how she even managed to find this place. It's not like her father would have told her about it. He urges the other man to hurry up, asserting that he'll take care of things right here. And with that, the other man furiously departs. The girl starts yelling furiously at Seok-jae, while he just grows increasingly agitated by her presence. Unfortunately, he begins channeling yet another electric spell, and this time, it doesn't look like it's just meant to paralyze her. Just as he's casting the spell, something suddenly catches his attention. A sharp projectile pierces straight through the palm of his hand, leaving him utterly stunned for a moment. He looks back and sees someone quickly casting a fire spell. It's the other girl, the blonde one. She lands a powerful, direct hit squarely on Seok-jae's face. He's violently thrown backward, smashing into a wall, startling some of the other men standing nearby. Jong-hyun appears, skillfully managing to free Ji-hyun. They were here to save her. His colleagues quickly ask if he's okay, but he simply orders them not to let the kids escape. One of them conjures a massive hammer using his magic, and alongside the other, they prepare to finish off the kids. Jo-hyun nervously warns them that this is real combat, so they absolutely need to be careful. The man with the hammer aggressively charges forward, while Ah-hyun and Jo-hyun swiftly take their defensive positions. With a single, explosive leap, he's instantly in front of the kids, ready to bring his colossal hammer down with full, crushing force. The mighty blow absolutely shatters the ground, but he fails to hit them, making Jong-hyun incredibly nervous. If they get hit by that, it's game over. Leaping into the air, he hurls a volley of his fire spikes, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. With a single, powerful swing of the hammer, all the projectiles are completely neutralized. Ah-hyun, meanwhile, attacks from behind, using her powerful fire magic. Meanwhile, the other enemy, wielding fire, strikes Ah-hyun from behind with a sudden assault. At the very last second, she barely dodges the fierce wind attack, a hair-raising miss that sends her stumbling to the ground. The hammer wielder instantly seizes this golden opportunity, spotting his chance and putting his entire might into it. He unleashes a devastating attack straight at the fallen girl, but just in the nick of time, Jong-hyun leaps in, using his spikes to deflect the blow and save her life. Recognizing the enemy's momentary weakness, Ah-hyun unleashes her ultimate move, Shockwave. The enemy knows there's no escape from this devastating blast. He's struck dead center, launched flying backward with immense force. The sheer power of the impact instantly knocks him out cold. His ally stares in utter horror at the unbelievable scene. This made absolutely no sense. They were just two kids, yet they were crushing professional hunters? The two young heroes rise to their feet, leaving the remaining hunter to face them, 2-on-1. In the professional hunter's trained eyes, this was nothing short of pure madness. The girl dodging a mid-air wind slash was already insane, but then the boy just blocked a hammer attack? With a single arm? These two, high school kids? They seemed more like elite mercenaries, forged by a shadowy secret organization. Feeling a surge of confidence, Ah-hyun declares they can win. But Jong-hyun warns her not to drop her guard just yet. Their opponent might still have a hidden trick. The enemy, realizing they've already unleashed their best, knows he stands no chance against both of them alone. But raising his hands in surrender, he decides to give up, telling them to wait. But before he can utter another word, something behind the kids catches his attention. The man then breaks into a chilling, strange smile. From behind, we see our two heroes oblivious. Suddenly, a lightning spell begins to form behind them. Multiple lightning rods erupt from the earth, completely encircling both Ah-hyun and Jong-hyun. They rapidly energize, pulsing with an ominous glow. Startled, Ah-hyun gasps as Jong-hyun shouts, "Don't touch them." Trapped, they hear a voice, asking if this is their first time seeing this skill. She confesses she isn't good at subduing enemies, so she rarely uses it due to its many drawbacks. Still, it's absolutely perfect for use against humans. Ah-hyun clicks her tongue in frustration, saying, she should have ensured he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. The Wind Hunter slowly approaches them. He thanks his commander, admitting he let his guard down because they were just students. But he swears he won't make that mistake again. Remembering Jian, he reports that she managed to escape, but claims he no longer cares. he'll simply request a search for her at the mountain base. Two kids overhear this, and Ayun calls Jian a coward for running away. The very next moment, someone casts a summoning spell, attacking the two adults, completely by surprise. One of them is pushed back, right toward the electrified rods. The moment his body touches the rods, he's electrocuted. Jian appears irritated, asking, "Who said I ran away?" The boy is terrified to see her, but Ayun just asks where she's been. She complains she was just shaking off the paralysis, just as her acquaintance tries to attack her again. With his electric magic, a shower of lightning bolts heads straight for the girl. With her summon, she quickly dodges all the projectiles, her monster leaping around. She finally neutralizes the enemy, who is clearly impressed by her growth. Furious, she tells him to shut up and release her friends, now, but he just laughs, as he had no such intention. On the contrary, he begins to cast a judgment spell to eliminate them both. The rods start to glow even brighter and emit more lightning. They're running out of space, huddled together to avoid the damage. Furious, Jian asks what he's done, and he tells her that, if she doesn't surrender in the next 3 minutes, her friends will be fried. The man makes it clear he won't give in, not even under torture, because he was also desperate. In a desperate attempt, Jonghyun asks the girl to destroy the Ark. The enemy says it's no use. It has enough mana to last for 10 minutes. If she destroys the ability, she'll only destroy the one way to deactivate it. But she's free to try if she doesn't believe him. He quickly apologizes for what he did before, saying he didn't want to eliminate her. If she surrenders, he says, he can guarantee her safety and that of her friends. What will she do? This puts the girl under extreme pressure. Her summon stops biting the enemy, and he tells her she's made the right decision. He pleads with her to cancel the summon, but before he can even finish his plea, the girl mercilessly stomps down on his arm. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. She had utterly shattered his bones. She leaves him screaming, finally realizing he wasn't bluffing at all. The trap couldn't be deactivated so easily, and this makes the other two grow even more desperate. Gion then declares she's going for the Ark, which completely baffles them both. The girl explains she'll use her summon to yank out the rods. Calling her an idiot, the commander insists it's no use. Her summon will instantly perish if it touches that thing. The girl retorts that he's severely underestimating her. Her summon isn't weak. Activating her monolink ability, she declares she won't command her summon to do it. She'll do it herself. Surprised, the captain shouts that this ability takes years to master. How did she do it? The summon approaches and bites down hard on one of the rods. Immediately, the scorching heat from the lightning begins to course through the creature's entire body. Her two trapped friends start screaming in fear, but she firmly tells them to be quiet. She needs to concentrate. The pain clearly seems to be affecting her, but the girl does her absolute best to endure it. Finally, she manages to rip out one of the rods. The very next moment, the entire ability dissolves before them. Nervous, the captain starts to hysterically laugh, realizing she just obliterated his only chance of getting out alive. With brute force. Before, she was nothing but her father's shadow. What in the world happened to make her so strong, so quickly? Before he can even think, a spike is pointed at his neck. Jonghyun is standing before him, and Hyun is cracking his knuckles, ready to beat him up. Finally, the captain surrenders. There was nothing he could do. The three of them are tied up, but the captain is the only one conscious. He was still thoroughly impressed by the outcome of the fight. In this world, if you don't stab someone in the back, you won't survive. Jean doesn't care about people's dirty games. She has her own righteous way of living. Ayun calls out to her, and the girl quickly runs off, leaving the three behind. It seemed Junmu was still inside the dungeon, and several other hunters had already gone in. Worried, Jian anxiously asks if the MC is alright, but everyone there trusts that he's fine. Still, they had to go in and help him, because he rarely ever needed it. Professional hunters are charging straight for our MC. They yell that they absolutely cannot let the kid or the mustached man get a single chance to make a move. Several hunters begin casting a barrage of spells from various elements. The sheer force of the magic erupts into a colossal explosion. As the dust finally begins to settle, we see someone still standing tall, weapon in hand. Persona equipped, he activates timeout and opens fire. Two enemies are hit, but they don't seem seriously injured. In a flash, the MC rushes toward them while they're still collapsing. It's as if the two of them are completely frozen in time. The kid walks right between them, placing a hand on one of the enemy's shoulders. With a simple push, he shoves the guy backward. The hunter tumbles to the ground, utterly defenseless. The others are completely shocked by the kid's ability, and wonder what's going on with his weapon. The ammunition can paralyze a target for a short period. The only drawback? Its measly 1-meter range. But against this mob of absolute idiots, That's barely a problem. All the enemies prepare to attack, but it won't be enough. In one swift move, the MC dashes past, neutralizing them all. They all shout to get him, but they're no match for his speed. No one could land a hit. Even outside the circle of enemies, a sniper appears, activating his skill. He boasts he's finally got the bastard, and uses his pinpoint skill. The bullet rockets straight toward the MC, appearing to be in his blind spot. Like Saitama, he whips around and spots the bullet flying right for him. He effortlessly dodges the attack. Everyone is stunned by the kid's incredible speed and reflexes, and they begin to attack him even more desperately. One of them tries to use a lightning skill, but the MC dodges and instantly finds an opening. Seizing the opportunity, he grabs the enemy and easily takes him down. Falling to the ground, the enemy roars in agony. Junwoo then grabs the guy by the leg, leaving the man slightly confused with a crazed look on his face. He does something that makes the hunter scream out in sheer pain. Seeing 7 of them defeated in a single instant is absolutely terrifying. They needed to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. A summoning spell conjures a massive mountain lord right behind them, and it's gigantic. One of them starts screaming in utter despair. Meanwhile, the man with the mustache just says he didn't even need to join the fight. These guys were proving incredibly annoying, making him want to finish them all off right then and there. And the lord attacks with his full might, wiping them all out in a single devastating strike. Screaming in desperation, they begin to cry for help. Their bodies lay strewn across the ground. It was an absolute massacre. Stepping on one of their heads, the mustachioed man declares he never thought he'd be betrayed by times. This time's bunch of idiots. That's why they say, never raise black-haired beasts. And the MC adds that Siaktu already knew about their move, and decided to act first, lighting a cigarette. The man with the mustache admits there was nothing to be done. That old man was quick to adapt to situations. Then he thinks about Seokjai, and wonders if he's also one of the traitors. Which was true, though he didn't know it yet. Someone activates a weapon skill, and an instant later, a sword flashes. The powerful strike instantly grabs the mustachioed man's attention. In a single strike, the mountain lord was eliminated. Stunned, the man with the mustache screams in disbelief. Still reeling from what just happened, a pair of slender legs appears near the MC. A masked woman, wielding a long sword, walks towards them. Junwoo asks if she's with Akers, but the mustachioed man says he has no idea who she is. She might be a mercenary. To take out a summon in one hit like times that asterisk, they need to be extremely careful with her. The MC warns the mustachioed man to be careful, and he returns the warning. Junwoo notices he's down to his last 3 bullets. He'll have to be extra careful now. His only choice is to finish this as quickly as possible. He declares he'll block her movements as much as he can, while Mustache provides support. With a powerful leap, the boy lunges at the woman. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly takes an attack stance. Activating her skill, she launches a series of frontal slashes. Using her sword like a spear, he was too close. Unable to maneuver, and her blade is already at his stomach. The next instant, something utterly unexpected occurs. MC seems to lose his balance. He looks down. He's startled. The woman had used her sword to block the paralyzing bullet. She instantly seizes the opening to launch a powerful counterattack against the MC. Thrown backward, he instantly starts to get nervous. She swiftly lunges at the MC, her sword poised to slice him into sashimi, but something from the side suddenly catches her eye. She glances over as a giant golem appears between them, stopping her from delivering the final blow. The MC, seizing the moment, leaps backward. While she analyzes the situation, Mustache seizes his chance. A fiery salamander suddenly materializes behind her. He had summoned it specifically to strike her down. With a quick leap, she narrowly avoids becoming a human kebab. Now, it was a brutal 2 against 1, and she immediately sets her sights on Mustache. A swirling mist begins to shroud her. A camouflage ability. The girl simply vanishes, leaving the other 2 utterly on edge. The MC, however, seems to have sensed her presence. Shouting behind him, he warns the division chief to watch out. In the very next instant, she's already behind Mustache. He hadn't even registered her precise strike. She runs him through with a ruthless thrust of her sword. Writhing in pain, he starts cursing his terrible predicament. As he collapses to the ground, the woman watches him fall, a silent observer. Now, it was just the 2 of them left. Changsu was incapacitated, and the MC had only 1 bullet remaining, making him feel utterly trapped, with no escape. A strange, dark aura begins to emanate from his body. At that moment, raw hatred starts to consume the protagonist's heart, and he wonders if he should eliminate this girl once and for all. The battle was rapidly turning complicated for the mercenary. With the tables now completely turned, the MC effortlessly parries all her attacks, without breaking a sweat. She was utterly shocked, wondering what the hell was going on. How could a mere kid like him possibly defend against her attacks? The scariest part? He was doing it with an old, rusty weapon. Was this all just a dream, she wondered. She tries to land a devastating piercing strike on the MC, but he dodges it with unbelievable speed. In the very next instant, he lands a solid kick directly to her stomach. This time, she couldn't defend herself like before, and the pain was absolutely excruciating. She stumbles back, reeling. He taunts, asking if she's getting distracted, leaving such an easy opening. That was Young Hawk Young, a freelance hunter with no affiliations. She usually takes on the highest risk jobs, but she also accepts personal requests, just like this one, which had seemed so easy and paid incredibly well. All she had to do was deal with a defecting guild executive, and a mere student he was connected to. She even thought she might not have to get involved at all. But now, things were completely different. Her opponent was proving to be no easy foe, but he was an incredibly dangerous combatant. Thrusting her sword into the ground, she begins to activate a new ability. Once again, a dense mist begins to envelop her, allowing her to completely camouflage herself. The MC instantly looks around, realizing the mercenary's intention. In this thick mist, no one could truly see, but she could see everything within it. Believing she had the decisive advantage, the sound of his grip on his weapon, the swift movement of his left foot, and even his softest breath was detectable. Rushing forward at full speed, believing this is the end for the MC, she unleashes her shadow offensive skill. Now was the time to end it all. Before he could even realize what was happening, Junwoo lets out a sigh, then with a small laugh, says, "It's been a while." Hokyung delivers her final blow, aiming straight for the MC's neck. Her expression twists in shock at what she sees. There was nothing there. This leaves her utterly confused and terrified. She hadn't felt her blade cut anything at all. The MC then begins to walk. Hokyung quickly turns, adopting a defensive stance. She strikes again, and this time, it seems she hit something. Confused, her eyes widen, trying to grasp what's happening. All her attacks are being deflected by the MC, as if the mist didn't even exist. The protagonist's fist flies straight towards its target. He smashes the mercenary right in the face. She can't even process what just happened. She quickly attempts to use her sword to slash at whatever's in front of her. Looking frantically from side to side, she grows even more desperate and confused. The scene changes, revealing what looks like a public square. A younger Hokyung is shocked to learn her master's sea mist technique failed. He thought it had worked at first, but his enemies quickly learned to read the mist's flow and sounds. All the senses he'd spent his entire life honing were surpassed in mere minutes. It was as if his entire life's work had been denied. This story leaves her absolutely stunned. She wonders who it was, and her master points to someone, saying, "You'd have to be at that times level to break his technique." The hero's statue loomed right before their eyes, as if it had always been waiting for them to recognize his name. Kim Jong-woo, the master, then turns and begins to walk away, declaring he never wants to relive that harrowing experience. That mist was meant to be his exclusive hunting ground, but in that instant, it no longer was. For him, it had become the most perilous place on earth. A trembling Hokyung can't comprehend any of this. She spent a decade mastering this technique. How could a mere child have surpassed her so swiftly? Was he Jong-woo reincarnated? No. It was simply impossible for this to be true. There's absolutely no way this could be real. She had been taught that these skills, these senses, couldn't be mastered by just anyone, especially not a child. The girl furiously slashes at the air, desperately trying to strike times anything asterisk. In the very next instant, the MC was already behind her, and she seemed to realize it just a moment too late. With a single, swift kick, the MC sent her sprawling. Thrown to the ground, she let out a pained groan. She quickly recovered, dropping to one knee, her sword pointed resolutely forward. The MC approaches, stating, "You did your best to mask your presence, but with the air disturbed like that, it was pointless." She finally understood. He wasn't merely hearing sounds, but feeling the very vibrations in the air. This was the true level of mastery her master spoke of. The girl lets out a soft, knowing laugh, then dispels the mist. The MC asks, "Are you planning something else?" But she simply replies, "No, I'm simply admitting I was at a disadvantage in the mist." Confidently, the MC then challenges, "Do you think you have the advantage now?" Charging forward, she retorts, "We're about to find out." Drawing his weapon again, he swiftly parries her strike. His identity no longer mattered. She knew she had to deal with him, right here, right now. All that remained was to bet everything on a single strike, one that would finish him off permanently. Drawing her blade from her back, she readied herself with blinding speed. She lunges, attempting to pierce the boy, but he dodges again, seizing the momentary opening. He delivers a powerful kick to her back. Something suddenly catches the MC's attention. She had managed to grab hold of his weapon. She declares, "I knew something was wrong. If you have a gun, why aren't you shooting it?" He wasn't using it as a club. It was like he was saving one last shot. Pushing her gun upwards, she pulls the trigger. He ducks his head just in time, and the bullet flies right over him. That's the last paralyzing bullet. This realization hits the MC. He's now in deep trouble. She stares at him menacingly. She tells him he no longer has to worry about his gun, so he'd better prepare for the absolute worst. Without a hint of concern, the MC retorts. The MC quips, "That's the problem with kids these days." He fires another shot, right into her stomach. He then activates another skill. The girl is completely shocked. She thought he was out of ammo. As she falls to her knees, clutching her wound, she hears the MC declare, "Young people always think they know it all." The Pandora's box penalty suddenly activates, and begins to consume the caster's very emotions. He had a negative bullet. Finally, the girl collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. An excruciating pain suddenly hits the MC's head. With the penalty now activated, he couldn't use more ammo than he actually had, or he'd face severe penalties from that special weapon. Sok did use these emotion-consuming bullets, as if they were just regular ammo. Someone gets up groaning, making the MC look back to see who it is. It's Cheng Su, heavily injured but miraculously still alive. He groans that the MC should have used that on her sooner. Grabbing him by the shoulders, the MC hoists him up. The MC carries him, declaring, "We survived." Suddenly, several people begin to approach their location. They're quickly surrounded again, this time by a whole bunch of thugs. One of them contacts someone on his earpiece radio. He reports, "The target is surrounded. Alpha Team is down." This startles the man with the mustache. He had completely forgotten about Bravo Team. The MC carefully assesses the dire situation. There were 15 of them here. Wait, no, actually closer to 20 people. And he absolutely can't fight them all at once. If only he'd known this would happen, he definitely would have brought Woo-sik. He definitely doesn't want to turn into an emotionless psychopath. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he aims his gun at everyone surrounding them. It seems he has no other choice left. Suddenly, someone conjures a barrage of glowing yellow projectiles, hitting all the men from Bravo Team dead on. A devastating fire spell appears as well, hitting several of them straight from behind. As this dramatic scene unfolds, our MC can only curse Woo-sik as a bastard. He curses himself for ever mentioning that name. Suddenly, two young heroes arrive, ready for a rescue. Absolutely furious, the professional hunters quickly regroup to counter this surprise attack. Ah-hyun and Jong-hyun charge ahead to save the MC's crew. Soo questions if the MC summoned these kids, but he denies it, stating, "This place is far too dangerous." Staring at them, the mustached man has a peculiar thought. That one-armed boy is even more formidable than before, and he still possesses immense potential for growth. The other girl is also operating on an absurd power level. As he looks at the MC, Gangsu can't help but wonder if their power is Jungwoo's influence. One enemy lunges at Gangsu, attacking with a giant claw. He panics, knowing he has no way to defend himself. A blazing firefox suddenly appears between the mustached man and the enemy, finally blocking the attack. We then realize Jian was also there with them. Anxiously, she asks if Jungwoo is okay. Then, looking more closely, she spots her father, Gangsu, who is just as shocked to see her. He demands to know what she's doing here. She retorts with the same question. Noticing the wound on her father, she asks if he was involved in this entire mess. He replies, "How could you even ask that?" Seeing his injury, she helps him to his feet. Jian insists they need to get out of there as soon as possible. The MC then warns her to be careful with her father's injuries. Gangsu looks surprised, seeing the MC carrying Hak Young. He asks why the MC is doing that. The MC replies he still has unfinished business with her. Two enemies rush in, shouting, "Leave no survivors." Jian once again calls upon her summon. Performing a magic link, the creature begins to effortlessly attack the hunters. The mustached man asks why she did that, but she just tells him, "If you have time to talk, you have time to keep moving." This response leaves the girl's father speechless. For the past few years, he has been relentlessly working for his group's independence. This forced him to distance himself from his family and relationships. His sole focus was escaping Sokdo. The only person who stayed by his side was his daughter. Yet, he never had time to support her as she grew up. While he neglected her, she largely grew up on her own. The old man begins to praise the girl, as if delivering a final testament. She admits she always yearned to hear those words from him, even if it was just once. But now, everything's different. Those words no longer stir her heart. Gansu flushes with embarrassment, but remains silent. Finally, a faint glimmer of the exit's light appears. They immediately sprint forward with all their might. Several relentless men are still hot on their heels, dogging Ah-hyun and her companions every step. They absolutely cannot afford to be caught. Ah-hyun declares she'll slow their pursuers down. Unleashing a powerful combined technique, she conjures a fiery earthquake, sending multiple men screaming backward. Jong-hyun shouts, "That's enough," urging her to escape as well. But before she can flee, one of the hunters snatches the girl. She collapses to the ground, and the boy watches, utterly terrified. A sword presses against Ah-hyun's neck, a human shield in hand. He barks orders, "Stop running, all of you, or she won't live to see tomorrow," demanding compliance. He commands the guys to drop their weapons and raise their hands. In the next instant, a projectile slams right into his shoulder. It's Jun-woo, firing from point-blank range, but he mutters, "It's still tough," hitting a target holding a hostage. Another penalty is instantly applied. He reveals he was actually aiming for the head, not just the shoulder. Thrown violently to the ground, the man writhes in agony, yet the MC's face remains utterly emotionless. He was truly trying to finish the guy off permanently. Everyone present is utterly terrified by the MC's chilling demeanor. Gangsu stares, haunted by the sight. The MC seems like a completely different person now. As the captor finally flings Ah-hyun to the ground, the MC keeps his deadly weapon steadily raised. His very presence exudes an immense, suffocating pressure. As Ah-hyun scrambles back towards her group, the enemy team remains frozen, unable to move a single muscle. Their deepest instincts scream only one terrifying truth. If any of them even twitch, they'll be in a wooden box by nightfall. The protagonist's finger remains on the trigger, absolutely unwavering. Jong-hyun cautiously approaches and firmly grips the barrel of his gun. Everyone there seems utterly aghast at the protagonist's grim display. The boy softly tells the MC, "That's enough." Even a visibly frightened Ji-hyun nods in agreement with her friend. Ah-hyun calls out the MC's name, her voice laced with urgency. She insists they all need to get out of there, right now. Finally, the MC seems to snap back to his senses. Without uttering a single word, he simply turns and begins striding towards the dungeon exit. The three of them collectively sigh in profound relief that the harrowing situation was resolved without further major incidents. Still, every enemy remains utterly paralyzed with fear after witnessing his display. Flashback. The mustachioed man warns them, "You must have sensed it already, but I'll say it anyway, just as a courtesy. It would be better not to follow us. Otherwise, you'll really die." Someone asks, "Are we really just letting them leave?" Jun-woo looks at his friends and tells them, "Get it to a safe place. Now." Ah-hyun asks, "What about you, MC?" He replies, "I'm going to finish some business with the mercenary, who's still unconscious." The others start to run, leaving MC behind and telling him to be careful. The boy just watches them go, speechless. As soon as things calm down, he wakes the girl up with a sharp slap. Startled, she asks, "What's going on?" And MC tells her, "You have a phone, right? Call director Go Suk-do for me." Furious, she demands, "Why should I do that?" But something cuts her off. Touching her wound, he says, "My mind isn't right at the moment. If you don't want to end up as pig food, you'd better call Suk-do right now." This terrifies the girl. She has no other choice. The director's phone starts to ring as he sits in his office. He answers, asking, "Was the job done?" But the one who replies is MC himself, greeting the director. This startles him. MC says he missed seeing him today, but is glad they can at least speak on the phone. The man quickly understands the situation. Still, he's curious, and asks, "Why did you call?" MC quickly brings up the director's son and daughter-in-law. He wants to know, is the director to blame for the death of Ah-hyun's parents? This catches the old man's attention. Furious, he starts cursing. But MC asks if the incident from 2 years ago was also his fault. Suk-do gives him a warning. Digging this deep won't end well for you. But MC says, that was the wrong answer. He always thought monsters were the threat that could destroy the world. But after all this, he discovered he was wrong. This world isn't being destroyed by monsters. Quite the opposite. It's being destroyed by people like you. He asks what the director thinks Kim Jun-woo would say if he saw this. And the director replies, "Dead men tell no tales." Jun-woo says, "In that case, you're just destroying what the dead have built. Did you really think you were capable of replacing Jun-woo?" A furious Suk-do screams into the phone. He demands to know who's calling. But the MC says it doesn't matter. What truly matters is Suk-do's own life, so he'd better guard it well. He's going to need it when the bill comes due. We see a phone violently hurled to the floor, shattering completely. Director Suk-do was the one who threw it. He was clearly rattled, shaken by the chilling threat. The scene shifts, revealing a headline about an Acres Guild member's kidnapping. Several news reports also covered director Sok-doo's public statement, where he claims there were no kidnappings, only tests. The news spreads quickly and effectively, leaving Chang-soo utterly frustrated with their chosen strategy. They were trying to bury the whole story, and it's infuriating because they've gained absolutely nothing. Junwoo argues they at least gained the commander, but Chang-soo tells him to save that cheesy line for his girlfriend. Curious, the man with the mustache asks what their next step is, and he says they need the media on their side. Their next target? The Dungeon Daily. Chang-soo bursts out laughing, right there in the middle of the street, calling the MC completely insane. The company's VP is on the first-year parents' committee, and the man with the mustache knows his son. Junwoo says he'll give him the full details later, but to stay in touch for now. They were going to start an all-out war against Sok-doo. It seemed there was simply no other solution. The old man muses he wasn't expecting anything different. Ever since the guildmaster showed up, he realized his retirement wouldn't be peaceful at all. Junwoo notes that he seems to have used the special rounds, and the old man comments that's exactly what Jonghyun told him to do. Smiling, the old man assures him he doesn't need to worry. It would only be a problem if he used them too casually, like what happened with Sok-doo. After his master died, he got worse, seemingly surgically removing his emotions. Junwoo tries to explain his situation is different, that he didn't choose this path. But the old man simply states he just needs to be careful. For a moment, the two stand in silence. Then the old man suddenly asks if he's finished his vacation homework, which instantly makes the MC nervous. The two start to argue since the boy hasn't done any of it yet. If he keeps this up, the old man will start charging the guildmaster for the use of weapons and ammo. Furious, the MC calls the old man a bastard. He doesn't want to land in hot water because of him, and demands to know the hefty price tag. It's 100,000 for the weapon, and 420,000 per round, which brings the grand total to a staggering 3.6 billion. Suddenly, Jian bursts in, yelling that the raid camp is reporting in. Sitting in a chair, she casually admits she completely forgot about it. They absolutely cannot afford to fail this test. Otherwise, they'll be stuck with extra classes during vacation. Jonghyun then asks if she wants to come along with him, to check out a new guild that's currently accepting trainees, and she immediately gets super excited about the idea. Ahyun eagerly asks if they can head out right now, but he asks about Junwoo, and Jian replies, he's probably already done it. Ahyun agrees, adding, they're always doing things without them. The very next moment, the door bursts open, and the MC stands right there. He looked absolutely, utterly furious. This immediately made everyone there a little nervous. They're practically breaking out in a cold sweat. The MC then desperately begs for their help with his vacation homework, and that's how this thrilling chapter ends. Want to know what explosive events happen next? Then hit up the comments and ask for a new part, and as soon as the new chapters drop, I'll dive right into it.